Chapter 252. After hearing Wang Wei's last words, Bai Han's face became very ugly and twisted. Knowing his capabilities, he did not think that these were empty threats. "Headmaster, should we stop him?" suddenly asked one teacher through divine sense. They could tell that the reason that Wang Wei disappeared was that his Tao protector, Yan Qin, used the power of space to teleport him away. However, as long as the headmaster gave the order, true monarchs of their academy are more than capable of stopping them. Bai Han hesitated for a while after hearing this question. Thinking swiftly, he replied, "There is no need." Although Bai Han was enveloped by Qi of Calamity, he could still barely keep his reason. He knew that too many people were currently watching this tournament. If he made such an order, it won't take a few seconds for all the Supreme Realm true monarchs to instantly appear and force their way into the world that the academy is located in. The only way to stop them would be to use the academy's emperor formations. And if he did that, the Tao opening sect would use their emperor artifacts. With Wang Wei's status and his father's love for him, Bai Han believed that they would not hesitate to do so. This kind of confrontation could quickly escalate to an emperor Tao war. More importantly, Bai Han feared that the Supreme Realm true monarchs of the academy might not listen to his orders. He could tell that many of them were very dissatisfied with his recent decisions, even if they did not outrightly say so. He could feel that the respect that they had for him as a born sage was slowly fading. So, he did not want to test their attitudes in this situation or give them more reasons to lose faith in his leadership abilities. All these thoughts took less than a millisecond to flash across his mind. After making his decision, he watched Yan Qin and Wang Wei leave. Then he ordered, "Have all our spies pay close attention to the movements of the Tao opening sect. Not just them but all the emperor lineages of the world. I want to know every single movement that they make." Meanwhile, after spending a few minutes traveling through space, Wang Wei returned to the Tao opening sect with a comatose Li Jun. He headed straight to the alchemy hall and handed him to Great Elder Li Jian for treatment. Li Jian used his divine sense to scan Li Jun's body, then fed him some saint pills. "How is he?" asked Wang Wei. Great Elder Li Jian sighed. "Physically he is perfectly fine after consuming the pills, but his mind seemed to be affected. I'm afraid that waking him up will have severe consequences." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, then his mind started to work rapidly. "Wake him up. Sacred Son, are you sure?" "I have an idea, so let me try." Great Elder Li Jian nodded, then took out a pill, crush it into powder. With a wave of his hand, the powder entered Li Jun's nose and mouth. Soon afterward, Li Jun opened his eyes. He screamed in pain for a few seconds before quiet down. "I can see again," he said. "Wait, why wouldn't I be able to see?" He looked around for a moment before noticing Great Elder Li Jian and Wang Wei. "Who are you people? And what have you done to me?" He tried to get up, but his body could not move. After struggling for a while, he stopped. "Wait, where am I? No, more importantly, who am I? Do you people know me? Do you know my name?" Both Great Elder Li Jian and Wang Wei frowned as they realized that the situation was more grave than anticipated. Wang Wei walked over to Li Jun, looked him deeply in the eyes. "I need you to follow my words exactly as I say." Li Jun immediately quieted down after hearing this. For some reason he felt like he could trust this strange person. His instinct told him that if he listened to that person, then everything might be alright. So he nodded his head. "Your name is Li Jun, and you cultivate the Tao of slaughter. The ultimate purpose of slaughter is to bring death to all things. And death is nothing but the end of the consciousness, absolute darkness devoid of everything, devoid of all senses. Now close your eyes and meditate on the meaning of my words." After hearing the term devoid of all senses, an intense fear appeared in Li Jun's mind. However, he forcefully controlled it by listening to Wang Wei's voice. After seeing Li Jun closing his eyes, Wang Wei took out a golden orb from his space ring. This was the merit he received during his Qi luck trial. Without hesitation, he placed it inside Li Jun's forehead. He looked at the peaceful face of Li Jun, then he muttered, "This is all I can do for you for now. With this merit, it should be very easy to enter a state of enlightenment. So, whether you can heal and even grow from this experience all depends on yourself." After that, he left the alchemy hall heading to Tianwei Peak to meet with his father. "Father, is everything ready?" "Yes. And all the other people have been notified." "In that case, let's begin." Wang Wei went to take a shower, light up ink, meditate for a few minutes, then change into a ceremonial garment. Although he does not care for these formalities, this was required given the situation. Following this, he flew into a specific unoccupied mountain. There, all the high levels of the sect were waiting in front of an ancient altar. Even the supreme true monarchs were secretly present. Wang Wei walked to the altar, cupped his hand and said, "Heavenly Tao above, I have seen the woes of mortals in this world. Cultivators have the ability to escape the shackles of the earth, have a long lifespan, can destroy mountains and move rivers, can conquer life and death, can travel through the endless void, and can pass their inheritance for eternity. Despite all of this, mortals spend all of their lives living on little food. Most of them could not recognize words, write their names, or have any form of inheritance. They are ignorant. But I want to change all of this. Here, today I have created the concept school to teach basic knowledge to all living mortals in this plane. I want to expand their minds, expel ignorance, enlighten them so that our civilization can thrive and prosper. Please acknowledge it." After Wang Wei said these words, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, alarming everyone. The eye looked directly in Wang Wei's position, then his words were broadcasted to the entire myriad emperor world. All cultivators and more importantly, all mortals heard these words with shock on their faces. Then many people started crying, laughing and roaring in excitement. All trillions upon trillions of mortals in this world had excited smiles on their faces, while most of them. In this world, nobles in the mortal world used knowledge to keep the peasants under control, and cultivators also used knowledge to keep these nobles under control. But now this strict hierarchy was slowly being broken. Meanwhile, after Wang Wei's declaration, many of the emperor factions who were invited to participate in this plan also have a ceremony of their own. Then they all said the same thing, "Please allow it." This phrase echoed throughout the entire world. Heavenly Tao then looked at the elated look of the mortals, calculated the benefit of such a thing, then it said, "Allow." Following this, a massive golden light appeared in the sky. It was golden merit. Then it was split into different portions, with 20% landed on the hand of Wang Wei and the Tao opening sect. The remaining was divided into the different emperor lineages based on the previously agreed amount. Another smaller purple orb also manifested and landed on Wang Wei's hand. As the creator of this plan, he was especially rewarded. However, things did not end there. A giant multiple-colored dragon appeared in the sky. Then, under a mysterious force, a third of its body was cut apart. The faces of the people of the Emperor Enlightening Academy became ugly after seeing this, as this was their academy's Chi Luck Dragon. Afterward, it did not take them long to figure out what was going on. Since their founder Emperor Kong invented the concept of academy, and sharing knowledge with all cultivators, the Chi Luck associated with it has always been in their possession, always blessing their academy. But now, with the invention of school by Wang Wei, which has a similar premise as their invention of academy, and with school having far more reaching potential as the number of mortals far outclassed cultivators, they could no longer enjoy such blessing all to themselves. This plan directly affected their foundation in this world. Title: Consequences. Chapter 253. After a third of the Academy's Chi Luck was cut off from them, a new Chi Luck dragon slowly formed. However, this one was different due to its color, pure white. After being formed, the pure white Chi Luck dragon rapidly traveled around the world while swallowing a bunch of white lights from the bodies of all the mortals, thus rapidly growing in size. "Is that the Chi Luck dragon associated with the concept of school?" asked one of the elders of the Tao opening sect in awe. No one answered them, as they were too busy marveling at the sight they were witnessing. Suddenly, one of the elders said, "I'm guessing that the only time our sect created such an achievement was when our ancestor first created the origin path system." All the people realized that this was indeed true. One person immediately bowed to Wang Wei, who was still standing in front of the altar. "Thank you, young sect master, for recreating the glory of our ancestors." "Thank you, young sect master," added another person. Following this, many other elders and even all the great elders bowed to him. Wang Wei could guess the real reason for this gift. For so many years, the Tao opening sect has been relying on the Chi Luck of the origin path system created by the ancestors. However, as time passed, many people feared that someday, they would no longer be blessed by it. And this was an unnecessary worry, as there are precedents to follow. Sects created by the formation ancestors, array ancestors, and so on, although they still survive to this day, many if not all of them have either started to decline, or reach a plateau in their development. They have to use their long-standing heritage to remain relevant in this world. After the Tao opening sect reached the 9th emperor, many people have already started to notice the declining trend of the sect. But now there was hope for revitalization. Wang Wei nodded as he accepted these people's gifts. He did not act like a younger generation, as he knew that this was not the time to be humble. Sometimes, acting humble when deserving to be praised can appear very hypocritical. So he said, "You can all get up." This is just the beginning of the rise of our Tao opening sect. Hopefully, one day we will be able to spread schools to all the worlds in our community, and even to all the worlds in the endless void. Then the upper echelons raised their heads with excitement. They imagined what it would be like to follow the Qiyuan Emperor's step to spread their ideas and philosophies across countless planes. It would be a truly grand era. Meanwhile, the pure white dragon finished his travels around the world, thus doubling its size. The truth of the matter was that its general size was actually quite small compared to the Qi-Luck dragon of an average emperor lineage with only one great emperor. And that was because the concept of school was just created and not yet executed. The benefits and downsides of this system have not been shown yet. So, after the pure white dragon finished its initial growth, it cut off a small section of its tail, then it rushed straight into the Tao opening sect, fusing with the sect's multicolored Qi-Luck dragon. As the small part of its tail, it was divided into many small parts and fused with the Qi-Luck of different emperor lineages who participated in this plan. Many of them sighed after seeing this. Unlike the merit, they had no say on how to divide the Qi-Luck. Unfortunately, as the creator of this concept, the Tao opening sect is entitled to most of it, just like the Emperor Enlightening Academy was when they were first created. Some people even slightly regretted their decision for a moment, but quickly extinguished their thoughts thinking about the current and future benefit that they received. As the concept of school is executed, the amount of merit received will keep increasing until it reaches a standard and stops. Well, even the Qi-Luck will also increase. So, after the pure white Qi-Luck dragon headed to its rightful place, the Tao opening sect and all these emperor lineages started to take action. Countless cultivators started using their abilities to build countless schools all over the world. From the central continent, all the way to the east, west, and south. The only exception being the north. After these schools were created, they started recruiting mortals on a large scale. As for the teachers of these mortals? Well, Wang Wei wanted to train many people before the plan was executed, but these factions wanted to do it themselves. The reason being that it was easier for them to gather more merit, and also because it was another way for them to garner positive karma. With positive karma, the heavenly tribulations of these teachers were dramatically reduced. So, the role of teachers became a valuable commodity among the disciples of these sections. Meanwhile, on top of Ceremonial Mountain, Wang Wei watched all of this happening in the sect's domains through his divine sense, while also knowing that similar things were also happening in most domains of the myriad emperor world. Then he sneered. All these cultivators are so blinded by the benefit of merit that they fail to see the larger plans at large. Wang Wei never liked how the civilization of this world was a mixture of very advanced and backward. One side, cultivator, could do so many heaven-defying things like travel through space and time, while the other, mortals, could barely eat daily. So he planned to change that. Unfortunately, this world has been like this for billions of years, so how can they easily change? Using force is one way, and Wang Wei knew that once he became a great emperor, he would have the strength to do so, but that would only be counterproductive. He could foresee that as soon as he left this world, things would go back to the way they were. And the conservative nature of these cultivators might make them even become more reserved. So, he planned to take it slow and show these people the benefits of an advanced civilization. According to Wang Wei, there are two absolute ways to convince someone to change. One is to guide them into thinking it was their own idea in the first place, or two, showing them the benefits of doing so. So, he organized a collaboration with all these emperor lineages to accomplish his plans. Of course, these people do not yet know the benefit of mortals as they are too focused on acquiring merit and good karma. Furthermore, Wang Wei still has many plans ahead. His ideal goal is to turn the myriad emperor world just like the warring kingdom world that his Qi-Luck trial took place. However, he also knows that the complex nature of this world is far from what a small thousand world can compare to, so he was not in a hurry. He still had plenty of time. With the school system, all the mortals in the world will no longer be illiterate and have a basic understanding of the world. After a few generations, they can build on the basic knowledge that they were granted, and lay a solid foundation for the future. By the time Wang Wei becomes a great emperor, it will become much easier to advance the level of civilization of the entire world. A few days have passed, and the Emperor Enlightening Academy has temporarily suspended the tournament. A meeting was taking place inside the headmaster quarter. Bai Han looked haggard, and his sage-like appearance was gone. "What is the current situation?" asked Bai Han with a listless look on his face. With the drastic decrease in Qi-Luck, the cultivation increase that all teachers and students were blessed have also decreased, resulting in many people secretly complaining. And, like fortune dynasties, the Qi-Luck of sects also blessed its members based on their position. For example, sect master, great elders, and different levels of disciples have different levels of blessings. And what? Asked Bai Han. Many of our disciples' loyalty has been shaking up after the recent incidents. I fear that many of them have already contacted other factions in an attempt to change sides. Bai Han's face became ugly after hearing this. He guessed that the situation might even be more severe than stated. I'm afraid it is not just the disciples but many of the elder teachers. There may even be some of the people sitting inside this room. You need to watch these suspected disciples clearly, and I permit you to execute anyone who is found to be a traitor. Furthermore, there is no need to worry. Even if they defected, these disciples have powerful bands on their souls so that they cannot reveal our emperor techniques to other factions. The head of the wisdom eye nodded. As the person responsible for the spying agency of the academy, he rarely has the authority to do anything without the order of the headmaster. How is Lin Fan? Asked Bai Han. Besides showing envy towards Wan Wei, he is not that affected. It seems that his loyalty to the academy is not a problem for now. Bai Han was relieved. In that case, the headmaster paused midway through his sentence as he received a message through divine sense. His face changed for a moment before returning to normal. He then said to all the people present, "Excuse me, I have to attend another meeting." Chapter 254. Bai Han walked to another building of the academy while wondering why the supreme teachers summoned him. Usually when they have something to say or report to him, they would come in person. But this time, they summoned him. Thus he knew that something was wrong. After entering the meeting room, Bai Han's heart skipped a beat because he saw all the active true monarchs of the academy in the same room. And this time, there was not the usual respect that they had for him. After a quick analysis of the structure of the room, Bai Han could guess the reason for this meeting. "Bai Han, do you know your crimes?" directly asked one of the true monarchs. "I do not know," replied Bai Han. "Even now you are still trying to absolve yourself of your crimes? The majority of our sect's chi luck is gone, the loyalty of many of our disciples is wavering, and more importantly, we lost the spirit of the epic. You of all people should understand what this means to our academy." Of course, Bai Han knew what it meant for the academy to lose the spirit of the epic. With it, their academy was guaranteed to cultivate a ninth emperor soon and later to balance out the power of the Tao opening sect. But now nothing was certain. They might cultivate one on their own effort or they might spend billions of years without any success. Nothing was set in stone anymore. Bai Han took a deep breath before answering, "All of this is Wang Wei's fault. If you did not antagonize him, do you think would reach such a state?" Rebutted another true monarch. Bai Han looked at the person who spoke and recognized him. He belonged to a group of the older generations who advocate using their powerful cultivation level to take power or control of the academy. Bai Han never liked him and was constantly butting head with him. "There is no need to say something so naive," replied the headmaster. "Even without my actions, Wang Wei would never allow our academy to continue growing and reach the level of threatening the Tao opening sect. My actions can best be described as expediting the time he takes action against us." The previous supreme teacher who spoke snorted coldly, "Even if what you said is true, the situation would never escalate so quickly. If you had accepted his offer to see the Tao tablets, our academy would have received a lot of benefits. I only did that to prevent him from growing too powerful. This only shows that you do not have as much of an accepting mind as him and his confidence. Didn't he allow Ji Song to gain access to the pagoda trial fully knowing that it would help train his opponent? You could have accepted his offer but limit the amount of time he could spend there to reduce the advantages that he would receive." Bai Han did not say anything after hearing this. As for the other true monarchs, they secretly sighed but did not say anything. However, that elder did not stop talking. "Not to mention that you almost ruined the academy's reputation by the little stunt you pulled on both Li Jun and Ji Song." Bai Han took a deep breath to calm himself down, then he asked, "Did you call me here to berate me?" "No, we did not." This time it was another true monarch that spoke. "We called you here to announce that effective immediately, you are hereby removed from your position as the headmaster." Although Bai Han expected this outcome when he was summoned to this meeting, he was still angry and worried after hearing the official decision. So he hurriedly said, "You cannot do this." "Oh, why is that?" asked the true monarch with a sneer on his face. Bai Hai paused for a moment, his mind rapidly moving, then he gritted his teeth before saying, "Because I am the son of Emperor Kong. My father and mother built this academy, and am its rightful heir." The room instantly became quiet. However, Bai Han did not see any look of surprise on these people's faces. So, a bad premonition overcame him. "We were already aware of this fact. responded one of the true monarch. What? How come? After you were born, a will of the founder manifested itself and told us about your existence. He even warned us not to let you go too far. And if necessary, we should deprive you of your status and position. Baihan's face became ugly after hearing this. That damn old man. Has he calculated everything? Has he been watching me make a clown of myself? Damn him. He then looked at all these true monarchs. Is that the reason you all respected me so much? The reason that you chose me to become the headmaster? Baihan was roaring by the end of the sentence. His eyes were red and veins could be seen squirming on his forehead. Of course not, replied one of the true monarch. If you were incompetent, we would never allow you to become the headmaster. Correct. We also admire your understanding of cultivation and the ability to guide others. Baihan snorted, hell will be frozen before I believe your words. Many of the true monarchs secretly sighed as they could see that Baihan had a lot of emotional problems when it comes to his father. With their strength and status, they do not need to lie about such a thing. Of course, they also did not want to completely ruin their relationship with him. After all, he was an emperor offspring. Unfortunately, this did not apply to all the members. The one who wanted to take power snorted coldly before saying, do not act as if you ever relied on yourself to accomplish anything. Do you think that it was your effort that granted you such a deep understanding of cultivation? I can imagine how many years you have spent listening to the founder preach the Tao, listening to his understanding of cultivation. Baihan clenched his hand until they turned red, while also glaring at that true monarch with bloodshot eyes. Fate is unfair, but it was favorable to you. It granted you wealth, status, and power at birth. Instead of being grateful for these things, you've forsaken them for heaven knows what reason. But what has that decision gotten you? You were suppressed by Wang Tian in the last generation, and in this one, you were played like a fool by his son. You do not know me and the things that I have been through, so don't act as if you do, replied Baihan. The true monarch wanted to say something, but another person said, enough. There is no need to further ruin our relationship. What the academy needs now is to unite to deal with the situation, not play a blame game. All the other people nodded. As for Baihan, he gave one last look at these people before saying, you will regret this. Then he left the meeting hall without looking back. We should probably send someone to monitor him, lest he does something drastic and affecting our academy. That's a good idea. Now let's talk about how to deal with the situation. There is nothing we can do at the moment about our academy's loss of chi luck. Not necessarily. Oh, do you have an idea? Yes. We can try to conquer a few other worlds to supplement our loss of chi luck. That's a good idea, but there is a lot of problem with this method. We have to spend a lot of time to discover these worlds, send people to conquer them, and link the gathered chi luck with our academy. Logistically speaking, it is not worth it. There is a reason that mostly great emperor can take place in planar warfare. However, this is still a good way to mediate our current situation. In that case, let's vote. Agree. Agree. All the true monarchs agreed with this plan. Does anyone has any other ideas? I think we should remove the focus of the world from us to something else. That way we can become low-key and develop our strength. Indeed, but how do we accomplish this? Didn't Ji Song and Wang Wei set up a battle? With Wang Wei's recent actions, anything related to him will become the main focus of the world. That could work, but the question is how do we accomplish this with the tournament still going on? I think we should do this, stated one of the true monarch. Isn't that a little too drastic? Plus there is no precedent for doing this. In this situation, we do not have the luxury to worry about precedent. That's true. So let's vote. The majority of them voted for this plan, while a few voted against it. Now let's discuss how to deal with Sacred Son Wang Wei. Any ideas? Chapter 255. The room became quiet after someone brought this topic. Should our attitude remain as tough as Baihan? Asked one of the true monarch. There is no need for that. Then what do we do? How about doing nothing? What do you mean? We all know that Wang Wei wants to use his victory over Ji Song to acquire a token to enter the secret realm of the Tao tablets. So we just have to let him. That's a good idea, but your entire plan is based on the premise that Wang Wei will be the victor in this battle. Was there ever any doubt about this? Before Baihan gave him the Devil God Bone, maybe? In my opinion, the bone only gives him the ability to not instantly being defeated. All of you should have seen how easily Wang Wei broke that heaven tier formation with his bare hands. These true monarchs remembered that moment and realized that this person was right. On top of that, I noticed that most people seem to have forgotten something. His physique. Every time people talk about Wang Wei's strength, they mention his intelligence, soul, and fleshly body, but never the advantage of his special physique. That's true, said another true monarch. Logical speaking, the Tao of Fate should be on par with chaos. The only reason that it was not ranked first or second is probably because it is still considered an acquired physique in the eyes of heavenly Tao. I thought that the reason that his physique was never mentioned was that without the proper cultivation technique, or breaking into the void-shattered realm and controlling the power of law, the advantages it brought him was very limited, just like Mo Xingyan's Heaven Devourer physique. No, the Heaven Devourer physique still grants Mo Xingyun fighting abilities. Plus, she has the Heaven-Devouring Emperor as a blueprint on how to use and evolve her physique. But Wang Wei has to start from scratch. Many people have speculated that this Fate Puppeteer physique will grant its owner the natural ability to calculate the secrets of heaven without paying too much of a price, unlike the people of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. You guys seem to have overlooked something, said the true monarch, who believed that Wang Wei would easily win his battle. During the Qi Luck trial, he was the final winner and acquired a rainbow-colored luck. So, he should have acquired an innate talent perfected suited for his physique after entering the supernatural realm. The true monarch's eyes light up as they realize that they indeed overlooked this fact. Innate talent is a gift granted from heaven and earth to those it deemed both worthy and fortunate. As such, it is usually designed to perfectly fit the person's physique, if he/she has one, temperament, dreams or goals and desires. From what these people knew about Wang Wei and based on the name of the physique, they can guess that he was not the kind of person that planned to use this physique solely for divination. Most likely, he wanted to control his fate along with the fate of myriad things in existence, just like a puppeteer and his marionettes. Adding to that the massive amount of luck he received during the trial, his innate talent is most likely very powerful. As for Ji Song's innate talent, although they could guess that it was also very powerful, it does not change the fact that he only had a purple gold level of Qi luck after leaving the trial. I think this is a good way to end this matter without further antagonize the Tao opening sect. However, we will most likely lose that devil god bone. Not necessarily. If our plans for Lin Fan works, then just like Bai Han said, all he has to do is get it back from Wang Wei. That's true. In that case, let's vote on the matter. I agree. All the true monarchs agreed on this proposition. Finally, let's decide on the next headmaster of the academy and when to announce it to the world. I still think that we should not let these people control the power of the academy. We already decided on this. As the remnant of the last generation, we should not intervene too much on the government of the academy. Otherwise, the contradictions you just had with Bai Han will happen with all the current upper echelon members of his generation. This will then lead to instability in the academy. All I'm hearing is excuses. Alright, let's decide on the next headmaster. If you have someone to nominate, do so now. Inside a large and luxurious residence decorated with star-like black color, a young man was sitting inside a room with many beautiful women with him. There were at least 30 of them. However, based on the sitting arrangement, it is easy to distinguish the status of these women on this handsome young man's face, as there were 2 of them who were sitting at the very front. One of them was playing the zither, while the other had food in front of her to feed him. Unfortunately, this young man seemed very distracted, thus was not in the mood for material sustenance. Suddenly, the young man woke up from his daze and immediately took out a talisman from his space ring. Then his face changed as he yelled, "What? How could this be? Husband, what happened?" asked the beautiful lady with the food in front of her. The handsome young man, who was in fact Lin Fan, said with gritted teeth, "The academy has decided to cancel the remaining rounds of the tournament." The beautiful woman with the food was in fact Mu Chunhua, the saintess of the Heavy Water sect. She was brought over from the lower realm along with Lin Fan's family. Then what will happen to the participants? Since the top 30 have already been chosen, then they can still place their names on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book, and enter the secret realm of the Tao Tablets. On top of that, since there is no official ranking, then the time that all the people can spend there will be the same. Mu Chunhua frowned. "Husband, I do not understand. Isn't it a good thing for the tournament to be cancelled? That way you do not have to reveal all your hidden cards for the future." "I could not give a damn about hiding my powers, I just want the world to see what I'm capable of," replied Lin Fan. "Ever since I came to this world, I've always been underestimated by everyone due to my low background. Even after I defeated the previous #1 acting true disciple who was in the primordial spirit realm, and become the true heir of the academy, many people still underestimated me. Especially that damn list created by the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. They placed me at the bottom of all the top 5 heavenly physique. Even the number 6 physique, Zhen Biu, who was ranked after me, was speculated to be more powerful than me. Don't forget that Wang Wei. Everyone seems to always compare my strength, talents, and abilities with him. He has become the standard for the perfect heaven chosen. And with his recent actions, everywhere I go, I can hear people talking about him one way or another. The room became quiet for a moment, with only the low melody of the zither could be heard. Then Mu Chunhua said, "Husband, you do not have to worry about all of this. Didn't the academy design a plan for you to catch up to these people? As long as you follow it, then you will be able to easily suppress all of them just like you did on our world." Lin Fan paused for a moment after hearing this, looked at Mu Chunhua for a few seconds before moving his gaze to the woman next to her. His eyes were first full of admiration as if he was seeing the most beautiful thing in the world, then of doting and love. "Shire, what do you think?" Shi Shi, who was quietly playing her zither, smiled, an act which seemed to lighten up the entire room, responded, "It does not matter what I think, but what you want, husband." "What I want? Of course, to show the world what I'm capable of." "Then you need to do so. But the tournament is cancelled." "True, but before this the academy has to announce it to the world. And during that time, there will still be a fighting ring and a large audience watching." Lin Fan frowned as his mind rapidly operated. "That's right. With so many people watching, all I have to do is challenge these top heaven chosen and show the world my ability. And if they refused, I can instigate them just like that Wang Wei did to Ji Song." After thinking about this, Lin Fan immediately became excited, so he rushed to hug Shi Shi while saying, "Shire, it's you who knows me the best." Meanwhile, Mu Chunhua looked at all of this, secretly sighed and lowered her head. By now she was used to this. Chapter 256. While Lin Fan was happily hugging his beautiful wife and being intimate with her to the jealousy or envy of the other in the room, she was secretly thinking to herself, "Now that he thinks that this is his idea, if something goes wrong he won't blame me for it." Compared with Wang Wei's calm and calculated demeanor, this Lin Fan is far beyond. But with his absolute chaos physique, his potential is truly unheard of, so he still has a lot of room to grow. Thinking about Wang Wei and her meeting with him, she sure internally gritted her teeth. "You think that I'm a worthless vase? I'll show you who's a vase. Someday you will regret saying these words to me." Northern Black Tortoise Continent, a secret meeting of the Demon Council. "Is this meeting about the recent invention of school?" asked one of the Demon Tribe chiefs. "That's correct," replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. As one of the 4 main chiefs, she was in charge of many of the meetings. "So, are we going to create Demon School to receive merit and chi luck from Heavenly Tao? Although the amount we would receive would be quite pitiful compared to the humans, it is still better than nothing." "Unfortunately we cannot," replied the Black Tiger Chief with a desolate look on his face. His whole temperament screamed defeated. "Why not?" "Because the humans have already warned us not to do so. They do not want us to take a piece of their benefit. Many of them wanted to come to the north to set up the school themselves and even send human teachers to teach." "What? How audacious these humans are. So, did you accept?" "Of course not," replied the Battle Saint Ape Chief. "Although our demon clan is weakened and constantly suppressed, nevertheless, it is not to the point that humans can arbitrarily intervene in the northern continent. If what you said is true, then why do we have to listen to these humans warning about setting up the school?" "That's because many of the emperor lineages warned us at the same time, so we have to take their words seriously. You all should know that the majority of the time, the humans are fighting and competing against one another, so they usually ignore us. However, when it comes to their benefit, they will not hesitate to ally together to crusade against us," said the Peacock Chief. The room then became silent for a moment, with deep sigh riveting throughout. Finally someone asked, "What do we do then?" "We can still open school throughout our territories, but we just cannot get the approval of Heavenly Tao. Doesn't that mean we will not have any merit or chi luck? So, basically, we will do the same thing our ancestors did when Emperor Kong invented the concept of academy?" The room once again became quiet, this time lasting even longer. All these chiefs lamented that after so many years, after 2 eras and so many generations, the conditions of their demon race have not improved even the slightest. "There is something that I'm wondering," asked one of the chiefs. "What's the point of creating this school? I understand establishing the academy and spreading knowledge to all our tribes that can cultivate. So, who's this school for, these demonic beasts? With their low intelligence they cannot learn anything no matter what we do?" "You are correct," replied the Golden Lion Chiefess. However, our demon school will not teach these beasts how to read and write like the humans, but we will preach the Tao to them to increase their odds of opening their wisdom and become demons. A lot of people had ugly look on their faces after hearing this. In the Myriad Emperor world, there is only one way for a beast to be classified as a demon: after being baptized by spiritual chi for many years or after having a fortunate encounter. An ordinary animal will open their wisdom and activate its bloodline powers and instinctively can absorb spiritual chi from heaven and earth to further evolve. Technically speaking, these animals are considered the demon race. Unfortunately, the concept of bloodline superiority has been ingrained in the demon race for countless eras, so they looked down on these demon races and called them demonic beasts. Then, after a demonic beast opens his wisdom and started cultivating, once it reached the supernatural realm, it can go through heavenly tribulation to turn into human form. By then they will officially be accepted as demon race instead of demonic beasts. Unfortunately, these types of demon race faced heavy discrimination among their race. They are often treated as slaves or servants to a more powerful demon race with better bloodlines. They received less few resources, do the dirtiest of jobs. In general, they are treated worse than excrement. Even in the academies opened by the demon race whose purpose was to share knowledge, they were not treated equally. I know how many of you feel about the demonic beasts, but given the current situation, this is not the time to be picky. With this method, the number of demon races can increase greatly, thus granting us the chance to compete with the humans. At least in terms of population, we will not be completely outnumbered. I disagree. All we need is to have our own eternal emperor, then our situation will change for the better. We are only doing this as a backup, just in case things don't go as we planned, said the Golden Rock Chief. So, what you are saying is that you guys do not have faith in him to become an eternal emperor? You know that this is not what we meant? He replied back. How do I know what you mean? The Golden Lion Chiefess couched lightly, rendering the room silent. The simple truth is that an eternal emperor is not absolute. Didn't the humans have one that turned his back on? What happened to him? He was exiled and never seen before. How do we know that the same thing won't happen to him after he proves the Tao? So, we need a backup plan in case things goes wrong. After all, the fate of our entire race depends on how decisions. Although these demon chiefs knew that her words were reasonable, unfortunately, their entire culture and civilization were built on the concept of bloodline supremacy. Wanting them to change their views on these demonic beasts so easily was not that simple. While these chiefs were still hesitating on their choices, a suddenly melodious voice rang throughout heaven and earth. The voice was beautiful and contained a mysterious power that could charm everyone and everything between heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao above, the demon race is weak and savage, causing countless calamities across the world and gaining negative karma. This is all because they do not know better. So, I would like to open the demon school to preach to them and open their wisdom. Guide them to live in harmony with humans for the better of our world. After these words echoed throughout the world, Heavenly Tao I did not appear this time. But countless golden merits still manifested from the sky and headed for that voice. However, this time the merit was not divided. Following this, a pure white chi luck dragon also appeared, cut a very small part of luck from the Emperor Enlightening Academy, before heading in the same direction as his predecessor. Damn it! Screamed the four main chiefs at the same time. Meanwhile, a few of the demon chiefs also had ugly looks on their faces. Isn't that the voice of Su Xiang, the matriarch of the Fox Demon tribe? You mean the traitor? What is going? Can someone explain? The people of the Tao opening sect used the traitor Su Xiang to create the demon school. That way they can completely control both the merit and chi luck associated with school in the entire Myriad Emperor world. Didn't you see that the new chi luck dragon also fused with their sect's chi luck dragon, and all the merits fell on their hands? Replied the peacock chiefess with gritted teeth. The faces of these chiefs became ugly after hearing this. Although they could not do so because the humans warned them, it does not mean that they wanted other people to do it as well, especially their enemy, the human race. In that case, we should not create our own school in our territories. Otherwise, all the merits and chi luck of our actions will go to the Tao opening sect, while we get absolutely nothing, said one of the chiefs. On the contrary, we must do it, and as soon as possible, said the Golden Lion Chiefess. Why? Because, with this move, the human race can dramatically increase the number of demon race in their territory. Isn't that a good thing for us? Stupid. These demon races will be either brainwashed or forcefully controlled to serve the human race. They will not recognize us and even attack us. I can see a few generations from now, the northern black continent is full of these demon races that treat humans as their master. Then these new demons race can start fighting with us in order to replace us, leading to a massive war. With the support of the human race, they might win the war and completely replace us. That way, the human race can completely control the myriad emperor world without even losing much. Whoever came up with this plan is truly a terrifying person. Chapter 257. Follow? After the invention of the demon school, the people most affected were the other emperor lineages, as they were also trying to find a way to control this aspect of merit and chi luck of the concept of school. Unfortunately, Wang Wei was prepared beforehand and got there before them. Many people did not expect that the Dao opening sect would use the Fox Demon clan that betrayed the demon race more than a century ago. As such, many people started to wonder whether Wang Wei planned all of this back then, back when he was like 8 years old and invited the Fox clan to help him refine the pagoda. Unfortunately, these people gave him too much credit. To achieve this plan, a great deal of knowledge and information regarding the workings of Qi luck is needed. And Wang Wei only reached that level during his Qi luck trial after his luck turned from black to gold. Another group or race that was affected by the recent situation was of course the spirit race. Regrettably, the school system could not apply to them because of how their race is created. Like the demon race, the spirit race contained individuals or things who have gained sentience, like plants, flowers, stones, weapons, or even concepts like dreams. However, the spirit race is the darling of heaven and earth. Due to how difficult it is for these things to acquire wisdom, as soon as they do, they will be baptized by heaven and earth and turned into human shape. Furthermore, each spirit race is born with their inheritance designed specifically by heaven and earth, so they usually do not need cultivation techniques from other people. As such, each new member of the spirit race is usually a very talented individual. In general, the spirit race is similar to a lesser version of the primordial gods and innate demons from the primordial era. Born from heaven and earth, granted own cultivation technique at birth, extremely talented, and usually have a longer lifespan than ordinary cultivators. The only difference between them is the fact that the spirit race is not born with an extremely high cultivation realm. The majority of them have to start cultivating from scratch after taking human shape. While some more talented might be born in the body refining realm or divine sea realm. Only a very few talented ones are born in the divine altar realm. As such, the concept of academy did not apply to them because all their members are born with their fitted cultivation technique. As for the concept of school, it cannot apply to them as well, even the demon version of it. The members of the spirit race are too diverse. After all, technically speaking, anything object both organic or inorganic can become a member of their race as long as they gain sentience. For example, one of the most famous great emperors of the spirit race is the Everlasting Dream Emperor, the founder of the Eternal Dream sect located in the southern Vermilion Bird continent. One of the reasons that he is so famous was not only because of his power but his interesting origin. Back in the Incense era, one great emperor tried to destroy one of the Forbidden Land, but was failed and was injured instead. To recuperate from his injury, he entered a deep slumber. And during that slumber, the great emperor started to dream. Of course, as a higher being, his dream was not a normal one, so it affected the entire area that he was sleeping, turning it into his dream. Even after that emperor recuperated and left the myriad emperor world, his dream remained in that area. Then after a few millennia, his dream gained sentience and turned into human shape. It turned into a member of the spirit race. Later, that spirit race went on to prove the Tao and took the name Everlasting Dream, created the Eternal Dream sect. So, with the complexity of the spirit race, the school system provided them with no advantage. Nevertheless, some people were still willing to try the same method as the demon race, preaching to inanimate objects to see whether they can accelerate the rate at which members of their clans can be born. Dao Opening Sect, Tianwei Peak. Wang Wei was having a meeting with all the upper echelons of the sect. They were going over all the problems that arose in the past few days. Anything to report? Asked Wang Wei. Everything seemed to be going well with a few minor problems, said one of the great elders. It's a shame that the Emperor Enlightening Academy already secretly controlled the Qi luck aspect related to Demon Academy, otherwise we could have done even more damage to them. Well, Emperor Kong was a very wise individual, how could he not notice such benefit and leaving it for others to exploit, replied Wang Wei calmly. Anyway, we are still the ones who benefited the most in this situation. Now, let's talk about the minor problems you mentioned. Many of the Emperor factions have complained about not sharing the benefit of the demon school luck. Ignore them. If they were the ones who executed this idea first, they would never share the benefit, responded Wang Wei. Anything else? The number of mortals attending school is not as high as predicted. The reason? Many of them need to farm to feed their family, so they are worried about the next harvest. Send a few divine sea realm disciples that know water spell to help irrigate their farms and the ones who know wood spells to further increase the yield of each field. However, this is not a permanent solution. We need the mortals to be self-sufficient to some degree. So, let's start introducing the farming constructs that I made during my Qi luck trial to them. Not just them but all the ones that I used to make the great Xia dynasty so prosperous. Young sect master, should we be worried about other sects stealing our blueprints for the constructs? There is no need to worry about that as these constructs are not that difficult to copy. The technical aspect of them is not as high as you imagine. All we need to focus on is to get as much benefit as possible as quickly as possible. As for other factions copying us, it is inevitable, but we will still have a large enough head start to dramatically increase our advantages. Of course, Wang Wei was not telling the whole truth. He wanted these factions to copy him. He always wanted to bring the civilization of the myriad emperor world forward, yet he also knew how difficult it would be with the somewhat conservative and backward mentality of many of these factions. However, now was his chance to do it without anyone even noticing. By advancing the domains that the Tao opening sect from the ancient time to a more modern time through artifact refining, many other factions after noticing and envying all the benefit that their sect is receiving will secretly copy their actions to gather more merit and more luck. In that way, thinking that it was their ideas, will slowly start developing their own domains. Wang Wei can foresee that soon there will crawling dragon constructs, modern train, soaring phoenix constructs, modern plane, and flying horse carriage, modern car, all over the myriad emperor world. By the time some people notice something wrong, the world would have changed so much that it would be very difficult to change back. What about the nobles and wealthy of the mortal kingdoms? How did they react? Asked Wang Wei. Well, given the fact that education used to be the way that they enforced their rules over ordinary people, all of them were not happy about the situation. Some of them even tried to use force to prevent commoners from attending the schools. Of course, with us cultivators intervening in the situation, they were forced to compromise. However, I heard a few mortal kings became mad and ordered the massacre of all the people in their kingdom. These people should not be a problem, right? Asked Wang Wei. No problem at all. After nodding, he continued asking, what about the Western White Tiger continent? Not a lot of emperor lineage from there participated in this plan, so how did the devil cultivators there act? They also started schools. Oh, responded Wang Wei with a little surprise. Did they want to use merit to offset some of their bad karma? That's correct. Wang Wei nodded, then he spent a few hours dealing with all the issues concerning the recent events. After the meeting finished, he flew straight into the alchemy hall. Inside a room, he saw Yan Liling sitting cross-legged across a still comatose Li Jun with a look of worry on her face. So, he patted her shoulder while saying, "You do not have to worry about him, he is just in a deep state of enlightenment. And even if something were to happen to him, I would find a way to save him." Yan Liling nodded as she was reassured. Given the world-shaking things that Wang Wei did in the past few days, she believed in his words. Chapter 258. Wang Wei spent the next few days accompanying Li Jun, and on the third day after his arrival, Li Jun's eyes finally opened. He first looked around with a little confusion in his eyes, which was then quickly replaced by clarity as he muttered to himself, "The ultimate form of slaughter encompasses the pain, scream, despair, and grief of losing everything. It's having the ability to send all your opponent and enemies into a state of emptiness, a state of desolateness, a state of darkness, called death." After saying these words, Li Jun's eyes turned dark red for a moment before returning to normal. He finally turned his head around. "Linger, is that you?" "Yes, it's me," replied Yan Liling with tears falling down her eyes, but she quickly wiped them off. Following this, Li Jun looked at Wang Wei before saying, "Big brother, I'm sorry I could not get the token for you. You do not need to blame yourself. After all, this is not your fault," replied Wang Wei. Li Jun's eyebrows raised a little after hearing this, then he asked, "Does it have to do with the reason that my origin essence was rapidly decreasing?" "Yes. The Academy cheated. They used a secret formation to absorb your origin essence, giving Fang Lijuan the advantage." "Is that so?" replied Li Jun. However, these words did not comfort him. He knew perfectly well that even without the Academy's interferences, his chances of winning against her were very slim. Meanwhile, after guessing Li Jun's current mood, Wang Wei patted his shoulder as he said, "You should be aware that one failure does not mean anything, so cheer up. Additionally, didn't you gain something from this experience? How about we test your newfound ability?" Li Jun's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then he took a pill from Yen Liling's hand and swallowed. A few minutes later he was back on his feet. Standing in front of him was a very large demonic beast that looked like a rhino. Without hesitation, Li Jun took out his spear, and a red light appeared on the tip of it. This red light was in fact slaughter chi. Under Li Jun's control, the red light suddenly turned into a dark gray color. With a wave of his spear, the gray color light rushed into the body of this demonic beast. Immediately, the stampede rhino turned paler than a piece of paper before falling to the ground. The three of them came to check on it. "It's dead," said Yen Liling blankly. "To be precise, his vitality was completely destroyed by my death chi," added Li Jun. "So your new power involves turning slaughter chi into death chi?" asked Wang Wei with a pensive look on his face. "That's correct." "Can you directly make the death chi?" "No, it has to be transformed from slaughter chi. However, both my battle maniac physique and the heaven fighting scripture allow me to create slaughter chi, thus essentially granting me endless death chi. However, I understand your concern, big brother. During the battle, the slight gap in time when I conduct the transformation is enough for truly powerful opponents to take advantage of the situation, so I will watch out." "As long as you know," nodded Wang Wei. "Now let's test this ability on me." Li Jun did not say anything, but directly pierced his spear on Wang Wei's arm. Bing! The sound of two metals clashing could be heard, and Li Jun's attack did not even break his skin. As for the death chi, it was stopped by his innate field that protected him. After closer observation, Wang Wei noticed that the death chi was slowly eroding his field. If the quantity is large enough and enough time has passed, he could tell that his shield would not last long. After nodding, he disabled the shield before motioning for Li Jun to attack again. With a helpless look, Li Jun took out a Saint Tier artifact before stabbing his big brother again. This time Wang Wei's skin was pierced and the death chi entered his body. However, without him doing anything, powerful energy came from his blood to resist the power of the death chi. Although Wang Wei has not begun to temper his blood yet, it was still very powerful due to all the transformation his body went through after tempering the other parts. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who was using his divine sense to observe the reaction of the death chi inside Wang Wei's body, muttered out loud, "It seemed that for powerful body refiner like big brother Wang Wei, it's best to use prolonged battle as a tactic. Slowly wear them out." After that, Wang Wei and Yen Liling spent a few hours helping Li Jun test his new ability and its limit. Finally, as the group rested, Wang Wei told Li Jun, "I have some good news for you." "Well, it might also be considered bad news," while looking at Yen Liling while saying the latter half of this sentence. She snorted unhappily, obviously knowing what he was going to say. "What's going on?" asked Li Jun. Before giving him the news, Wang Wei first explained what happened in the few days that he was in a coma. "What does this have to do with me?" "Well, before deciding to help us completely, the matriarch of the Fox Demon clan wanted to form a more united alliance with our sect. To be precise, they wanted to form a marriage alliance." Li Jun immediately guessed where this was going, and his instinct was warning him that things will be bad for him from now on. "As you can imagine," continued Wang Wei while ignoring the sweating Li Jun in front of him, "since I already find the love of my life, and I have no plan or desire to add another one to the list, the sect chose you for this alliance." Li Jun's mouth twitched after hearing this as he felt the fury of Yen Liling sitting next to him. More importantly, she was holding his hand tightly, then a powerful heat came out of nowhere wanting to burn him to ash. Ignoring the pain his left hand was currently in, he asked, "Can I refuse?" while squeezing a forced smile. "Unfortunately, no. Your father and mother have already set everything in motion." Li Jun then took a deep breath. "Whom am I marrying this time?" "Suai. The young matriarch of the Fox Demon clan that we met in the Chi Luck trial?" "That's her." "Well, at least she's beautiful." Then Li Jun's hand was instantly burned. Ignoring the shenanigans of these two, Wang Wei stood up and said, "Well, I will leave you two lovebirds to yourself." Then, he left the room as if something was chasing him. "Don't you have something to say?" asked Yen Liling with gritted teeth. "Linger, you know that this kind of thing is out of our control." Yen Liling became silent after hearing this as she knew that he was right. When the sect made the decision, they did not even consult her, just notified her of the result. Only her aunt, Great Elder Yen Mei, took time to talk to her and made sure that she was okay. "This does not mean that I will forgive you so easily. Okay, you can be mad at me for as long as you want, but before that, I need your help with something," replied Li Jun. "Are you trying to change the subject?" "No." After seeing the serious look on his face, Yen Liling realized that he was not kidding around, so she took the matter seriously. "What do you need my help with?" I need you to use your innate talent to create a special pill for me? A special pill? What kind of pill? One that can read memories. And what are you going to do with it? After a brief pause, Li Jun explains to her all his plans. Yen Liling suddenly screamed, "Are you crazy? Do you want to get yourself killed?" "I need to do this," replied Li Jun with a determined voice. "After the recent failure, I realized that the amount of help that I can offer Big Brother Wang Wei is smaller than I anticipated. After many calculations, I think that currently, this is the best way to help him." Yen Liling became silent after hearing his words, then she asked, "How long have you been thinking about doing this?" "For quite some time. But your plan relies too much on luck," added Yen Liling. "We're dealing with someone that is likely an expert of the soul, and you want to read their memories without them even noticing?" Big Brother Wang Wei once theorized that memories are located in two places, the brain and the soul. Most mortals have weak souls, so they store their memories in their brains, while cultivators have powerful souls, so they use their souls to store their memories. However, it does not mean that mortal's soul does not have any memory, nor does cultivator's brain. It is just that they do not rely on it too much, if at all. So, what we have to do is to target the brain instead of the soul. That way our chances of success will greatly increase. Chapter 259. Wang Wei sat on a purple golden throne full of decorations of dragons, different worlds and civilizations, and strings of fate connecting all these things. He was waiting for someone, and he did not have to wait long. Soon after, a beautiful woman wearing a long cheongsam walked in. She had long legs and her feet bare, and every time she took a step, runes appeared underneath her white feet to support her. Her phoenix eyes were very profound, as if containing all the secrets of the universe, and her smile more radiant than a million suns. Wu Hong looked at the room that was decorated like a throne. She asked, "Why did you decorate it like this?" "The other day I was in a kingly mood, so I decorated it as such," replied Wang Wei nonchalantly, then motioned her for her to seat on him, and she did it without much thought or hesitation. After that, she caressed his silver-gray hair. "I forgot that sometimes you can be a little too much." Wang Wei shrugged as he said back, "What's the point of having all this power if I cannot do as I please?" True, for someone who pursues freedom like yourself, you can do whatever you please based on your emotions or desires. "So, how have you been recent?" asked Wu Hong while still playing with his hair. "Terrible." "Oh, why is that?" "Because I've missed you very dearly," replied Wang Wei with a serious look on his face. "Is that so? In that case, let me make it up to you." She lowered her head and kissed him very passionately. The two spent the next half hour inseparable from one another. Since they did not need to breathe, their lips never separated from one another. This single kiss made it look like they were separated for countless millennia, and were finally reunited after fighting gods, demons, Buddhas, and even heaven and earth itself. Of course, Wang Wei wanted more than some lip action, so his dirty hand traveled from Wu Hong's legs under her dress, in an attempt to reach the forbidden zone. Unfortunately for him, she slapped him away before he could get what he wanted. "It's been so long, when can we go further?" he asked. "For one, we have not to go through the proper ceremony to become Tao companions," replied Wu Hong with her usually calm face and voice. "Second, you cannot touch me until you finish temper all your organs and blood." "I understand the first reason, but what does my body refining level have to do with anything? For one, your current fleshly body is too weak to keep up with me." Wang Wei immediately looked at her as if she was crazy. However, Wu Hong just held his hand and squeezed lightly. Immediately afterward, his hand was pulverized into millions of particles. There was no blood and bones left, they were instantly pulverized. A few seconds later, his hand grew back and he said, "Although I knew that your fleshly body was powerful, I did not think that it was this scary." Wu Hong just smiled as she continued to caress his hair. This was one of the reasons that she loved him. He did not have the usual ego of man in this world, the ego that would not accept their companions to be more powerful than them. Also, he will not feel inferior because of this, but motivate himself to reach the level of being equal to her. And Wu Hong believed that not only will he reach her level, but even surpass her. Then she will try to surpass him and eventually succeed. This cycle will push them forward together until they reach the end of the Tao and beyond it. "The main reason for stopping you is that after your body reaches a certain level, I can use dual cultivation to help further refine your body, thus saving you a lot of time and detour in the future." Wang Wei nodded in agreement with her, then he did not mention the subjects anymore. Taking out a purple light from his space ring, he said, "Just seeing your beautiful face was not the only reason that I wanted to meet you today." "Is that the special merit you received after setting up the school system?" "Yes. I have checked it and have many of the elders of the sect checked it, and they found nothing wrong with it. But just in case, I want you to see if there is anything wrong with it, if there is some kind of backhand left in it. I think you are being too paranoid, replied Wu Hong as she took the purple merit to check. Her eyes turned into strange circular runes as she looked at it. Given my history with Heavenly Tao, can you blame? Well, I've checked and there is nothing wrong with it. As I said before, you are too paranoid. Heavenly Tao is fair, it has rules and regulations to follow, and it cannot attack or plot against you for no reason. Then why does it hate me so much? I can feel it during the ceremony, it was very reluctant to give me the reward I deserve. According to your logic, it should have a reason to hate me. Wu Hong became silent after hearing this, so after seeing this, Wang Wei asked, Is this one of the things that you cannot tell me? Wu Hong shook her head, It's not this. Because I do not know. Do not know? What do you mean? Logically speaking, when it comes to this kind of information that is very important to you, I should know about it, but my mind or memory is blank. The odd thing is when I tried to do actual research to find the cause of your problems, I could not find anything. To be precise, it was like the information was right in front of me, but I gloss it over. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, then he asked, Do you know what's going on? Well, it's like someone. However, she stopped midway and did not continue. Like someone is only giving you a limited amount of information, enough to help me, but not enough for me to be too reliant on you? Wu Hong nodded her head and Wang Wei sighed deeply. It seems that we might be in a bigger quagmire than anticipated. Wu Hong could not agree more as she knew more than him. So, she lowered her head to touch his, and they remained silent in each other's embrace. Meanwhile, she looked in the distance with a dazed look on her face. There, Wu Hong could see a vague figure that looked exactly like herself, except the temperament was otherworldly, transcendent. She thought to herself while looking at the figure, Crazy woman, why do you have to put so many restrictions on me? Couldn't you do what you wanted and not care about the consequences? However, soon she realized that she might be calling herself crazy and she secretly sighed deeply. Things were beginning to be more complicated than she would like them to be. Wang Family Mountain, inside a secret room. Yu Yen sat cross-legged in front of a formation with an elderly woman on the other side. Mom, did the merit help cure father's injuries? Unfortunately no, replied Yu Yan's mother and Wang Wei's grandmother, Yun Zhaojun. What? How come? Does he need more? Yun Zhaojun sighed deeply with melancholy. By now, you should guess that your father's problem cannot be dealt with resources, and the decision that he has made. Yu Yan became quiet for a moment after hearing this, then she asked, What about you? I'll always accompany him wherever he goes. Knowing her mother, she was not that surprised, so she asked, How long do we have? A few 100 years, maybe less. That's not a long time, replied Yu Yan. Although she knew that this day would come, she never thought that it would be so soon. Can't you both of you change your minds? Or at the very least you do. Yun Zhaojun sighed again before saying, Daughter, I know that my decision is very selfish and I'm very sorry to you. But I have made my mind. If you cannot change your mind for me, then do it for Wire. You should know how attached he is to you. Can you imagine how devastating this news will be to him? This time it was Yun Zhaojun to be silent. After more than 5 minutes, she sighed for the third time and said, Wire has always been a very intelligent kid, so I know he will understand our decision. Even if he understands, it does not mean he can accept it. You may be right, daughter. Unfortunately, this will be one of the many hard lessons that he will have to learn in his cultivation journey. After discovering that she could not change her mother's mind, Yu Yan gave up. Fine, I respect your choice, but you have to be the one who tells Wire the truth. Fine, but it does not have to be right now. There is no need to place such worry in his mind for now. Chapter 260. Tao Opening Sect, Tribulation Mountain. One of the elders of the sect was standing on the mountain holding a golden light in his hand. He could feel many eyes watching his actions, but he paid them no mind. After taking a deep breath, he absorbed the golden merit. Following this, a powerful aura emanated from his body, the aura of a saint. More importantly, his aura kept increasing in strength and intensity. Luckily, the formation in the mountains prevented the pressure released from his aura from affecting the other disciples of the sect. Soon afterward, the laws of heaven and earth in a few hundred diameters of this saint realm true person came into his control. To be precise, it was the law of fire. In this small space, he was the absolute ruler when it comes to how fire behaves between heaven and earth. This was his domain. After his domain showed up, it started a strange transformation. It was slowly transforming into a shape. It was taking physical form. This was in fact the Dharma body of a supreme realm powerhouse. As the Dharma body slowly formed, countless understand of the laws started to enter his mind as he entered a state of enlightenment. As time passed by, the Dharma body was slowly formed except for the face. The reason being that this elder has to pass a certain test before the face can be completely formed. And this test involves his own Tao. Soon afterward, the face of the Dharma body was shown, and it was not the face of the elder but Emperor Qiyuan's face. Meaning, this elder cultivated the origin path scripture. After seeing this, the elder sighed in disappointment. Although he knew that this was most likely the outcome, he still hoped that the golden merit would help. In the supreme realm, there are 3 echelons or tiers. First, the people rely on their cultivation techniques to break through. These people are usually at the bottom of the barrel as they only follow the path of the ancestor and their futures are bleak. The second tiers are the people who have a slight understanding of their own Tao or path. This tier can slightly modify their cultivation techniques to fit them the best. This tier is considered the mainstream of the myriad emperor world as most talented individuals are in that category. Nevertheless, the Dharma bodies of both these tiers are the people who created the techniques that they cultivate. As for the last tier, it is for the geniuses who have their own Tao, their own path and pursuit. All the people in that tier create their own cultivation techniques perfectly suited for them before entering the supreme realm. Hence, their Dharma bodies are always their own face and body. Additionally, this tier is the only one who can actually bear the heaven will and prove the Tao. Without having your own Tao, even the heaven will was granted to a cultivator, he could not do anything with it. Furthermore, even if the people of this tier do not manage to prove the Tao, some of the truly talented ones can enter a cultivator realm called quasi-emperor. As the name implied, these true monarchs have some qualities of a great emperor, thus making them extremely powerful, and their lifespan dramatically increase. Of course, in the end they are still mortals and will eventually die. Back to the tribulation peak. After Emperor Qiyuan's face manifested, the aura surrounded the elder changed from a saint one to a supreme one. Finally, a cloud appeared in the sky as heavenly tribulation finally showed up. However, before it could descend, a golden light came from the elder's body and the clouds in the sky were dispersed. This was the power of golden merit. With the right amount, it can not only turn a saint into a supreme, but even heavenly tribulation will not be a problem. Following this, the Dharma body entered the elder's body and his body started transforming. During the process, countless visions appeared around the domains of the Tao opening sect. There were golden lotuses in the sky, followed by heavenly music. Heavenly maidens were dancing, and saints were preaching in harmony. Many people quickly noticed the changes happening there and started to secretly observe. The visions lasted for a few hours until the new Supreme Elder woke up from his transformation. He sighed with a very hidden melancholy. He waved his hand, and the laws of fire manifested in front of him. Although the power was more powerful than before, he could tell that it was different. It has the power of origin in it. The new Supreme Elder knew that the reason for that was because he entered the first tier of Supreme Realm. Hence, affected by the origin path scripture, his laws were fundamentally changed. One would think that since the Tao of origin is more powerful than the 5 elements he previously cultivated, shouldn't he be happy for such a change? The answer is no. Since the Tao does not belong to him, of course he could not control even 1/10 of its true power. The new Supreme Elder did not stay depressed for long as he already knew that this was the best outcome for him. His talent was very low, and it was due to a fortunate encounter that he managed to enter the Saint Realm in the first place. And the only reason that he could enter the Supreme Realm was that the sect wanted to do a dangerous experiment, so he volunteered without hesitation. So, it did not matter that he was the lowest tier of Supreme Realm as long as he was one. Tianwei Peak, all the great elders and elders who held positions of power in the sect watched the breakthrough through a formation. Using merit can indeed allow us to forcefully break through the Supreme Realm even though the path of Supreme is technically still cut off. However, the person receives no merits for being the first to so. After all, he did not do it on his own. Of course, Heavenly Tao will not reward him. None of that matters, said Great Elder Yen Mei. What truly matters is whether this method can forcefully open the path of Supreme, and allow us to break through with our own abilities. After hearing this, all these saints started to calculate the secrets of heaven. Unfortunately, the answer that they received was negative. It was still not possible for any of them to become true monarchs unless they used merit. So, our plan failed? Not necessarily, suddenly said Sect Master Wang Tian. I just received news that from my father that although the path of Supreme is still cut off, the time for it to open has dramatically decreased. In other words, as long as the number of people who forcefully become true monarchs increase, the faster that true path of supreme can be open? Asked Yen Mei. That's correct. In that case all we have to do is wait. Seeing that we made the first move, the other emperor lineages should hurry to follow. That's true, replied Wang Tian. However, beforehand, let's decide who among us want to use merit to make their breakthrough. However, no one in that room wanted to do so. As the upper echelons of the Tao opening sect, all of them are the cream on top when it comes to talent. As such, none of them believed for a moment that they will need help to become supremes. Using merit is a shortcut method, and people who use this method have very weak foundations. So, it is never okay to use merit directly break through any cultivation realm. The best use of it is to assist cultivators in enlightening in the Tao. Seeing that no one actually wanted to use the easy way out, Wang Tian secretly nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, in that case, after I distribute the merit, you guys can save it for when the true path of supreme is open. As for the rest, other saints can use contribution points to redeem and make their breakthrough. Soon after this meeting ended, the world dramatically changed. Many emperor lineages with enough merit started having saints breaking through the supreme realms. As for the ones that did not have enough merit, they either banded together through alliance, fought one another, or focused their attention on the schools and educating mortals to gather more merits. So, in the next few months, many visions could be seen all over the sky in the myriad emperor world. Things only returned to calm after everybody remembered the heaven-chosen selection trial, thus placed their gazes towards the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Finally, the academy, which was trying to remain low-key, finally had to address the situation and give a proper explanation to all the participants and the sects behind them. Thus, like the grand opening of the tournament, a live broadcast took place. Chapter 261. Under the eyes of all the people watching the tournament, someone from the academy appeared in the stadium. Most people quickly noticed that it was not Bai Han who showed up this time, but a middle-aged man named Song Li. Many people knew him as the upper echelon of the academy, while the teachers there knew him as the head of the faction that was against Bai Han cheating, and asked him to just bow his head. After Song Li showed up at the venue, he announced, due to recent events, the academy has decided to cancel the remaining rounds of the tournament. But do not fret, we are aware that our decision is quite abrupt. As such, we will compensate the participants by giving all the top 30 heaven-chosen the same amount of time enlightening in front of the Tao tablets. The cancellation of this tournament was not a surprise to some people, as rumors were previously released by the academy to give the emperor lineages a heads-up. The real reason that many people came to participate in the first place was to see what kind of compensation that the academy would give the participants. And many people were not happy, at least the people with the ability to enter the top 10 were not. According to the academy's previous rules, the higher a participant ranked, the more time he or she could spend with the Tao tablets, thus giving them an advantage over their competitors. In the battle for the heaven will, any little advantage could mean the difference between becoming an immortal supreme being, great emperor, and forever remaining immoral. But now this advantage was gone. Although the academy used the term fairness to explain their actions, anyone thinking logically knew that there was no fairness in this situation. For example, while they had a limited time with the tablets, a person like Lin Fan could basically use it whenever he felt like it. Nevertheless, despite how these people felt, Song Li did not pay them any mind and continued. Additionally, the academy would like to take this opportunity to apologize to all the professionals that we have offended. In our attempt to remedy the situation, we have also reserved 4 additional spots for the tablets, just like previous tournaments. Please choose the 4 individuals that will gain access to this opportunity. Many of the people watching this broadcast and sneered after hearing this. The cunning ones instantly understood that this Song Li wanted the people who allied against the academy to fight between themselves when deciding which professionals to gain this opportunity. And hopefully during the process, break this loose alliance headed by the Tao opening sect based solely on benefit. What's beautiful about this simple plan is the fact even if someone is aware of it, there is nothing that they could do about it, as this is an open plot. Cultivators will never give up any benefit. After this short event, many people knew not to underestimate this new headmaster, as he is a cunning fox. Now that everything is settled, said Song Li, let's begin the ceremony to place these heaven-chosen's name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. Hold on, headmaster, suddenly ringed a voice throughout the stadium. Song Li turned his head to see who spoke, and to his surprise, it was the true disciple of his own academy, Lin Fan. Young headmaster, this is not the time. If you have something to say, you do so after the ceremony is over, said Song Li with a frown on his face. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but this is the exact time to speak. Song Li could guess what Lin Fan wanted to say next, but he did not stop it. So, what do you want to say? Many of us here came to this trial to garner fame, glory, and recognition. Personally, I do not think it's fair to those people to stop this tournament just like that. The Academy has already decided to stop the tournament. It's fine if it's stopped, replied Lin Fan calmly with a smile on his face. But this is not reason enough to stop any battles from happening. After all, I'm sure many people of the audience would love to see a clash between this generation's top heaven chosen. A brief pause followed Lin Fan's words, then a member of the audience yelled, "That's true, I would love to see such battles." Me too. Me as well. Fight. 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 Soon enough, the entire stadium was full of chanting, invigorating the previously dull and desolate atmosphere. As for Lin Fan, he had a slight smirk on his face as he enjoyed being in the spotlight. He imagined the trillion of people watching this broadcast, and him being the center of attention. He was glad that he followed this plan. Meanwhile, Song Li looked at the satisfied look on Lin Fan's face, sighed deeply before saying, "So, young headmaster, what do you propose we do?" Since Lin Fan was their future headmaster and he wanted to do something, the Academy would support him. As for the later consequences of his actions, the Academy is still able to protect their own heaven chosen. Lin Fan's smile became even more prominent, then he said, "Personally, I think that we should start big. For example, I challenge you," he then pointed at someone. All the gazes of the world looked in the direction he was pointed, and it turns out that he was pointing to the number 3 heavenly physique, Su Wei, who was standing in the middle of the stadium with all the other heaven chosen. Although a little surprised by the sudden challenge, her facial reaction did not change much, nor did she display any form of emotion. She giggled with a sweet and melodious voice, "Young Master Lin Fan, are you trying to bully this poor and helpless woman? Why don't you challenge any of the other men? I'm sure that they would be more than welcome to accept your challenge." With a calm look on his face, Lin Fan sneered, "Only a fool would believe that young Lady Suya is a helpless woman. As for the reason that I'm challenging you first, it's not because of your gender, but because I plan to slowly challenge the people in the heaven chosen list ranked above me. However, if Lady Suya does not want to accept my challenge, I can still challenge someone more powerful than you." While saying the last phrase, Lin Fan was looking at Jian Wushuang, who was ranked 1 number higher than Suya. "Oh my, it seems that I have been underestimated," said Suya with a gentle smile on her face. "Although I know that you are trying to bait into fighting you, I will accept your challenge. It's about time someone taught you that you cannot be as cocky as you were in the lower realm." Lin Fan's mouth twitched after hearing this, then a powerful killing intent emerged from his eyes. Meanwhile, Suya giggled again as she said, "Oh, did I hit a sore spot?" Song Li watched the entire interaction in the sky while secretly shaking his head. He could tell that Suya instantly controlled the rhythm of the battle with those few words. As someone who can control emotions and desires, one needs to be always in a calm state of mind when fighting her, otherwise she will use your own emotions against you. After seeing those two agreed on a battle, Song Li cleared out the field and provided them with enough space to fight. All the other heaven chosen returned to their own booth to watch this battle. Lin Fan was standing opposite Suya and with gritted teeth, he said, "I will make you regret your words." "Whatever you say, farm boy," replied Suya with a nonchalant look on her face as she took out a bow from her space ring. Meanwhile, after hearing her called him farm boy, a great deal of rage enveloped Lin Fan. The term farm boy was a derogative word used by people of this world to describe geniuses from the lower realm. It has a negative connotation insinuating that they were peasants and of low status. After knowing the existence of that word, Lin Fan hated it with a passion. Even though no one dared to call him that as he is the rightful heir of the enlightening Emperor Academy, he still hated it. Yet, today of all day someone actually called him that in front of the entire world, in front of trillions of people. Veins started appearing on Lin Fan's head, then without hesitation or preparation, he rushed straight towards Suya. He looked like a charging bull that had lost his mind because of rage. As for her, she snickered at how easy it was to rile him up. She pulled the strings of her bow and a yellow arrow appeared, then she released it. Chapter 262? After Suya released the yellow arrow, it turned into countless arrows before reaching its destination. It was like a barrage of 1,000 if nor more archers shooting at once. Nevertheless, Lin Fan just sneered after seeing this attack. Once the arrows hit, they bounced off his skin while making sounds of two metals clashing. His absolute chaos physique granted a very powerful fleshly body as well, so he continued his rush towards his opponent. Unfortunately for him, midway through, he suddenly vomited a big mouthful of blood. He was injured. With a confused look on his face, Lin Fan could not discover where the injuries came from. And Suya was not about to give him time to think or process the entire situation. Soon more arrows came from the sky, wanting to turn Lin Fan into a hedgehog. He did not want to be careless this time, so he used his origin essence to erect a barrier around himself. Thus, all the arrows bounced off his shield. Yet he still spewed out another big mouthful of blood. This time though, Lin Fan discovered the origin of his injuries. It was his liver. Somehow, Suya's attack could directly bypass his outer layer protection and directly attack his internal organs. Despite knowing this, another problem aroused. How did she do it? While these thoughts quickly rushed through Lin Fan's head, another barrage of arrows came toward him. This time though, he opted to use his speed to evade. Although he was constrained by the small size of the arena, he was still fast enough to evade all these arrows. Unfortunately, Lin Fan still discovered that he was injured even without any contact with his opponent. Oh my! Looked at the number 1 absolute chaos physique running away in battles, with confusion written all over his face. "What's going on?" said Suya with a smirk in her voice. Meanwhile, after hearing this, a sudden fear emerged in Lin Fan's mind. Fear of the unknown, fear of the possibility of losing. As soon as those emotions appeared in his mind, he coughed a large amount of blood again. However, he quickly noticed that this time around, it was his kidney that was injured. A few common sayings quickly appeared in his mind. Anger hurts the liver, fear hurts the liver. Adding to that Suya's physique that involves controlling emotions and desires, and the fact that she made him angry at the beginning of the match, Lin Fan quickly figured out how her attacks work. So, Lin Fan controlled his soul inside his sea of consciousness to enter a state of peace, a state of indifference to worldly matters and desires. A state similar to the Taoist sect's ultimate state of inactiveness, Taishuang indifference. After seeing Lin Fan's current situation, Suya sneered as she thought to herself, "Figure it out so quickly? Unfortunately for you, your state of mind is nothing compared to these Taoist masters that has spent their entire life cultivating their minds." After entering this pseudo-quiet state, Suya's attacks were rendered ineffective. Even if the arrows directly hit Lin Fan, they could not bypass his defense. So, with newfound confidence, he went on the offensive. He first took out a sword. As a person who has the absolute chaos physique, Lin Fan is innately gifted with everything. Whatever he wants to learn, he can. With this physique, he can easily become a jack of all trade. After all, chaos is the embodiment of everything that was and ever will be. It is the origin of Taos. Can be everything or nothing at all. So, it was very easy for Lin Fan to learn the way of the sword and became accomplished in it, even if he was not a pure swordsman. With a wave of his sword, a powerful purple thunder rushed straight towards Suya. What's more, this thunder was also wrapped in flame. Without hesitation, Suya evaded that attack. She did not want to go toe-to-toe with such a powerful attack. And her instinct was correct. Boom. A massive explosion occurred on the spot that the thunder flame attacked hit the stadium, leading to the entire arena shaking uncontrollably. A large number of runes appeared surrounding the arena as a formation was activated. It prevented the attack to reach the members of the audience, and reinforced the fighting arena so that it was not destroyed by these mighty attacks. Without any pause or giving his opponent any room to breathe, Lin Fan continued to attack Suya with his Chaos Thunder Flame, and she did not want to fight head-on with this attack. Suya could tell that even if she could block it, she might suffer from low to mild injuries. Unfortunately, unlike those people in the top 4 heavenly physique, she did not have a powerful fleshly body or unimaginable healing abilities. Although she had her ways to quickly heal herself in case needed, it was not as easy for her as the others, so she dodged the attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Fan slightly changed his tactics when he saw that his attacks were not directly working. With a wave of his sword, the Chaos Thunder Flame turned into thousands of small swords, floating over Su Wei just like her arrows. With the utmost intention to destroy everything in their paths, these swords rushed towards her. At first she tried to dodge these attacks. Unfortunately, the speed of the thunder fire was beyond what she could actually react to. So she had to block. Immediately, she used a technique called Guarded Heart. This technique is based on the idea of once someone else truly loves another, they will do everything in their powers to protect them, even sacrificing their own life. A pink shield appeared around her. Following this, a massive explosion occurred once Lin Fan's attack came in contact with her. Powerful shock waves emanated from the center of the explosion. After the first wave of attack was finished, Suya looked pale in comparison to her previous complexion. Although she survived the attack, she knew that her protection would not last long. So she used another method. Another person suddenly appeared next to her. This person had a weird mask on their face, had chains on both his hands and feet, and it was wearing armor with spikes on them. However, the spikes were actually inward, piercing through his flesh. He looked like he was in severe pain, but he did not scream, maybe because his mask was covering his mouth. Su Ya's shield also enveloped the masked figure. So, when Lin Fan's second wave of attacks arrived, it protected both of them. Oddly though, after this round of attacks, her pale complexion returned to normal. However, she did not have time to react as soon afterward. The third wave of attacks arrived. This time, however, her shield was broken and countless thunderflame swords rushed to her. A massive explosion similar to a nuclear weapon occurred, and many people thought that Su Ya might have lost this fight. However, they were wrong. Once the explosion site was cleared, Su Ya appeared perfectly fine without a scratch on her. Of course, the same could not be said to the masked figure next to her. It was completely disfigured with burnt all over its body. For the people who could use their divine sense to watch what happened, they knew that Su Ya actually transferred all her injuries to the masked figure. Moreover, this figure seemed to enjoy suffering from pain, and some people could even feel that its aura increased a little after suffering from that attack. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not care as he continued his attacks. This time, however, it was not just sword that the thunder flame turned into, but different animals like dragons and phoenixes. As he continued to attack, Su Ya started to defend herself and evade her at the same time. Meanwhile, during the entire process, Lin Fan had a smile on his face. He enjoyed watching his opponent squirm under his attacks, especially after she said these words to him. But he also knew that this was a battle and he should quickly finish his opponent. So, with a smirk on his face, his next attack turned into a gigantic thunderflame sword. "This is what you get for looking down on me," said Lin Fan with a smile on his face. Then he waved his sword downward, planning to finish his foe once and for all. Unfortunately, things did not go as he planned. When the massive sword was midway to its descent, Lin Fan suddenly vomited a big mouthful of blood, and his attacks exploded in the air before reaching the target. A quick check, he found that it was his heart that was injured this time, and the degree of damage was more severe than the previous attacks. Lin Fan then remembered the saying, "Joy nourishes the heart and too much hurts it." He raised his head, only to see a cunning smirk on Su Ya's face, and he knew that he was played. Chapter 263? Lin Fan knew that his injuries this time were truly severe. After all, it was his heart that was attacked. However, he was not that worried. Not because of how powerful his fleshly body is, but because of the string of chaos chi that the Academy gave him, which was located inside his heart. And he was right. Soon after, a mysterious power came from his heart and healed it. Nevertheless, Lin Fan was not happy as he could see a red flame slowly appearing inside his sea of consciousness. Immediately, he used his spiritual power or soul power to try to extinguish the flame, but it was of no use. On the contrary, his action seemed to fasten the growth of the red flame. Lin Fan then looked at Su Ya and said, "What did you do to me?" The latter sneered before answering, "Don't you like to play with flame? Then enjoy my flame of anger." After a few seconds, the flame turned from a small ember to a raging forest fire. As for Lin Fan, he immediately found himself in deep trouble. He felt a wave of overwhelming anger slowly occupying his mind. It was as if every time he ever felt the emotion anger, in his century-long life was condensed into a single moment. And he was experiencing it all at once. No, it might not just be the anger he felt in his life, but also the ones he will feel in the future. Although that sounded impossible, that was how he felt. Although he tried to resist this immense amount of emotion, it was futile. Soon, his mind was overtaken and Lin Fan lost consciousness. A powerful and bestial roar echoed throughout the entire arena, making many of the audience members shuddered. This roar was primal, containing no emotion or reason except for the desire to destroy everything in its path. So, that's exactly what Lin Fan did. Countless shapes made of chaos thunder flame manifested around him. There were swords, dragons, phoenixes, pagodas, figures of the Academy's great emperors, etc. Then they started to bomb the entire arena indiscriminately. Hundreds if not thousands of explosions similar to nuclear explosions occurred in the arena. Mushroom clouds were everywhere the eyes could see. Powerful shock waves created by these attacks, creating even more damage. The array surrounding the arena was quickly activated to prevent the audience from being affected. However, the entire formation was shaking far greater than an earthquake of magnitude of 10 or higher. So, many of them who had low cultivation feared that the array would not be able to hold on for long. During the entire process, Lin Fan was still standing in the arena. Due to his madness, he did not even evade his own attack, so he was injured. Luckily for him, his origin essence still automatically erected a barrier around him. Unfortunately, that only managed to slightly reduce the damage he received. So, a very burned Lin Fan was standing in the arena. More importantly, he did not stop after the first volley of attack but continued to indiscriminately attack the surroundings. Luckily for him, his absolute chaos physique provided him with a powerful fleshly body, and the chaos chi inside his body quickly healed his body. Unfortunately for him, his origin essence was rapidly consuming with these large attacks. Although he could replenish it by absorbing the spiritual chi in the surrounding, with how much these powerful attacks cost him, he won't be able to last long. Meanwhile, during the entire process, Suya was floating in the sky, far from Lin Fan and the arena, watching everything with a sneer on her face. There is a reason that the 7 Emotions 6 Desire physique is ranked 3rd in the heavenly physique list. No matter the person or cultivator, he or she cannot escape the shackles of emotions and desires. Whether it was those cultivators who cultivate the indifferent Tao and abandon their emotions, or the Taoist sect cultivators who practice a form of indifferent Tao that involves accepting that things in the universe happen for a reason, even life and death, so do not worry about them. All of them also have desires, the desire to pursue the Tao. So, even they would be susceptible to Suya's powers. Fighting her is like fighting yourself, or always being in a state of heart demon. She can take advantage of the slightest flaws in your mind and use them to her advantage. Given that no being in existence is absolutely perfect, no one can escape her power. Down in the arena, after Lin Fan went on his 5th round of attack, his complexion was pale, and he was breathing heavily. The amount of time it took him to heal his injuries has dramatically increased. When he was about to commence his 6th round, a bell suddenly rang in Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan managed to regain consciousness for a brief moment. Without wasting this opportunity, he immediately controlled his chaos chi to enter his sea of consciousness and purge that flame of anger from his body. While taking deep breaths, Lin Fan half knelt in the arena. On the sky, Suya frowned after seeing this, then she muttered softly, "Soul protection treasure?" She is not blind to soul protection treasure, as she has one too. All the heaven chosens from emperor lineages will be granted a soul protection treasure once they enter the supernatural realm. As the name implies, the treasure is to protect their souls from being directly attacked and destroyed, protect their bodies from being taken over by other cultivators, and when they reach the primordial spirit realm, the soul protection treasure can save their primordial spirit in case their bodies are destroyed. That way, as long as their sect creates a new body for them, or finds another one for them to occupy, they can be revived. As for Wang Wei, the only reason that he did not have one was that his soul was too unique. His paragon soul can protect him from most soul attacks and destroy anyone who enters his sea of consciousness and tries to occupy his body. According to a test that the Tao opening sect made, it would take an average Supreme Realm True Monarchs an entire hour constantly attacking Wang Wei's soul before they could injure him. And the reason for that is because although the quality of his soul is very high, the amount of soul power he had cannot be compared to Supreme Realm powerhouses. Another reason was that his soul was somewhat arrogant. After placing a saint-level soul protection treasure inside his sea of consciousness, it was kicked out by his own soul, telling him that it was not worthy to share the same space as him. So Wang Wei tried a Supreme Tier 1. Although it was not kicked out, he felt very uncomfortable for some reason. So he placed the treasure in his space ring instead. Hopefully, if one day he actually needs to use that treasure, he will have enough time to remove it from his space ring, or it can activate on his own. Of course, after that test, Wang Wei's grandfather warned him not to be too arrogant or careless about this ability, as in this world, nothing is absolute. Wang Chang went on to tell his grandson a story about something that happened in his generation. Apparently, a mortal once killed a Supreme Realm powerhouse. According to the tale, this Supreme Realm True Monarchs accidentally killed this mortal's family during a battle. As a result, the mortal held a tremendous amount of hatred for him. 100 years later, when that mortal was close to death, he somehow managed to track down the true monarch. Then, in front of him, the mortal slit his own throat while cursing the true monarch to die a painful death. The mortal's hatred was so strong that he actually managed to create a powerful curse after sacrificing his life. The true monarch was entangled by the curse for a few hundred years before he died a painful and gruesome death. This event was famous during Wang Chang's generation, as cultivators never imagined that a mortal could actually kill a cultivator, let alone one at the top of the food chain. Meanwhile, back to the fight, after Lin Fan woke up from his madness, he looked at Suya with hatred. However, knowing that his opponent can use his own emotions against him, he quickly used the Chaos Chi to calm himself down. Then, tattoos or symbols started appearing all over Lin Fan's body. He was prepared to use his innate talent. His body turned into a purple-black color, and similar ore-like energy seemed to envelop him. It was as if it was part of his body. Stars, galaxies, and worlds could be seen in the aura surrounding him. His eyes turned completely white. It was a very pure white, the purest of white that ever existed in the universe. A noble aura emanated from his body. It was like the aura of the noble creatures between heaven and earth. After his transformation, Lin Fan looked at Suya as he said with a majestic voice, "Now, you will experience the power of my Chaos Demon God body." Chapter 264. After activating his innate talent, Lin Fan's transformation gave power beyond his wildest imagination. He gripped his first, creating a small explosion. Nodding in satisfaction with his fleshly body, Lin Fan rushed towards Suya, leaving cracks on the arena where he stepped. Without hesitation, Suya waved her hand and the previous masked individual that she summoned appeared in front of her, and he was right in time to receive a powerful punch from Lin Fan. Crack! The masked man's ribs were broken into many pieces and he was sent flying away. The shockwave of that punch still hit Suya, making her vomit a big mouthful of blood. Without pause or hesitation, he rushed towards his enemy to quickly finish her. However, what he hit this time again was the masked man. Somehow, Suya managed to instantly exchange positions with him. This time Lin Fan hit this man's head, and his cranium was shattered. However, the masked individual did not scream in pain but instead groaned with pleasure. Enraged by this reaction, Lin Fan started a non-stop barrage of attacks on him. His fists moved so fast that multiple shadows could be seen. A powerful shockwave occurred with each attack, and the entire arena trembled. After more than 30 seconds without stopping, the masked man fell to the ground in front of Lin Fan. By now, he was unrecognizable as all the 206 bones in his body were completely pulverized. Oddly though, his mouth, which was revealed after his mask was partly destroyed, had a joyous smile on it. Unfortunately for Lin Fan, before he could rejoice at his new victory, the destroyed masked man turned into a liquid goo for a few seconds before a new and intact person appeared. Moreover, his aura was way stronger than previously. Noticing something wrong, Lin Fan raised his head to see Suya holding a mass of green light. Additionally, countless green lights traveled from members of the audience into the green light in her pain. Just by looking at that light, Lin Fan felt a tinge of pain. After the green light reached a certain intensity, Suya threw it into the masked man, and his aura dramatically increased. Immediately, Lin Fan understood how this masked man functioned. The more pain it receives, the stronger it becomes. His mind rapidly calculates and he figures out that Suya probably used this technique as a way to heal herself, but also to fight people with powerful fleshly bodies. Nevertheless, Lin Fan did not care, and he had good reason for being so confident. After the masked man, who was actually referred to as the sadist man by Su Y, absorbed all the pain from the members of the audience, his power dramatically increased. So, he opened his mouth and a powerful dark energy beam. The space around him trembled as the energy traveled, not to mention how fast it was traveling. Yet it was no use. As soon as that beam hit Lin Fan, it was gone. There was no reaction whatsoever. It was like throwing a stone into a lake, but there was no ripple. The sadist man did not stop attacking as more and more beams were shot from his mouth, but it was no use. "Don't waste your time," said Lin Fan with a smirk on his face. "Everything comes from chaos and everything will one day return to it. Alright, now let's end this charade." Raising his hand slowly, he said, "Grand Mist Annihilation." A yellow mist came from his hand and enveloped the sadist man, and then he was gone. There was no scream, no explosion, no shake or sound, and there was no light. He was just gone, annihilated. "Oh, is this possible?" said Suya. "Nothing is impossible for me," replied Lin Fan. "What kind of power is this?" she asked with her voice trembling slightly. With a smirk on his face, Lin Fan said, "When the universe was in a state of chaos, Grand Mist existed. Thus, it has the ability to turn everything it touches back to chaos, back to a state of nothingness." Suya had a shocked expression on her face after hearing this, but internally she was sneering. This Lin Fan has made too many rookie mistakes during this battle. He was easily influenced by my words, he underestimated his opponent, he became too cocky too quickly, he did not seem to have any research or knowledge of my abilities before the match, and now he is even explaining his own ability to his opponent. Well, I guess this should be the result of him growing in the lower realm and never actually having a real challenge in his life. All the geniuses that he fought there were probably easily suppressed by him. Adding to the fact that he was bullied by his family before his physique awakening, he probably developed this showy personality. "It does not matter how powerful your innate talent is," said Suya with a weak voice. "I will not lose so easily." Then, countless tattoos and symbols appeared on her body. A powerful mist came out of her body as well and rushed towards Lin Fan. With a snap of his finger, the yellow grand mist annihilated hers. After that, Lin Fan just bombed her with his ability, and after struggling for a little while, she admitted defeat with a sad tone in her voice. Then the audience started yelling, "Lin Fan," over and over. Basking in the cheer of the crowd, Lin Fan was very satisfied. People finally realized how capable he was. So, without pause, he challenged Jian Wushuang, who was ranked higher than Suya. He knew that this battle would be more difficult as his opponent once defeated Suya, but Lin Fan was not scared. He had the utmost confidence in his Chaz demon god body. And Lin Fan was correct. Although he struggled more during his battle with Jian Wushuang because of how powerful swordsmen's attacks are, he was still the final victor after suffering from a few minor injuries. After that, the crowd almost lost their minds to how much they cheered him up. As they view Lin Fan as an underdog trying to show these proud heaven chosens that even with a humble background, they could still reach the top and defeat them. So, they encouraged him to continue his challenge and he did so. After taking a pill to heal, Lin Fan directly challenged Ji Song. This battle was truly legendary as the number 1 and 2 heavenly physiques confronted one another. Throughout the countless eras of the myriad emperor world, only a few generations had the fate to witness such an event. And the battle lived to everybody's expectations. Although Lin Fan was heavily injured afterward, especially after Ji Song used his innate talent, he was still the final victor. To please his fans, he told them that he would take a few days off to heal before challenging Di Tian, then after he wins he will challenge Wang Wei. Lin Fan knew that he was not yet the match of these two, but he was prepared. He learned a great deal from the previous battles, and after processing his gains during it, his strength would increase dramatically. Additionally, he would use the dual cultivation method with his new wife, Shishir, to increase his strength. So, before the battle with Di Tian, Lin Fan spent a few days in heavenly bliss with not just Shishir, but all of his wives and concubines. Meanwhile, in the fighting arena, the audience saw Lin Fan raise his hand, then stopped as if he was frozen. He stood there for a few minutes without even moving. As for Suya, she sneered as she looked at the frozen Lin Fan. Although your innate talent provides you with a powerful fleshly body and unmatched destructive power, it does not protect your mind. With these unchecked ambitions and never-ending lust, do you think you could escape from me? Moreover, this time your soul protection treasure cannot save you or your chaos chi. She took out her bow and arrow and fired an attack called Broken Heart Arrow. The arrow hit Lin Fan but did not punch anything or leave any mark on him. However, soon afterward, he screamed louder than any squealing pig. Waking up from the embrace of pleasure, Lin Fan felt a terrible pain running all over his body. This pain was not physical, but emotional. It was like all his wives had cheated on him with his worst enemies. Soon after, he fell to the ground, passing out even before hitting the floor. Many members of the audience were confused about what happened, while few people who understood what happened had similar thoughts. What a terrifying illusion, what a terrifying innate talent. Of course, Suya was the only one who truly knew about the terror of her innate talent called Ultimate Illusion of Desires, which has the ability to create a perfect illusion based on the victim's emotions and desires. No one can escape from this ability as long as they have any emotions and desires, even the most basic desire to live. And if a person does not have any emotions or desires, then that person is not living. After Lin Fan's defeat, Suya left. If given the opportunity, she would kill him on the spot, but she knew that the academy would never allow such a thing to happen in their home court. After the battle ended, she flew to her sect's floating booth. As soon as she entered, she sighed and immediately sat down. The first thing she did was to check inside the divine sea where 7 books were floating. To prevent his chaos chi from intervening, I had to use their powers, but the strain they placed on my body was more severe than I anticipated, muttered Suya. After making sure that everything was all right, she discovered that a new situation had developed in the arena. Chapter 265? After Suya and Lin Fan's battle ended, another challenge occurred. It was Jian Wushuang who challenged Ji Song. Unfortunately, the latter declined the invitation. "Why did you refuse my invitation?" asked the swordsman. "Because I have a more important battle waiting for me after this." It was then that Jian Wushuang remembered the promised battle between Ji Song and Wang Wei a few decades ago. So he said, "In that case, how about we decide the outcome of the match with one attack?" Ji Song first grunted at the suggestion, but after seeing the determination and fierce fighting intent inside his opponent's eyes, he accepted. So, the two of them flew into the arena in front of all the viewers. Without wasting time, Jian Wushuang took out his sword and instantly, his calm and gentle temperament changed. He became sharp like a sword. A supreme sword will manifest from his body. The sword will seem endless, boundless, infinite. After spending more than 10 seconds gathering that sword will, he looked at Ji Song, who was looking at him calmly without moving an inch. Without saying another word, Jian Wushuang slashed his sword. A large moon-shaped slash rushed straight towards Ji Song, leaving a mark on the arena that seemed to divide it into two parts. Meanwhile, Ji Song with a calm demeanor raised his hand and blocked that attack with his bare hands. After the slash hit his hand, it did not explode nor was it completely destroyed. It fought against Ji Song's hand for a few seconds before it was extinguished. Jian Wushuang looked at the slight cut in Ji Song's palm with a calm expression on his face. My intuition was correct. After the third round of the tournament, I suddenly felt a great threat from Ji Song, meaning that he had a fortunate encounter that dramatically increased his strength. I guess that even if I use my innate talent and my hidden cards, I might not be his opponent. Thank you for participating in my little game, said Jian Wushuang, who then flew to his own booth. Meanwhile, Ji Song looked at the wound on his hand as it refused to heal. With his fleshly body, a small wound like that should heal instantly. Unfortunately, the sword will remain in his body, impeding his regenerative ability. Nevertheless, he did not care that much as it was only a matter of time before he was properly healed. Then Ji Song raised his head, looked in the direction of the broadcasting formation and said, Wang Wei, it is time for your defeat in my hand, so let's start negotiating the logistics of the battle. A few days later, in the Great Zhou imperial capital, Ji Song's hand was completely healed, and he was in peak shape. He was meditating in order to be in the best shape for this match. Soon his brother Ji Su entered the room. Opening his eyes he said, Brother, what is it? I just heard from Imperial Father that you refused to place your name in the Heavenly Tao Protection Book before your fight. That's correct. Why? Don't you know how dangerous such a battle can be? What if something goes wrong? Asked Ji Su. This battle is a way for me to get rid of Wang Wei as my heart demon. If I go and win, knowing that I am basically immortal while my opponent is not, then how is that going to help me get rid of my heart demon? Still, you Imperial Father, and all the people that are asking me to use this method as a form of protection, only shows that none of you have any faith in me to win this match. Do you think that your actions are helping my state of mind right before such an important match? Ji Su sighed after hearing this. You are right. And just a little worried, that's all. I understand your concerns, said Ji Song. But all of you should have more faith in my strength and abilities. Plus, my Tao Protector will be there, so I will be fine. Ji Su nodded his head, then he said, The Tao Opening Sect has accepted our terms for this fight. That's good. In the endless void outside of the Myriad Emperor world, two people were floating in the empty space. These two people were Yan Qin and Ji Han, the Tao Protectors of Wang Wei and Ji Song. They each took out a black stone the size of a basketball. The stone had slight space fluctuation. Under their control, the two stones fused together, thus becoming twice its original size. Following this, the two raised their hands and mobilized the power of law from their bodies and infused it into the stone. Soon the stone started to rapidly grow. To be precise, a world slowly started to grow. A few days later, the two true monarchs looked at the new world in front of them with satisfaction. It seems that we were able to make full advantage of the void stone since the world grew to the size of a middle thousand world, said Ji Han. True, but it may not hold enough for their battle, replied Yan Qin. That's indeed a problem. In that case, let's connect this artificial world to the Myriad Emperor world. That way the space will be more stable and be able to heal itself. No matter what damage they do during the fight, it won't be a problem. Agreeing with this proposition, Yan Qin helped accomplish the task. Next, they added the finishing touch to the world. After all, this newly created world was in a state of chaos. There was no life, the entire earth was mostly lava and steam, the clouds were dark, there was no forest or mountains, and the air was not breathable. Yan Qin wanted to leave it, given the eventual fate of this world, but Ji Han was adamant about making it livable to even mortals, although they did not place any living organism in it. The process took them an entire month. After it was complete, they quickly finished the final step, which was to place formations around this world. Wang Wei opened his eyes from his meditation after receiving the news that everything was ready for the fight. He stood up and stretched his body. After making sure that he was in perfect condition, he left the room. After saying hello to his family, he met with Yan Qin, who teleported him to the location of the battle. Meanwhile, all the cultivators in the world tuned in to watch. The Heaven Chosens who were still at the academy also started watching this event. Although they were not happy after learning that they had to wait for the final result of this match before they could gain access to the Tao tablets, it was still helpful for many of them to watch such a battle. Whether it was to analyze it and learn something from it or to determine the level of strength or threat of the two participants to them, it was still worth the wait. Meanwhile, after arriving on the battlefield, Wang Wei instantly felt Ji Song's aura at the center. However, he did not immediately go to meet him. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding environment of this world. He discovered that it was a very primitive world full of forest, mountains, rivers, oceans and many more. He also noticed the large amount of volcanoes and the fact that the gravity of this world was abnormal. He sneered after making this discovery. One thing that Wang Wei also noticed, or should say felt, was that this world was weird compared to the Myriad Emperor world or even the Warring Kingdom world. It was like it was incomplete, like the laws that govern this world were missing a few things. After doing his investigation, he finally flew to meet Ji Song who was waiting for him with eyes closed. "I'm curious why you insisted on making this battle public," asked Wang Wei. "Are you becoming an attention whore like Lin Fan?" Opening his eyes with a calm and collected look, Ji Song replied, "Do not insult me by comparing me to the likes of him. The only reason I wanted this fight to be public was because I wanted the world to see me defeat you, just like they did in the Chi Luck trial." "Want to regain your lost face? Well, everyone has the right to dream whatever they wish. Did you bring it?" "Yes," replied Ji Song as he took out a token from his space ring. "What about yours?" Wang Wei took out a drop of deep red blood. Just by appearing, the temperature of the surrounding raised a little. Soon after, the blood and the token flew in the sky before disappearing into a formation. Wang Wei then looked at Ji Song and said, "I can tell you, old friend, today will be one of the worst days of your life." He then rushed straight towards his opponent. Chapter 266. As Wang Wei rushed towards his opponent, the aura of an ancient and primal desolate beast emanated from his body. Before Ji Song could react, he saw a first headed straight to his head. Instinctively, the void around oscillated slightly as a gravity shield surrounded his body. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Wang Wei's fist easily broke the shield and sent Ji Song's body flying away, as his cranium was shattered in the process. However, this was not the end. Turning into a rainbow, Wang Wei instantly appeared in front of the flying Ji Song. His speed was extremely quick, there was no exploding noise of breaking the sound barrier, no shockwave from his rapid acceleration. It was like someone blinked and Wang Wei appeared. Furthermore, there was no sign of the space breaking. With hesitation, Wang Wei punched Ji Song to the ground, creating a massive shockwave once the Crown Prince's body hit the ground. Cracks larger than even the continent of Asia appeared in the place that he landed. All of Ji Song's bones were destroyed and he was coughing blood non-stop. Nevertheless, he also healed quickly. While getting up, Ji Song controlled the gravity of this entire world and placed it entirely on Wang Wei. As a result, every time Wang Wei took a step forward, deep footprints would be left behind. According to his calculations, this level of gravity and pressure barely reached the level when he first started his cultivation under the ocean. So he shrugged it off and rushed towards Ji Song. The latter clashed head-on with Wang Wei's fist, but his entire right arm was pulverized upon intact. However, without hesitation he used his left arm and other T by time for his other arm to grow. Nevertheless, the left arm suffered the same fate as the other. Ji Song wanted to use his feet, but he was not given enough time. Wang Wei grabbed him by his head and flew straight to the nearest chains of mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Using Ji Song's body as a shield or digging equipment, Wang Wei ran through more than 20 mountains without stopping. Then he looked at Ji Song's body and he was not as in bad shape as one would imagine. Moreover, his two arms were halfway from completely regrowing. Nodding in satisfaction with this new punching bag, Wang Wei flew underground using Ji Song's body as his digging tool. He wanted to see what was at the core of this artificial world. After a few minutes of digging, Wang Wei arrived at his destination. He first looked at Ji Song who had the skin in his body grind off from the gravels, ores and minerals underneath the earth. Nevertheless, he was still alive. Wang Wei then focused on the environment and all he saw was lava. The heat around was enough to melt any steel or diamond construct. He frowned after seeing this as he knew that his opponent would benefit from this environment. So Wang Wei took a deep breath, then blew out. A chilling cold came from his mouth, instantly solidified the lava and turning it into an ice continent. Finally, he threw Ji Song's body into the continent. Following this, he spent the next 5 minutes holding Ji Song by the foot and smashing him all over the place like children playing with their dolls. Once he saw that his opponent was on the verge of death, Wang Wei stopped as he looked at him. I have to say this battle was more disappointing than I anticipated. Luckily for you, I'm in the mood to be arrogant, so let me see what your true strength is. After that, Wang Wei waited a few minutes until Ji Song was completely healed. The crown prince then looked at him with hatred and humiliation, but he did not say anything. Flying straight to the surface, Ji Song prepared for his next attack. Looking at the sun, he raised his hand and made a downward motion while saying, Falling Sunday, a powerful gravitational force applied to this world's sun, bring it crashing down towards Wang Wei. However, he just watched it happen without even doing anything. A massive explosion occurred with Wang Wei at the center, which then soon enveloped a quarter of this entire world, scorching everything in its path: trees, rivers, mountains, and oceans. Soon after that, the entire world went dark and the temperature rapidly decreased. Nevertheless, not all plant life in this world died as a result of lack of sunlight. With spiritual chi still existing between heaven and earth, these plants do not have to obey the laws of physics. Meanwhile, far away from the explosion, Ji Song had an ugly look on his face as his divine sense could see still noticed someone standing in the middle of the explosion. After everything was cleared, Wang Wei was standing perfectly fine, with not even a scratch on his white skin. Even his sacred sun clothes were not damaged in the slightest. With a smirk on his face, Wang Wei said, Well, if this was a real Middle Thousand world, maybe this attack would work. Unfortunately for you, even back in the divine altar realm, mortal fire did not affect me. So, even if this sun had a temperature of a few 100 billion Fahrenheit, without having any spiritual flames, it's no use. Wait, why am I explaining my abilities to you? Have I been infected by that idiot Lin Fan? My mother always warned me that idiocy was contagious. Maybe she was right. The wisdom of the older generation is always valuable. Nodding his head, he decided to listen to his mother's words more often. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, back in the academy, was outraged while watching all of this happening. This was the second time that he was humiliated in front of so many people in just a few minutes during this battle. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei has recently developed a dislike for both Li Jun and Lin Fan. The reason? Because both of these guys have a massive harem full of beautiful women, and he was a little jealous. Although it was his choice to practice monogamy, he can still complain. And it's not like he can change his mind now, as Wu Hong would immediately kill him, and he will be as helpless as Ji Song currently is in this fight. Also, since Li Jin is his brother and he cannot maltreat him too much, his attention was placed on Lin Fan. Meanwhile, another person feeling humiliated was, of course, Ji Song. But he did not let his emotions get the best of him. To him, this fight was far from over, as he still had many cards to play. Suddenly, countless black little vortexes appeared around his body, floating around him like subatomic particles floating around a nucleus. Then these black vortexes entered his body. Oddly, no real visible change occurred afterward. Still, giving the confident look on Ji Song's face, it seemed that something amazing may have happened. Then he waved his hand to manifest a very large black vortex, which started attracting and swallowing everything in the surrounding. As for Wang Wei, he looked at the ground, forests, rocks, that were pulled toward Ji Song due to a powerful attractive force. Even he was submerged by this force, but it was no use to him. Nevertheless, he still rushed forward toward his opponent. Although his path was blocked by numerous giant flaming meteorites created by all the debris that Ji Song pulled, that still did not stop his footstep. He rushed straight into these meteorites and destroyed them without reducing his speed. Once he reached in front of Ji Song, he threw a punch. The air broke as his fist traveled toward its destination. Unfortunately, this attack did not do as much damage as anticipated. A black light appeared from Ji Song's body and the attack was gone. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei sensed something from behind him and he instinctively evaded. A powerful attack appeared where he previously stood. Instantly, he noticed that the force of that attack was similar to his attack. Thinking of a possibility, he attacked again to test his theory. He rushed towards Ji Song again and threw another punch, and a similar event occurred as the first attack. However, this time Wang Wei observed everything. A small black vortex appeared next to him, and his attack was redirected at him. Following this, Wang Wei tried a few more attacks which were proven to be ineffective, but he still figured out this technique. Using a black hole to create a wormhole connecting two different points of space. Then redirect my attack through space. A clever tactic, but let's see if there is a limit to what he can absorb. Then Wang Wei started a barrage of punches on Ji Song. As for the redirected attacks, he just opened his innate field which was developed by him after he tempered his skin to great perfection and blocked them. Chapter 267. Wang Wei tried to overload Ji Song's dark swallowing ability by throwing as many punches as fast as possible, but this tactic failed as the latter always managed to instantly redirect all the attacks. In that case, let's see how you deal with an overwhelmingly powerful attack, thought Wang Wei to himself. Without hesitation he used his attack, Heavenbreaking Fist. All the parts of his fleshly body, skin, muscle, bones, etc., vibrated at the same time, and the vibration was sent out under his control. Ji Song knew that the next attack was a scary one as he was defeated by it during their last confrontation, almost dying in the process. So, he used all his powers to try to swallow it and redirect it, but this time he did not care the exact place that he would redirect the attack as long as it was redirected. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated the might of the attack, or maybe he overestimated his capabilities. Back then, Wang Wei's fleshly body was not nearly as strong as current and that attack was still powerful, not to mention now. Additionally, this attack was also spiritual as even Wang Wei's soul vibrated as well. So, in less than a few seconds Ji Song's wormhole was annihilated, causing space cracks to appear in this world as a result of the backlash. As for Ji Song, he was sent flying after the explosion with cuts all over his body. He was essentially disfigured. Furthermore, the remaining spatial power left in his body was inhabiting his healing factor. As he lay in the ground, unable to move even a finger, there was no sense of defeat or despair in the great Zhou Crown Prince's face, only an unwavering determination. Immediately he absorbed the life force or energy of the earth. Countless trees instantly withered. The ground surrounding turned from very fertile lands to barren places even worse than the desert. The water in the rivers and lakes dried up, the mountains eroded, leading to landslides. This world who had lost its sun turned even more bleak and desolate. After getting up from the ground, Ji Song started to absorb the surrounding area into his body, forming a giant armor. Soon, he became a few kilometer-tall giant made up of rocks and trees. He looked like the mighty Titan Gaia, the mother of Earth. Raising his hand that is probably larger than a modern city, Ji Song tried to pat Wang Wei as a human does to an annoying fly. Crack. Wang Wei raised his hand and blocked the mighty hand, then cracks started to appear at his feet, spreading for kilometers on. And as time passed on, he discovered that the strength on him was slowly increasing. Is he using gravity to increase his weight? Just like speed is power, weight or mass can also be power, thought Wang Wei. Then he pushed the gigantic hand away and threw a punch. A gigantic punch manifested from his body and hit Ji Song's Earth Titan body, instantly destroying half of it. However, the destroyed part quickly grew as if nothing happened. Ji Song then flew straight into the sky. Even with his massive body, he was as light as a swallow and as rapid as one too. After arriving at a certain distance, he flew downward, using the power of gravity to accelerate his descent. With its massive size, adding to his constant acceleration, this move of Ji Song was indeed powerful compared to the other ones. As for Wang Wei, he also made his move, and this time he finally used other techniques besides his fleshly body. He gathered his origin essence and used an attack from his grandfather's technique, Overlord Fist. Qilin Stomping Fist. A gigantic Qilin's leg appeared in the sky, and as soon as it appeared, it released a supreme aura or pressure. This aura announced to everybody that in their presence was the ruler of all animals and lands, that this being was born noble. After the Qilin leg manifested, it stomped on Ji Song's giant. The latter tried to fight it off, but a vibration similar to the world-breaking fist appeared and destroyed the structure of the giant's body. Ji Song's body crashed down on the ground, with only a few parts of his body covered in the rock armor. However, as soon as he landed, the giant was instantly recreated. It was as if it never received any damage in the first place. Ji Song flew into the sky, then his rock body turned dark red as lava started appearing all over him. He followed up with a lava first attack. So, this giant titan will reform itself as long as a tiny part of it remains intact? In that case, I need to instantly destroy all of it without leaving even sand particles intact. Wang Wei punched again, this time using the dragon fist. A very long azure dragon manifested itself. However, this dragon was different from usual. Small black lightning could be seen flashing around his body. This was divine punishment thunder from Wang Wei's body. After appearing, the dragon released a roar and flew towards the rock giant. Then it released an aura that suppressed the giant. Ji Song tried to defend himself, but he discovered that he could not move, that he was completely suppressed. Following this, the dragon controlled the clouds in the sky, and a bolt of lightning fell on the rock giant, instantly destroying all its parts, down to the last atom. The dragon then took Ji Song and carried him in front of Wang Wei. The crown prince was having a hard time accepting his easy defeat. He looked at Wang Wei as he said, "How could this be? How could you be so powerful? To prepare for this battle I have suffered so much. To temper my body, I bathed in all the volcanoes in the central continent. Every day I witnessed my body being scorched until it became crisp. I had to inhale poison fumes of volcanic ashes. And this was not enough. I pushed myself even further by using gravity to further temper my body. I had to suffer so much, and the only thing pushing me forward during those hardships was knowing that someday, I will place my foot on top of your head as I gaze condescendingly at you, a loser. But all of this was for nothing. What? Tell me why? Was all my pain and suffering for nothing?" Many people watching this battle sighed after hearing this. Many people envy these heaven-chosens but do not know what they have to go through to have all the fame and power, all the sweat that they shed. Wang Wei was silent for a moment, then sneered, "The world has never been fair, and fate is the greatest mockery to us all. Even if you work hard all of your life, a person more talented than you can only use a few days to accomplish something you spend your entire life pursuing. Or even worse, might be born with. Additionally, you assume that you are the only one working hard." Wang Wei took Ji Song from the dragon and held him by his throat. "Do you have any idea what I've been through to be so powerful? I tempered my body in the core of the sun, I placed gravity on my body, while diving thousands of miles under the ocean to use the pressure to temper myself. On top of that, I swallowed hundreds of saint-level pills at the same time to use their energy to destroy and reconstruct my organs. I used all of these methods at the same time. And that was not the end of it. I even used the power of divine punishment thunder to refine my body. And even during my battle with you, the gravity formation on my body has not been turned off. Could your suffering compare to mine?" Then Wang Wei slapped Ji Song so hard that he was sent flying. He flew through countless mountains, passed over the ocean in this world, and only stopped after reaching the end of the world, where the barrier of this small plane was located. As Ji Song laid on the floor, he did not care about his injuries as his state of mind was greatly affected. He always believed that he was the hardest worker of all his peers because of how he pushed his body. He always believed that even if he was not the most talented, his effort alone would be enough to give him an advantage over his peers, and eventually would be the key to his eventual step of proving the Tao, and becoming a great emperor. No, he knew that his ideas were a complete joke. While Ji Song was slowly losing himself, a weird power coming from his ribs started acting up. In a few minutes, he transformed into a 5 meters tall creature with 2 horns, black scales with fire veins, sharp claws. "I finally got out. Who knew that this body was the heavy axe physique? It seems that I'm lucky," said Ji Song in a strange, gravy voice totally unlike his own. Chapter 268. The space broke apart and Wang Wei walked out of it. There, he witnessed Ji Song's sudden transformation. With a scan of his divine sense, he sensed a powerful force from a bone in Ji Song's ribs taking over his soul. Meanwhile, after the new owner of Ji Song adjusted to his new body, he finally looked at the person in front of him and said, "I have to thank you. If you did not destroy his confidence so thoroughly, it would not be so easy for me to take control of his body." "Devil?" asked Wang Wei. Then he shook his head. "I'm even more disappointed in you, Ji Song. You could not even control your power." As soon as those words came out, the face of Ji Song's face, half of it was twisted, while the other was perfectly fine. However, the change only lasted for a few seconds before returning to normal. "Well, I cannot believe that this guy's reverence for you is so great that even your taunting words are enough to ignite his fighting will," said Ji Song, still with his strange gravy voice. "I see. So, you are nothing but the will of a powerful devil race and are fighting over control of this body with Ji Song. Given that you did not even have a primordial soul to take over his body, you are most likely dead already." "What a cunning brat," replied the devil. Then he took a good look at Wang Wei for the first time. "What an exuberant breath, what powerful vitality. Your fleshly body can compare with some of the heaven-defying devil princes of my era." "Thank you for the compliment, but I've seen better," replied Wang Wei nonchalantly. Nevertheless, the devil ignored his words and continued to analyze him. "Then there is your soul, is that a pirog? Kids, your secrets are not small. Unfortunately for you, you met me. After I swallow your soul, I can properly resurrect. Should I be afraid of a dead person even if you were once a devil god? How much power can you use in your current state? More than enough to deal with you. Wait, why do I smell the vile scent of that woman on you?" "What woman?" "Empress Wu," replied the devil with gritted teeth. "Oh, she's my wife. Don't be ridiculous. As if any man would ever be worthy of that woman, let alone a snot-nosed brat in the supernatural realm. Anyway, after I kill you and swallow your soul, you'll know the answer. Just because you suffer from low self-esteem does not mean that I do. Enough with the sarcastic taunts. I'm starting to understand why the owner of this body hated you so much. You brat have a poisonous tongue. Unfortunately, this is one of the few flaws that I learned from my mother. Well, I probably should not say that since she is watching. Wang Wei then looked upward toward the broadcasting formation and said, Mother, I'm sorry, it was all Father's fault. He taught me that you had a poisonous tongue and that I should learn from you to mess up the mind of my enemies. Many people watching this fight were speechless for a while, as this was the first time that they saw such a side to Wang Wei. Most people often think of him as calm, collected, cunning, and ruthless. But today they saw his humorous and carefree side. Many women like that side about him. Meanwhile, back in the Dao opening sect, Yu Yan was looking at sect master Wang Tian with a wrathful fury in her eyes. Meanwhile, the latter twitched as he knew that his son was lying. Unfortunately, even if he explained, he knew that she would not believe him. So he just accepted his fate. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the devil was furious that this brat ignored. He quickly calmed himself down as he sniffed the air. Let's see what sins you have caused in your life. There is lust, murder, conspiracies, greed for power. However, all of these are minor. The really big one is genocide. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this, then asked, Genocide? Yes. In the Qi Luck trial, you committed genocide by killing more than 99% of all the demonic beasts of that world. Shouldn't you pay for your sins? Immediately, Wang Wei felt a weird power inside his mind, trying to make him have remorse for all his actions. It was like it was condemning him for his behavior towards the demon race in that trial. Nevertheless, he still had a calm look on his face as he looked at his opponent. How ironic. A devil is talking to me about remorse and repenting about my sins. Don't you guys feed on negative karma? Heaven and earth are fair. Since the light race feeds of positive karma, of course the devil race needs to exist. Heaven and earth, huh? Said Wang Wei. Speaking of this, heaven and earth did not consider my action as genocide, and even rewarded me with merit once the bodies of these demonic beasts were used properly, so what gives you the right to judge me? Are you better than heaven and Araf? Ah, you are a cold-hearted little brat, aren't you? Anyway, I did not expect my little trick to work on you. Now that I've bought enough time to properly control this body, it's time for you to die. And I don't care about what you do because your ending will be the same, death, replied Wang Wei. The devil did not say anything but made a swallowing motion with his mouth. Then, countless dark lights came from Wang Wei's body and were swallowed by him. Immediately afterward, his body grew to more than 10 meters. However, he was more slender in comparison to his previous physique. Brat, you may justify your actions in any way that you want, but you still have to bear the weight of your sins. As soon as the devil said those words, Wang Wei felt a heavy load on his body, and this load or weight was not due to gravity or some other physical force. This weight made his movement sluggish as he felt like he was in a quagmire and his every movement required a tremendous amount of energy to move. Nevertheless, he could still move. Clenching his fist, he threw out a punch. A white flame came out and turned into a typhoon as it rushed towards the devil, making his expression very ugly. The devil recognized this flame as the cleansing purifying flame. This is a heavenly flame known specifically to be the nemesis of people who committed great sins just like their devil race. If the devil was in its peak, he could disdain at such a flame, but in his current situation, it was truly deadly. Without hesitation, the devil opened his mouth and spat out a brown flame. As soon as those two flames clashed, a massive explosion did not occur, but they disappeared altogether. It was like they cancelled one another. However, before the devil could relax, Wang Wei, whose body was enveloped by white flame, rushed straight to him and threw a punch. The flame in his hand seemed to come alive, wanting to purify this evildoer. Unfortunately, the devil reciprocated with a punch of his own, and the brown flame in his body seemed to be the antithesis of the cleansing purifying flame. Wang Wei's mind moved rapidly as he recognized that brown flame as the soul-corrupting flame. While one purifies everything, the other corrupts or taints everything. Nevertheless, although the flames did not work, Wang Wei's attack did some damage. After the devil extinguished the flame, the force of the punch sent him a few dozens of meters away, and he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Without giving his opponent the chance to breathe, he instantly appeared in front of him, and there was another punch encased with a white flame. The reaction of the devil was very fast as he crossed his arms to block the blow, while his body was encased in brown flame. However, right before Wang Wei's attack hit, his white flame turned black as he instantly switched to the heavenly destruction flame. Caught off guard, the devil suffered a devastating blow. His soul-corrupting flame was annihilated, along with his 2 arms. Oddly though, he was not sent flying away, and he soon discovered why. Before he could react, Wang Wei grabbed his head and filled Ji Song's sea of consciousness with white flame. The devil screamed in agony as his voice echoed throughout this world. After a few seconds, Wang Wei released him from his grip, and he fell to the ground. The devil looked at him directly in the eyes with hatred and humiliation. If he was not in his current weakened state, he would not lose so easily. "This is not the last you will see of me," muttered the devil before disappearing. As for Wang Wei, he did not care. Although he can be cocky, that only depends on the situation. This devil was most likely a devil gone who died under the hands of Empress Wu. So, no matter how weak he was still once a powerful being on the level of Great Emperor. So Wang Wei decided to end him as quickly as possible with the most effective method. After all, any battle is like war, and as he learned before, anything can happen in war. Meanwhile, Ji Song regained control of his body after the devil's will was purified. He looked at Wang Wei and said, "Thank you for allowing me to get rid of that pest once and for a while. Now let the real fight begin." Countless tattoos and symbols appeared over his body that was still in the form of a devil. Then Ji Song said, "Infinite power." His innate talent was activated. Chapter 269. After activating his innate talent, Ji Song's body changed. His arms regrew themselves, his devil body returned from the 10 meters height to 5 meters, but he was more muscular and bulky. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Wang Wei and threw a punch. However, soon after the clash, Ji Song was sent flying, crashing through many mountains in the process before landing on the ground. Meanwhile, although he was the winner in the confrontation, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. He did not find the fact that Ji Song was a little stronger odd, but the fact that his body was perfectly intact after his punch. Not a single part of his body was damaged, not even the skin. With haste, he opened a space crack and teleported in front of Ji Song. With tremendous force, he punched the Crown Prince again. This time, Ji Song was sent flying from one of the worlds to the other. Nevertheless, he was still intact. Guessing some of the ability of this innate talent, Wang Wei started a terrible beating on him. In the next 15 minutes, he used all his billions or more gene of force, but Ji Song was intact. Moreover, after such a period, he discovered that his attack could no longer send Ji Song flying away, but only push him back a few dozens of meters. Meanwhile, Ji Song was secretly horrified. By now, only he knew how much his strength increased, and it was by a few hundred times. Yet, he could still barely fight with Wang Wei. He could not imagine the horror of his enemy's fleshly body. Nevertheless, Ji Song knew that the winner of this battle would be him. Time was on his side. "You talent should have a drawback, right?" asked Wang Wei after punching Ji Song away for the 1000th time. "So what? It's still enough to win this fight." Wang Wei was right. Ji Song's talent did have a drawback. His innate talent infinitely multiplied his power without limit. However, once his strength increases beyond a threshold that he should be able to bear, his body will adapt to that level of strength without being backlash. However, as a consequence, he will not be able to use his innate talent for at least another 500 years. Ji Song expected this battle to be difficult, but he did not expect his talent to be pushed beyond his limit during it. Even so, he did not regret using it. On the 20th minute that he activated his ability, Ji Song's power finally matched that of Wang Wei. When the two clashed, he was equal to him. Explosions occurred with their every movement, the entire artificial world trembled as space crack appeared all over. Luckily for these two, there were no living inhabitants, and this world was linked to the myriad Emperor world, giving it the ability to rapidly heal the tear of space. Otherwise, it would have been long destroyed. Wang Wei had a happy smile on his face as he clashed head-on with Ji Song. It was a very long time since he had a real blood-boiling battle. Although he would spare with Wu Hong, he always felt like a toddler being taught by a child during these sections. Boom, boom. Shockwaves followed these two demons and gods. Everything their first clashed together, destroying everything in their path. Whether it was the beautiful luscious plains, the majestic mountains, the roaring volcanoes, or the soothing and peaceful snow areas, none of them were spared by their wraths. By the 25th minute, the battle started to become strenuous for Wang Wei. Every time he attacked, he was forced to use all the strength in his body. His muscles and bones ached because of the strain of the battle. His origin essence was consuming at a speed that he never experienced. By the 30th minute, Wang Wei was slowly being pushed back with each of Ji Song's attacks. His muscles and bones would be destroyed and regrow with each attack. Nevertheless, the smile on his face never faded. By the 37th minute he was being sent flying away with each of Ji-song's attacks. He was slowly losing the battle. After one attack, Ji-song floated in the air as he looked down on Wang Wei, steam coming out his body in large quantity. Doesn't feel good to be in the losing end and being maltreated, does it? After healing his injuries, Wang Wei stood up from the ground, cracked his bones as he said, "It's never wise to be cocky when you have nothing to back it up. My power is enough to back it up." Wang Wei sneered after hearing this, then he placed his right hand on his chin while the left hand is crossed around him. With a pensive look on his face, he talked to himself out loud, "How should I end this battle? Should I use my young emperor ability to weaken him, then destroy him with one punch? No, that method is too flashy. I could use a soul attack. Then this fight would end too easily. There would no satisfaction in doing so. In that case, let me try my innate talent. It's about time to test it in battle." Then weird tattoos and symbols appeared all over Wang Wei's body as he activated his talent. Shackles of Fate. A gray-white chain manifested from his body and rushed towards Ji-song, who had an ugly look on his face after hearing his opponent's words. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch. However, his attack passed through the chain as if it was invisible. Seeing this, Ji-song tried to use his light speed to evade the attack. Unfortunately for him, no matter how fast he was, he could not escape fate. A few seconds later, the chain entered his body. At first, he was confused as nothing immediately happened to him. But then his face changed as his strength rapidly decreased. Then a memory appeared in his mind. The memory showed that his innate talent could not infinitely increase his power, but only 100 times. Ji-song was confused as to why he had two different memories. Then he realized that the strength increase of his innate talent was no longer a few hundred times, but a 100 specifically. "What have you done to me?" asked Ji-song with horror in his voice. However, Wang Wei did not answer him. His innate talent, Fate Shackles, is based on the principle that fate is unfair. Some people are born more physically fit than others, some are born more intelligent, more agile, some have a more noble bloodline, etc. And this is because fate decides this at birth. And Wang Wei can place those restrictions on people. He could turn a genius into an idiot or a disabled person into a bodybuilder. He could place restrictions or shackles on almost anything. What he did to Ji-song was place a shackle on his innate talent that could only increase his power to a maximum of 100 times. From now on, this will be the limit of that talent. As for the memories that appeared in Ji-song's mind, this was the result of Wang Wei changing fate or reality itself. Any person who knew about Ji-song's ability, including true monarchs, will have their memories changed. Technically speaking, they should only have the new memory left in their minds, but since all of them have strong cultivation levels, they retain the original memories. Wang Wei then appeared in front of Ji-song, slapped him straight into his face, sending him crashing down on the ground. Wang Wei then appeared in the massive crater that Ji-song was lying and coughing blood. He waved his hand to blow away the dust cloud around. "You should admit defeat if you do not have any other method." Ji-song slowly got up from the floor as he slowly transformed into his normal state. He then smiled with his teeth all bloodied. "It's true that I've lost this match, but it's not like you completely won." "What do you mean?" asked Wang Wei, feeling that something was wrong. Ji-song laughed as he said, "The token that I showed you at the beginning of the battle is a fake, the real one is back home. You dare play trick with me? Hee, without any binding contracts, what can you do? Do you think that only you can scheme against others?" replied Ji-song with a sneer on his face. Then a crack in the void appeared and swallowed him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt rage overcoming him as he roared, "You dare trick me?" As soon as he said this, the power of his soul was activated by an instinct, and his fury was felt by heaven and earth. The sky of the myriad emperor world suddenly turned red as a powerful pressure enveloped the entire world. All cultivators felt like a mighty being was furious at their world and wanted to destroy it. Even the sleeping Tao ancestors and immortal venerable were alarmed by this pressure as they woke up from their slumber. Inside the nether hell forbidden land, an unimaginable being sensed the changes of the world and looked at Wang Wei in the artificial world. "A paragon quality soul? In this lower realm?" muttered the being, then it licked its mouth. Then that being woke up to pay a visit to Wang Wei. However, before he left, Wu Hong appeared in front of the entrance of the forbidden land. She waved her hand and countless runes appeared in the sky and a powerful seal was placed. The being inside looked at what happened and he said calmly, "Empress Wu? You could not do anything to me back then, what can you do in your current weak form?" "I can seal you until he becomes an eternal emperor and deal with you," replied Wu Hong calmly. "Do you think that he can accomplish something that you failed to do?" "What do you think?" asked Wu Hong back. That being did not say anything but returned to his slumber. Back in the artificial world, Wang Wei broke the void as he rushed towards Ji Song, who used a void-breaking talisman. Without hesitation he used a power soul attack that made the void trembled, thus disrupting Ji Song's teleportation. Then he sacrificed all the origin essence in his divine sea to strengthen all the muscles, bones and organs in his body. With his new strength, Wang Wei rushed into the empty void, chasing Ji Song with unmatched speed. In just a few seconds he caught to him. Knowing that he was in trouble, Ji Song activated the power inside of him left by his previous Tao protector. So, the Dharma body of retired Prince Ji Xiang manifested itself to protect his great-nephew. However, Wang Wei was not having of this. Without hesitation he placed another fate shackle, so that when retired Prince Ji Xiang sacrificed himself to save his life, he did not leave his entire Tao to Ji Song. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt a mysterious power inside his body, trying to destroy him. He knew that this was the backlash for using his innate talent on something as powerful as Dharma body when he has not even comprehended the law. No matter how heaven-defying his innate talent is, it still has limitations. Without hesitation he directed the power of law backlash directly to his soul. After coughing a big mouthful of blood, Wang Wei rushed straight to Ji Song and effortlessly grabbed the latter's head. Then he used space manipulation ability to leave the turbulent voice he was in and teleported back to the artificial world. With red eyes, he looked at the scared Ji Song and roared, "You dare trick me?" Then Wang Wei squeezed Ji Song's head until it exploded. He watched the lifeless body of Ji Song slowly fall on the ground, knowing that the latter would never get back up again. Chapter 270. In the void outside of the artificial world, retired Prince Jihan looked at Yan Qin with fury on his face. Around him were also many true monarchs of the great Zhou imperial dynasty. As for Yan Qin, he too was surrounded by true monarchs of the Tao opening sect, including Wang Wei's grandfather Wang Chang. According to the agreement, heaven chosens are allowed to kill one another only when they reach the primordial spirit realm. "So why did you stop us from saving the crown prince?" asked Jihan. "Why did you people go back on your words?" asked Wang Chang. No one answered him, so Wang Chang just sneered. Meanwhile, Jihan was contemplating blowing himself up to take a few true monarchs with him. As a Tao protector he swore an oath to protect Ji Song, but now he failed. To him, his existence is no longer necessary. "Do not do anything stupid," suddenly said one of the true monarch on his side through divine sense. "Why not? That way the Tao opening sect can pay for their action, and the dynasty does not have to suffer from the consequences. I did it voluntarily." "It's useless. Wang Chang is a quasi-emperor. It will be useless even if you blow yourself up. Wasn't he injured in his generation's heaven will battle? Or at the very least, his lifespan should be affected?" asked Jihan with unwillingness. With his overlord body, his injuries have probably long been healed. As for the issue of overused lifespan, this will not affect him from killing all of us. Jihan gritted his teeth as he felt helpless. Although their great Zhou dynasty also had quasi-emperors, they were all sleeping. And the ones in the same generation as Wang Chang died during the heaven will battle. Meanwhile, the whole world watched Ji Song's death with shock. They could not believe that the first heaven chosen to be killed in this glorious age would be the number 2 heavenly physique. As such, a collective sigh echoed throughout the world as the cultivators paid their respect to this fallen genius that did not have the opportunity to grow up and show his full potential to the world. Then the cultivators remembered old Chu's prophecy. In this supreme era of resurgence, the impossible will become possible. Back to the artificial world, after Wang Wei managed to calm down after Ji Song's death. His brain worked rapidly as he thought of a way to benefit from this situation. He waved his hand to gather Ji Song's shattered soul, then he took out a cauldron and placed both the body and soul inside. Immediately afterward he started refining it. He used the cleansing purifying soul to remove the impurities, leaving out all the beneficial parts, then condensed them. Since this was not a real pill, he did not place any runes on it. So, in front of the entire world, Wang Wei cooked Ji Song's body and soul. A few minutes later, the process ended and Wang Wei lifted the cover of the cauldron. Inside, a red blood pill and a strange bone floated. He placed the bone inside his space ring, then took the pill and swallowed. Wang Wei sat down cross-legged to absorb the pill. 3 hours later he woke up and checked the changes in his body. First, he did not get a second physique, but Wang Wei expected that. His strength increased dramatically. However, the greatest benefit that he received was in fact that his talent for body refining reached an unimaginable level. The benefit of that is the amount of strength he will receive after tempering any part of his body is higher than previously. For example, For example, after tempering his skin, his strength increased by 1,000 gene, but with his increase in talent, his strength would increase by 10,000. After a quick analysis, Wang Wei figured out the reason. The heavy axe physique is based on the Tao of power and is considered the ultimate talent for body refining. Now that he refined Ji Song's body, blood essence and soul, he acquired that talent. After checking his new strength, Wang Wei waved his hand in the sky to retrieve the blood essence and token used as a bargaining chip for this battle. After a quick check, the token was indeed a fake. So, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the broadcasting formation, and with cold and ruthless eyes, he said, "You people of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty has 3 days to hand over the real token, otherwise prepare to be annihilated from this world." He then contacted Yan Chen to take him away. Meanwhile, in the void, Wang Chang laughed out, making the void trembled. "You heard what my grandson said. You would start an Emperor Dao war with us over something a junior said?" "Why not?" replied Wang Chang, with his laughter gone and a terrible killing intent emanated from his body. It was then that they remembered that the person in front of them was a madman that did whatever he wanted without caring about the repercussions. As a result, in his generation he offended so many people, yet he was still alive no matter how many assassination attempts he suffered in his life. One of the true monarchs hurriedly said, "We will let the sovereign decides on this matter." Then everybody left. Back in the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei sat on his throne with Wang Ju standing in front of him. "Did the shadow guards infiltrated Ji Su's inner circle as I ordered?" "Yes, young master." "Then ordered them to assassinate him." "As you wish." "Okay, now leave me alone. Do not let anyone disturbs me." As Wang Ju left, Wang Wei started to think to himself. However, not long after, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. "I thought I said not to disturb." "What's you? Not happy to see me?" asked Wu Hong with a bright smile. "No, I think that your face is the only thing that can soothe my wrath. I think your mother would be very upset if she heard about this." "I bet she would." Wu Hong walked to the throne and sat on Wang Wei's lap. As usual, she started playing with his hair. "So, now that your hubris has gotten the best of you, did you learn anything?" Wang Wei sighed. "Indeed, I learned a lot. I learned I should never be careless in anything I do. As the saying goes, a lion should use his full strength even when hunting a rabbit. I also learned not to underestimate the intelligence of my opponent. As these heaven-chosens grow, they will become more difficult to deal with, more cunning and more difficult to scheme against. I should always be on guard and not think that I'm the only smart one around." "Scared?" "Not really, as I've never been afraid of a challenge. What I'm scared of is not learning from my mistakes." Wu Hong nodded as she asked, "What are you going to do if the Great Zhou refuse to give you the token?" "They will hand it over, and if they do not, then we can start a war with them." "I thought that you wanted to prevent the sect from starting an Emperor Dao war?" "That was against the Academy. Although the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty is a dynasty from the Incense era and has a deep foundation, it does not change the fact that they only have 3 great emperors. Winning against them would be much easier from the sect than the Academy. Not to mention that a war would allow me to grow much quicker." "Why do I feel that you did not start a war with the Academy for a different reason?" asked Wu Hong. "Well, you are correct. Long ago, I noticed that the Academy was slowly becoming the leader of the myriad emperor world. And a war with them would most likely lead to the majority of factions siding on their sides to destroy us. So, you design a plan to strip them of their spirit of epic, decrease their luck, ruin their reputation, and isolate them from the rest of the world." "That's right." "So, you planned long ago to target them?" "Well, my original plan was quite direct. Wait for me to become an emperor before I deal with them. However, circumstances forced me to act." Wu Hong nodded, then she asked, "How is your soul injury?" "I took a supreme tier soul healing pill. It should be fine in a month or so. You should be more careful when it comes messing with the power of law. If your soul was not special, you would probably die or be severely injured." Wang Wei nodded in agreement with her. This time around he was a little reckless as anger got the best of him. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Sovereign Ji-Wen was having a meeting with his ministers. Everyone waited with bated breath for his decision. So, after a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, Ji-Wen said, "Give them the token." Many people sighed in relief after hearing this, while a few opposed this decision. "Your Majesty, what about the Crown Prince? Shouldn't we avenge him?" Ji-Wen sighed deeply, his hair turned white and he instantly aged into an old man. "The path of Emperor is a cruel one. Geniuses died all the time, especially in this glorious age where geniuses are everywhere. Songer only has his weakness and carelessness to blame for his death. Although I am a father, I am also a ruler. I cannot risk the destruction of the dynasty for my family." The room became silent as all these ministers lament on their weakness. Finally, Sovereign Ji-Wen said, "Tell First Prince Ji-Su to enter the royal family tomb to cultivate until he reaches the supreme realm." "Your Majesty, you mean? Just be on the safe side." Then Ji-Wen left the room with his shoulder hunched down. The next day, Wang Wei was walking around with Wu Hong when Yen Liling approached them and said with a calm face, "Li Jun is dead." Chapter 271. Wang Wei frowned after hearing, then he said, "Where is the body?" Yen Liling then led him and Wu Hong to a room inside the Li family manor. There they saw Li Jun's head on a table and only his head. Intense fear and shock could still be seen in his eyes. He took out a bottle of holy spring water from his space ring and tried to feed it to Li Jun's head. Then he paused for a moment. He then took out his sacred sun token and threw it to Yen Liling. "Go to the resources hall and use my token to get a blood-sucking leaf." Yen Liling's eyes flashed with a little surprise as she knew that this is a supreme tier herb used for healing. The leaf contains a great deal of vitality. The reason it has such a scary name is that the tree requires the blood and vitality of cultivators to grow properly. Without saying anything, she flew to the resources hall and returned soon after with a green leaf in her hand that exuded a soothing breath. Without hesitation she fed it to Li Jun's head. A few minutes later, a bunch of tattoos and symbols appeared on Li Jun's face, then his body regrew itself. Even his soul that already entered reincarnation was pulled out from there. When Li Jun opened his eyes, he looked at the people around, then he said, "So, my plan worked?" Meanwhile, Wang Wei used his divine sense to check Li Jun's soul imprint. He wanted to make sure that it was the original Li Jun, not someone who had all his memories. "So, for what reason that you had to waste your taboo innate talent?" asked Wang Wei calmly. "Big brother, I do not think that it was a waste," replied Li Jun. Then he threw a punch in the air, making a breaking sign. He smiled in satisfaction. His taboo innate talent allowed him to die once, then rebirth and become stronger. The talent involved around the concept of truly knowing death before you can bring it upon people. Moreover, the stronger the person who kills him, the more benefit he will receive. Unfortunately, he could only use this talent once in his life. After taking a few minutes to test his strength, Li Jun was very satisfied. He could feel that he was only an inch from breaking through the divine body realm. Then Li Jun looked at the group and said, "Look what I've discovered." He took his space ring that was returned with his body, took out a talisman and placed it on his forehead. Soon afterward, Li Jun's memory appeared in front of everyone. Soon after Wang Wei left for his battle with Ji Song, Li Jun left the sect headed to the academy, and his target was Di Tian. He first set a disturbance in the Di family area, forcing Di Tian's shadow, Di Jia, to come to deal with the situation. Then Li Jun captured her and called Di Tian himself. Wang Wei frowned after seeing this because he noticed that Li Jun used a very powerful formation to prevent other people from noticing the situation around the Di family manor. Li Jun himself knows nothing about formation, so someone from the sect must have known about this plan, helped him, but they did not tell him about it. He guessed that they worried that he would refuse, and they were right. He would never allow Li Jun to do such a risky plan even with his taboo talent. Concentrating himself to ignore his annoyance, Wang Wei continued watching the memory. Soon afterward, Di Tian showed up. He looked at Li Jun, then he said, "Where is Di Jia?" An act which greatly surprised Wang Wei, as he was always under the impression that Di Tian was a cold, ruthless, and calculating person. In this short encounter, he seemed to show genuine care for his subordinate. "She's fine," answered Li Jun. "You better pray that she is." "So, what is Wang Wei's dog doing attacking me? Is your master too scared to face me himself?" Li Jun smiled and answered, "Since the master's dog is enough for the hunt, why would he show up?" Without needing to discuss with his opponent, Li Jun attacked. Unfortunately, he was more outmatched than Ji Song was during his final battle. "His fleshly body is so strong," muttered Wang Wei with a surprised look on his face. There has been so little information about Di Tian that he was genuinely surprised. Meanwhile, after being maltreated for a few minutes, Di Tian said to Li Jun, "I thought that you had some kind of plan to try to attack, but it turns out that you were just sent on a suicide mission. In that case, I will help you. All things must breath their last breath." A black and white will appeared behind Di Tian, then he punched forward. Li Jun did not have any ability to resist and his body disintegrated into tiny pieces, leaving only his head. Even his soul also disintegrated. "On account that you did not touch my subordinate, I will leave some part of you to be buried." Wang Wei frowned. Is that his created 9 reincarnation fist? It should be the first fist that the Heaven Mystery Pavilion mentioned. He then closed his eyes and placed himself into Li Jun's place. A few seconds later he muttered, "The end of all matter, the ultimate state of physical death, the last breath of all living things." What a scary technique. Even with my current strength I will be half dead if I receive this punch, and this just the first fist. Wu Hong patted his shoulder as she said, "You do not have to worry, as you still have plenty of room to grow. My ego is not that fragile. It's just that the level of threat that I placed on this Tian was not nearly enough." Wang Wei then looked at Li Jun. "There should be more, right?" "Correct. There is a memory that I stole from his brain." A brand new image appeared in front of everyone. Tian laid on the floor with surrounding destroyed. In his arms laid a beautiful woman with sickly paled skin and blood floating on the corner of her mouth. With great effort, she raised her feeble hand and removed the tears from Tian's eyes and said, "Tenor, I'm sorry I can no longer accompany you. But I hope that you can forget me and live your life." Then her hands fell to the ground, no longer moving. "Ninger ninger," said Tian as he shook her. "Nu," he roared. His roar shook heaven and earth, and the sky started raining blood, showing the intense grief that this man went through. "Her?" said Wang Wei after seeing the woman in Tian's arm. "Big brother, do you know this woman?" "Yes, I met her during my travels after beaking through the supernatural realm. She was in the form of a spirit and she told me that I had eyes similar to someone she knew." Li Jun nodded, but he was a little disappointed. "I cannot believe that I risked my life and this is all the information I could gather. The only thing we know is that Tian lost someone close to him." "You are wrong," replied Wang Wei. "We can deduce so much information just from this memory. For once, we know for sure that he is reincarnated, and most likely still have the memories from his past life. Second drive. We know what drives him forward. Most likely he's trying to find a way to revive his loved one. I always had a suspicion that Tian was involved in Fan Li's death, but I never had any proof or ideas to go on. However, now we can theorize that Fan Li was killed by Tian to get access to the Yin Soul scripture and revive her. Finally, looked at the clothes and architecture around him in this memory. They do not look familiar or consistent to any eras of the Myriad Emperor world. So, he most likely was a powerhouse from another world community that reincarnated in our world." "No, you are wrong about the last part," suddenly said Wu Hong. "Oh, do you recognize the clothes and architecture around him?" "Yes, they are from the Emperor beginning era. The late stages to be precise." "So, you're saying that Tian is from the same era as the primordial gods, innate demons and the heaven-opening emperor? And he might even have lived through the Null era?" asked Wang Wei. "Possibly." Wang Wei nodded, then he spent the next few hours going through every detail of this memory in search for any missed details. Moreover, he also started to plan contingencies on how to deal with Tian. The next day Wang Ju entered the room and said, "Young master, there is news from the great Zhou imperial dynasty." Chapter 272. "Oh, did they send the token?" asked Wang Wei calmly. "Yes," replied Wang Ju, who then presented the token to him. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Then he asked, "What about the assassination on Jisoo?" "Unfortunately, we were too late." "It's fine." Wang Wei knew his actions were purely out of anger, so now that he calmed down, he did not care about the outcome. "When is the tablet's secret realm opening?" "A week from now." "A week? It should be enough time," muttered Wang Wei. "Is there anything else?" The Divine Tao League asked the sect to allow Fang Lijuan access to the pagoda trial. The sect master asked that you can decide. "Let me see their offer," said Wang Wei as he took out a paper containing the resources that the League was willing to offer. However, he soon sneered after reading. The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty offered an innate material, and this is the best that they can offer? Well, it is common knowledge that the divine clans are slowly fading into obscurities. Most of their foundation has been used up trying to break their bloodline restrictions, replied Wang Ju calmly. Tell them to offer an innate material like the Great Zhou, or the answer is no. Then he dismissed Wang Ju. He was also about to say goodbye to Wu Hong before entering a brief cultivation retreat, but she stopped him to give him something first. Looking at the book in his hand, Wang Wei was puzzled. Then after opening the first page, he squinted his eyes. Are you sure about this? I cannot reciprocate the favor, at least not now. There is no need to be like this with us, replied Wu Hong with a smile. Wang Wei sighed before nodding. The book in his hand is an emperor's scripture. To be precise, it's Empress Wuxia Sutra, known as one of the most powerful cultivation techniques that ever existed. The reason that Wang Wei said that he could not reciprocate the favor was that the sect's rules do not allow him to pass their emperor's scriptures to anyone even with his status. However, once he creates his scripture, he can do whatever he wants with it. Wu Hong took a moment to read the scripture, then he sighed. He read all the 9 emperor scriptures of the sect, and only the origin path scripture come close in terms of uniqueness. Many ideas appeared in his mind after reading that scripture. Although he could not cultivate it in such a short moment, it did inspire him when it comes to creating his scripture. Then Wang Wei suddenly had a brilliant idea. I need you to help me with something. He whispered something to Wu Hong's ears. Well, I should be able to do it, but you will need other things for your plan to be successful. The sect can deal with the other problems, replied Wang Wei. Then the two schemed together before Wang Wei entered his cultivation room. He took out the devil god bone from Jisong's body, then absorbed it into his body. No, to be precise, he fused it with his bones, making it permanent. Since the bone was left after Jisong's death, then someone might be able to rip it from his body. He did not want to take any chances. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, this bone was way too powerful for him alone to accomplish this task. So he called his grandfather to help. However, even Wang Chang could not do anything. In the end, one of the emperor formations had to be secretly used to help Wang Wei completely fused with the bone. In the final moment before the bone was completely fused, an accident occurred. The will of the devil god appeared to mess around. At first, Wang Wei was going to use his own will to fight this devil god to temper himself. However, he soon realized that this guy's power was not nearly as powerful he wanted it to be. Unfortunately, this guy was simply impossible to get rid of. Even after defeating him in a will battle, he remained inside Wang Wei's body. So Wang Wei decided to use his soul to get rid of him. However, an idea suddenly came into his mind. It was to test his true will ability against him. So he gathered the power of his 13th body refining realm, his infinite divine sea, his 720 divine runes, and his more than 60 origin patterns, forming his true will. The moment he attacked the devil god, the latter screamed out loud, "The Duyi realm? How can you have such power?" Then he was annihilated. Duyi realm, muttered Wang Wei. Is that the real name of my true will ability? I've never heard anything about this. Then he pondered whether to ask Wu Hong, but he refrained from doing this. He did not want her to get in trouble again. When it comes to power beyond his control, Wang Wei's attitude has always been to be patient and careful, otherwise he will the one who suffers. By the time that he absorbed the devil god bone, it was already time for the secret realm to open, so he left for the academy with Yan Qin. Luckily for him, he arrived in time. As soon as Wang Wei met with the other heaven chosens, he noticed something odd about them. He could see an invisible golden shield surrounding them. He then realized that this might be the power of the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. Right now, all these 29 people are immortal. No matter what people do them, they will be revived. Well, at least until the primordial spirit realm. This might be a problem, thought Wang Wei to himself. Soon though, he noticed something that he overlooked. Feng Heng was not part of the people here. He knew that the latter forfeit from the tournament midway through, and there were rumors that it was because he awakening the yin-yang eyes. Wang Wei always felt that something was odd with Feng Heng after his encounter in the Qi Luck trial. The latter obviously had the power of the yin-yang eyes, but he denied it. But now he suddenly awakened this power. Everything seemed fishy. Wang Wei's brain rapidly moved. Could it be that he stole the eyes from the real owner? Given that he could not use its strength properly back then, he hid it from everyone. This would explain why he was so weak despite having such a physique. But now he discovered a way to inherit the true yin-yang eyes, so he used the excuse of sudden awakening to explain. Then Wang Wei suddenly remembered the strange individual who used a formation to have a secret conversation with Mo Xingyun. If that person is Feng Heng or related to him, this could explain a lot of things. Feng Heng most likely made a deal with Mo Xingyun to acquire her power of devour to swallow the yin-yang eyes from the real owner. Whatever he offered her might be the reason that the Mo family started to move around and searching for something soon after Mo Xingyun had this meeting. And it was also around that time that Feng Heng also quit the tournament and returned to his sect. Wang Wei guessed that he figured out most of the situation. Even if there are a few things that he is not aware of, it should not be that important. Speaking of Feng Heng, he also noticed that Lu Meixiu also did not show up for the tournament. Even someone like him wanted to use the tablets, so he did not believe that she and Feng Heng did not want to as well. Thus, given his grudge against her and Feng Heng's shady behavior, he decided to spy on these people's movements more urgently. So he took out a talisman and ordered Wang Ju to place more emphasis on those two. Soon afterward, the top 30 heaven chosens used their token. A massive gate appeared in front of them and everyone entered. After entering the gate, Wang Wei found himself in a strange place. 3,000 stone tablets were floating in the air, and 30 seats were on the ground. The seats were numbered 1 to 30, and the first seat was the closest to the tablets. After seeing this, Wang Wei sneered as he could guess that this was the Academy's scheme to instigate infighting between those people. If it was a normal tournament, the seating arrangement would have been determined by the ranking, but now the tournament was cancelled and there was no ranking. With the pride and arrogance of those heaven chosens, they will fight for a better spot. Ignoring all of those people that were looking at one another with vigilance, Wang Wei walked to the first seat, sat down and closed his eyes. The other top heaven chosens looked at one another, but they did not say anything. They knew that he deserved that spot. Chapter 273. After taking his seat and closing his eyes, Wang Wei took out some freshly brewed enlightenment tea to drink, then took out his purple merit and absorbed it. Since Wu Hong assured him that it did not have any problem, he was reassured to use it as it can greatly help him create a powerful and unique cultivation scripture. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei entered a state of enlightenment. And he was not the only one who did such a thing. All these powerful Heave Chosens also took out material that can help them enter a state of enlightenment quicker and last much longer. Many of them also used merit because of the recent event happening in the world. Even Lin Fan was granted merit for this occasion. Most likely they used some of the reserves of the Academy to help him, showing how much they are willing to invest in him for this generation's heaven will. And this was not the end. All those heaven chosens were blessed by the chi luck of their entire faction, thus exponentially increased their comprehension. The advantages that these top heaven chosens received made the ones with lesser background side with envy. Although they too can receive the benefit of chi luck of their factions, can they compare with emperor lineages? No, to mention the loose cultivators who were lucky enough to get a spot on the top 30. Unless they are members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, they have no chance. Plus, the alliance is made of people that only want to use one another for resources, so their chi luck is quite scattered. After closing his eyes, Wang Wei found himself in a white and empty space, with only a tree behind him. He sat in the lotus position while leaning on the tree. Soon afterward, many illusory figures appeared in front of him. There were men, women, the elderly, and even some that looked like children. Nevertheless, no matter the physical appearance of these people, they all have one thing in common. They had a noble temperament emanating from their bodies. The moment these people appeared, instinctively Wang Wei knew who they or what they were, great emperors. Following their appearances, these emperors started to preach one by one. Some of them talked about their own Tao in great depth, while some talked about their understanding of other Tao. If any ordinary heard these people talking, 99% of them would not understand the esoteric meaning of these words, while the remaining 1% could barely catch the meaning of a few phrases. Fortunately, Wang Wei's understanding was truly heaven-defying. He quickly absorbed the essence of these Taoists and made his own. At the same time, he also started to forge his own. Just like that, 200 years passed by. The amount of time for all these heaven chosens to stay in the secret realm arrived. Of course, by that time, only 5 people remained. All the other people could not stay in the state of enlightenment for so long, so they woke up. Even a talented person like the Suave Sloth did not last longer than 120 years, and he complained a great deal after waking up. The first person to wake up was Sun Jiaolong, who was in the 5th seat. A vision appeared around him. It was him wearing a sovereign crown and holding a golden sword. A large army of human soldiers bowed to him, then he led them to fight between heaven and earth. Soon after that vision manifested, Sun Jiaolong's ancient lamp manifested with 50 origin patterns on it, with a 12-colored good fortune flame. Immediately afterward, the flames started burning his body, making him grunt. The process only lasted a few minutes, but afterward, a powerful aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of the divine body realm. Sun Jiaolong checked his body, then looked into the sky where a massive cloud gathered. Without hesitation, he rushed to the sky to meet his heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, outside of the secret realm, many people watched this happening. In the past, one part of the tournament was to see how powerful the scriptures that these heaven chosens would create, so this part of the tournament was also broadcast. This time, the Academy wanted to stop this aspect as well, but the other factions disagreed. They believed that the Academy can gather information about their heaven chosens while they could not do the same. So, an agreement was reached to continue with the broadcast. While Sun Jiaolong was going through his heavenly tribulation, many people were commenting on him. So, a scripture based on the concept of military ruler, a sovereign that leads its people to fight and slaughter all his enemies, an iron-blooded ruler. Very powerful. Yes, and with the human destiny sword in his hand, he is probably even more powerful. Now the issue is, why did he reveal it now? The people of Great Wu spent so many years denying having the sword. Why did they suddenly reveal the information now? Could it be because he is now protected by the heavenly Tao and cannot die until he reached the next realm? It could be, or they could be planning something. Meanwhile, after finishing his thunder tribulation, Sun Jialong looked at the other people who were still in the middle of enlightenment. He frowned a little. Was he surprised that he was the first one to wake up? However, soon afterward, he checked the golden sword in his divine sea, and a confident look appeared on his face. Without saying anything, he returned to his seat to wait. A few hours later, another person woke up. It was Suya, who was in the third seat. Just like Sun Jialong, a vision appeared behind her. In the vision, Suya was also standing in front of a large group of people, but all these people were actually her. Moreover, all the different versions of how were scattered throughout different worlds in the endless void. There seemed to be an infinite number of them. Soon afterward, an ancient lamp and good fortune flame appeared, and she broke through the divine body realm. Then Suya opened her eyes, but she did not immediately go experience thunder tribulation. 7 books floated in front of her, then an 8th was condensed. Each emperor of our sect cultivated one of the 7 emotions to the pinnacle and proved the Tao. In my generation, I have to start cultivating the 6 desires, and I chose the desire that all things have to live, to survive, in order to avoid death. After that, she looked around and realized that she was the second to wake up. With a frown on her face, she looked at Lin Fan that sat behind her. It seems that despite all the weakness this guy has, his potential is the real deal. I cannot underestimate him. Then she looked at Jian Shuang in front of her. As for you, it's time that I start my plan to get rid of you. Su Yen flew to the clouds in the sky to undergo her thunder tribulations. Meanwhile, the people outside were also commenting on her. It seems that this generation's saintess will continue the legacy of her ancestor. Yes. The Yin Moon Palace, 7 Emotions 6 Desires book, is actually 7 Emperor scriptures condensed into one. Now she is preparing to condense the 8th chapter. Imagine if they managed to cultivate 13 emperors and finish that book. How powerful would it be? Probably even more powerful than the past, present, future Buddha scroll. Wasn't it rumored that this scripture was written by 3 Buddhist emperors that were in fact brothers? You are right. Most likely, the founder of the Yin Moon Palace probably got the idea from them. Your guess is probably correct given the fact that they were founded during the incense era. Back in the secret realm, after finishing her thunder tribulation, Suya waved her hand into the void, scattering white lights into different parts of the world. As soon as these lights reached a populated area, they absorbed the emotions of the people around them. Then they turned into Suya or clones of hers. The clones immediately used a technique to change their aura and physical features after being born, before scattering and blending into the large population. Good, muttered Suya after seeing this. As long as any of my clones are alive, I will not die. Although I currently have only 1,000 clones, this is equal to 1,000 lives. Furthermore, as long as there are enough emotions, I can make more. And as I grow more powerful, I will be able to make more until I have an infinite amount of them or an infinite amount of lives. If I do not manage to prove the Tao, this method can be improved into an alternate form of immortality. Nodding her head, she took her seat, waiting for everybody to wake up and test one another. The next person to wake is... Chapter 274. The next person to wake up was Fang Lijuan, who sat on the 6th seat behind Sun Jialong. In her vision, many people were around her. She waved her hand, then all those people became invisible. With another wave, heaven and earth became invisible, and with the final wave, the Tao seemed to become invisible. After the 12-colored flame enveloped her, she also stepped into the divine body realm. She raised her eyes into the sky to look at her thunder tribulation, then she disappeared in the eyes of everyone watching. Soon after that, the thunder tribulation finished gathering strength, but it could not find the person that it should strike. I searched for some time but discovered nothing. As if anger, the clouds gathering in the sky became more vast and powerful, then began the search for Fang Lijuan again. But it did not find anything. If the secret realm was not designed to isolate each participant to not interfere with one another, the thunder tribulation would have probably struck the other heaven chosens. After figuring out that its search was futile, the thunder tribulation dispersed. Just like that, Fang Lijuan passed her tribulation. Meanwhile, the people outside watched this with awe. She seemed to have perfectly brought out the power of the invisible talisman to peak and beyond. It was like perfectly suited for her. Maybe she was destined for it. After everything was finished, Fang Lijuan looked at the other people who were still in the state of enlightenment for a brief moment, then she went back to her seat without saying anything. The next person to wake up was Jian Wushuang in the second seer behind Wang Wei. His vision was two swords fighting. One sword could cut everything in its path, cut every single matter in the universe, cut every single concept. The cut was absolute. The second sword constantly resisted the attack of the first sword, and with each attack, it became more powerful. The second sword challenged the first one by saying that I'm infinite, I can infinitely grow, infinitely evolve. So, can you cut something infinite? After the first sword failed to cut the second one, it became the final winner. Finally, Jian Wushuang appeared and took the second sword for himself. A powerful pressure emanated from his body. The pressure was limitless and it spread throughout heaven and earth, making all swordsmen bow to him. If Wang Wei was awake, he would instantly realize that the first sword was eerily similar to his father's sword will. However, many people outside realized this. This Jian Wushuang is very clever. Using Wang Tian's absolute cut sword will to temper his infinity sword will, helping him grow through constant confrontation. After the sword-casting villa suffered such humiliation at Wang Tian's hand, they will of course find a way to deal with him. It was probably the method they came up with after years of research and study. Credits should be given to Jian Wushuang to be able to execute such a crazy plan. Without understanding Wang Tian's sword will, they could never succeed. Jian Wushuang's talent for the sword is not lower than Wang Tian, and now his sword will is not worse than him. A battle between those two would be legendary. After Jian Wushuang finished his breakthrough, he looked in the sky at the thunder tribulation, took his sword and waved it casually. A white sword slash flew into the clouds, dispersing them. Meanwhile, a flash of surprise appeared in Su Ya's eyes after seeing Jian Wushuang's actions. Then she thought to herself, this guy has changed. He seemed more confident, cockier. If it was the old him, he would never use such a flashy, showy, and unwise thing, especially when using thunder tribulation can help increase the speed of cultivating the human stage in the divine body realm. Well, if that's true, then my plan might be easier to work. Once he finished, Jian Wushuang looked at the awakening people and a surprising look appeared on his face after seeing Lin Fan with eyes still closed. Then his face became that of annoyance. Nevertheless, he did not say anything and sat on his seat, waiting. The next person to wake up was Lin Fan in the fourth seat. In his vision, 3,000 clouds floated in the sky. In the clouds, voices could be heard, voices of people preaching of the Tao, preaching of different Taos. Once the preaching ended, the 3,000 clouds fused to create Lin Fan's body. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Fan's body, both in the vision and in real life. The entire secret realm trembled, alerting all the people watching the situation, including the people of the academy. What is he doing? Asked one of the teachers. Our plan for him was to use his absolute chaos physique to cultivate 8 Taos based on our 8 emperor scriptures, then fused them. But now he wants to cultivate all 3,000's Tao and fuse them, replied someone else. Is that possible? Well, chaos is the embodiment of all the great Taos in existence, so it should be possible. Many of the teachers' breath became rapid after hearing this. They could imagine how powerful their heaven chosen would be after this. We will finally cultivate another eternal emperor. Don't be so excited yet, quickly said the new headmaster. Remembers, there is someone else that is not awakened. The teachers quickly calmed themselves down, then they focused on the secret realm. In the meantime, in the D family booth, D Tian squinted his eyes after seeing Lin Fan's vision and aura, then he sneered. Another outlaw that is trying to control one of the 5 hidden supreme Tao. Chaos. This Lin Fan will not leave long, especially since his name is already on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. If Bai Han was still here, he might have warned these fools. Then he focused his attention on Wang Wei, waiting for his awakening. In D Tian's mind, if there was a person that had the tiniest of affecting his plans of becoming emperor and reviving his wife, it would be Wang Wei. Even if that possibility was only 0.1%, he did not want to take any chance. After Lin Fan finished his thunder tribulation, he soon realized that he was not the last one to wake up. He frowned for a moment, then landed next to Jian Wushuang and gave him a look. The two eyes clashed for a few seconds, then Jian Wushuang moved. Next, these heaven chosens moved their sits based on how late they woke up. Lin Fan sat on the second seat, Jian Wushuang on the third, Fang Lijuan on the fourth, Su Ya on the fifth, and Sun Jialong on the sixth. Of course, on the seventh seat was Mo Xingyun, and on the eighth seat was Zhang Xian, who had the number 7 boundless void physique. While these heaven chosens were fighting over seat position, Wang Wei's vision finally appeared. It was similar to his Yun Emperor vision. A mighty and majesty version of Wang Wei sat on a throne without countless sages, supremes, worlds and races at his feet. However, this vision was slightly different from before. In the past, Wang Wei had strings of fate in his fingers, controlling all those people. But now, the strings were at his feet as if he was beyond them. As soon as that vision appeared, the entire domain of the Emperor Enlightening Academy trembled lightly. Moreover, a few sensitive people could feel the anger of heavenly Tao after the vision appeared. These people have never seen heaven so furious, so wrathful. However, contrary to their ideas, nothing happened afterward. There was no divine punishment, thunder or anything. Everything just returned to calm. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was oblivious to the things happening outside as he was too focused on breaking through the divine body realm. His ancient lamp appeared around him, and many people were once again shocked. Not only did he have a 13-colored flame which was unheard of before, but he had 184 origin pattern on the base of the lamp. The only person not amazed by this event was Di Tian. He is probably the only person that truly knows the meaning behind this phenomenon, and even its owner might not know. After the lamp appeared, Wang Wei focused on the next step of his breakthrough, which was very simple at least to him. It was simply to infuse your will, goals, dreams, or desires into the Gould Fortune flame. This might seem a simple thing, however, it was not. Whatever ideas or goals a cultivator installed in there, he or she has to truly believe in it to the point of sacrificing their own life for it. Without such a high level of determination, they will never be able to enter the divine body realm. As for Wang Wei's goals, it was always to be free and unfettered, to be able to do as he wishes, to control his fate, no, to transcend it. Chapter 275. The divine body realm is divided into 3 stages: human, earth, and heaven. The purpose of the entire realm was to refine a body that could withstand the power of law, a divine body. As such, in the human stage, cultivators have to use their good fortune flame to temper or recreate their bodies. They have to refine their skins, muscles, bones, organs, and blood. In general, they have to go through a similar process Wang Wei went through while cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As for Wang Wei, since the ancient desolate emperor used this realm as a blueprint for his scripture, he did not have to go through the human stage. So, after instilling his goals into the flame, he used it to quickly go through most of the human stage, making sure that he did not make some mistake or overlook some tiny part of his body during tempering. And he did find one, his brain. Due to how fragile an organ it was, there was no specific way to refine or temper it in the ancient desolate body refining scripture, making it one of the weak spots of his body. Knowing this, he immediately used the good fortune flame to temper his brain. Many people squint their eyes after seeing this. All these heaven-chosen first refine their skins after the breakthrough, but he chose his brain. However, after thinking about it for a moment, they realized it made sense that cultivating in the divine body realm would be different for him because of his strong fleshly body. After Wang Wei finished the gruesome process of burning his brain off, he was satisfied with the result. From now on, he would not immediately die if someone blew his head off. They would have to do it at least 5 times before he would die. And after he finishes tempering his blood, he will reach the realm of single-drop rebirth, meaning that as long as a single drop of his blood remains, he can instantly regenerate his entire body. Following this, the aura of divine body realm appeared on him. Opening his eyes, he clenched his fist, feeling both the increase of power and lifespan. A typical divine body realm cultivator has 30,000 years of lifespan. However, due to his heavenly physique, Wang Wei already had such a level of lifespan. With this new breakthrough, he can now live 90,000 years, which is the normal lifespan of a primordial spirit realm cultivator. And that's only the lifespan granted to him by the origin path system. His fleshly body dramatically increased his lifespan. Wang Wei raised his head to the sky, staring at the thunder tribulation. Once the first thunder fell, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. That goes for all the others as well until the tribulation ended. Slowly turning around, Wang Wei did not look at these heaven-chosens but in the distance. His eyes penetrated the secret realm and countless layers of space until he reached a mortal establishment in the domains of the academy. There he saw an old man inside a room sitting on a chair. The old man's hair was all gray and he had wrinkles all over his face. On top of the old man's head, Wang Wei saw a gray line, and he knew them as Fate Line. He could see them for quite some time but did not know how to use them. Now he knew. By focusing on the Fate Line, he saw the fate of this old man from his birth to the present. He saw when he was born, when he first cried, the first time he farmed the land with his parents, his first love, his first kids and grandkids. In an instant he watched the life of this old man from birth to adulthood, then to old age. And that was not the limit. Wang Wei then started to see the fate of this old man's ancestors. He watched the lives of his great-great-great-great-grandfather. To be precise, he saw the lives of all the old man's families up to 15 generations in the past. After that, Wang Wei watched the future of this old man. He knew that 2 years from now, while trying to pick up something from the floor, the old man would trip and fall, never getting back up again. His family will bury him and continue their lives as farmers. Until 3 generations later, the entire village will be destroyed in a catastrophe, thus ending this old man's bloodline. Wang Wei sighed at how insignificant the life of mortals is. Their fate has long been written in stone, and not only do they not know about it, but they would be helpless even if they knew. They are nothing but puppets controlled to either make the flow of the universe function normally or serve the purpose of more powerful beings. Once finished observing that mortal, Wang Wei finally looked at these heaven chosens. His cold and indifferent gray eyes penetrated deep into their souls as they felt like they were naked and being observed, like someone was strangling them with strings. Immediately they noticed what was going. These heaven chosen realized that Wang Wei was reading their fate line, thus watching all their secrets from birth. With an ugly look on their faces, they resisted. The previous vision of these people manifested in front of them, trying to block this weird attack. Unfortunately, it was useless, at least to most. Muttered Wang Wei as he looked at Lin Fan. This guy can block my fate reading technique? Could it be because his Chaos Dao is on the same level as my Fate Dao? Unfortunately, he is still too weak. Immediately he increased the pressure and power on Lin Fan. Thus, Wang Wei was able to read his fate. He saw how he grew up in the lower realm, how he was maltreated by his clan because his absolute chaos physique could not cultivate their low-level technique, how he met his Dao protector and master, his rise in the clan and throughout the entire world. All these heaven chosens had all their secrets leaked to Wang Wei. Except for their emperor scriptures that were protected by a band powerful enough to even guard against fate, Wang Wei learned all their secrets up to the present. Knowing the dire situation that they were in, they all attacked at the same time. However, Wang Wei ignored these people as his innate shield appeared around him, blocking all their attacks. During the entire process, Wang Wei thought to himself, although I can read the past and present of these people, I cannot read their futures. Cultivating is a process of detachment, so their fates are not set in stone like a written book. Their futures are full of endless possibilities based on the decisions that they make in the present. However, all cultivators including me have what is known as Nexus of Fate, which is an event in their lives that will happen no matter what. Unfortunately, my Transcending Fate Sutra cannot yet see fate nexuses. Anyway, it's only a matter of time. After that, Wang Wei looked in the direction of the academy, to be precise, the booth of the D family. Just like he did before, he read Di Tian's fate line. However, the latter waved his hand and a black and white appeared. The wheel exuded the power of reincarnation and easily blocked Wang Wei's ability. I knew that it would not be so easy. This guy is in another league of his own. Only defeating such a powerful enemy would make the heaven wall more interesting, otherwise things would be too easy. After that, Wang Wei looked at all these people attacking him at the same time, yet still unable to break his defense. His vision then landed on Mo Xingyun. My theory about her was correct, but I'm starting to wonder who was that person that made a deal with her, as he was obviously not Feng Heng. I need to meet Feng Heng personally to read his fate line. Moreover, I'm also slightly interested in that gluttony swallowing scripture. After that, he looked at Sun Jiaolong, making the latter's heart skip a beat. For my plans to work, the human destiny sword would be of great help. However, now is not the time to get it. Wang Wei then clenched his fist, took a punching pause before throwing a punch. A powerful shockwave came from him, sending all these heaven chosens flying away. He then activated his token to leave the secret realm. Meanwhile, all of the people sent flying away had only one thought: how could he be so powerful? And that also included Lin Fan, who was the only one still standing despite still being thrown away. As he looked at the disappearing back of Wang Wei, he clenched his teeth with unwillingness. Despite all his effort, he was still outclassed. However, Lin Fan quickly calmed down. He knew that he still had plenty of room to grow. His Choice Dao can also contain the Dao of Fate. So, a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. Chapter 276. With Yan Chen's power, Wang Wei broke the void and teleported to the Dao opening sect. Unfortunately, there was an accident midway through. Both Wang Wei and Yan Chen found their teleportation interrupted and landed on a desert with sands as far as the eye could see. Soon afterward, the surrounding void trembled, and the world seemed to change. Before Yan Chen could react, he disappeared from Wang Wei's sight, nowhere to be seen. As for Wang Wei, he was calm during the entire situation. He even had a knowing smile on his face. He looked into the void in a direction. There he saw Yen Qin in a separate space surrounded by stars. The latter was using his Dharma body to attack the surroundings in an attempt to destroy whatever was blocking him and prevent him from protecting his young master. After checking that Yen Qin was all right, Wang Wei looked in another direction and said, "Come out. I know you are here." "Oh, and how could you possibly do that?" replied a voice, who soon revealed to be Bai Han, the former headmaster of the Enlightening Emperor Academy. "I had a premonition that misfortune would befall me today. However, my prediction also stated that the level of danger is middle to low. And if I play my cards right, I might even benefit from it." "I've always admired your confidence," replied Bai Han with a sneer. "However, it seems that you do not understand the predicament you're in. I spent the past 200 years setting up a supreme tier formation in the surrounding area. And it was not just a normal formation. With it, I can keep Yen Qin occupied for more than an hour. As for the Dao opening sect, given your status and how much they care about you, it will take them about 10 minutes to realize that something is wrong, 5 minutes to locate this area and another 5 minutes to break the formation. Meaning I have 20 minutes to kill you. I guess I'm being underestimated." Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Bai Han had the time and opportunity to set up such a powerful formation, and yet he chose an isolating one instead of a killing one. He probably wanted to kill me personally, or his mind is already deeply affected by the Chi of Calamity. "I'm curious what drove you to do something so extreme?" asked Wang Wei, still with his calm demeanor. "There is no need to try to buy time. You are too much of a threat to the academy, and I have to get rid of you, otherwise, we will suffer in the future." Immediately, Bai Han used his domain and instantly controlled the laws of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. As for Wang Wei, he felt a direct pressure on his soul and spirit. On top of that, he could not use his origin essence, meaning he could not use any of his cultivation techniques except for his fleshly body. Without hesitation, a vision manifested behind Wang Wei. One ability that some cultivators in the divine body have is visions. These visions are based on each individual's wishes and desires, and they have the ability to amplify their powers. Nevertheless, only truly talented individuals can have their own visions. Although people with heavenly physiques or any physique for that matter have a higher chance of gaining one, however, that's not guaranteed. A perfect example of that is Han Li. Although he had a heavenly physique, he did not have a vision. Of course, Wang Wei did not show his vision merely because of the amplification abilities, but because his vision was unique. It was fused with his young emperor's vision. So, the moment that it appeared, he activated his pseudo-domain ability, hoping to reduce Bai Han's strength by half. Unfortunately, he was not completely successful. The ability only reduced Bai Han's strength by 15%. Despite this, Wang Wei was still satisfied as his main objective was achieved. Using the pseudo-domain, he was able to block most of the power of Bai Han's true domain. Feeling the regained control over his origin essence, Wang Wei was ready for the next battle. As for Bai Han, his face became ugly, then he said, "I was right. You are a much bigger threat than anticipated." He waved his hand in the air as he said, "Pen of Righteousness." A giant golden brushed pen appeared in the sky. Then the pen wrote the character for Flame. The character was beautiful, majestic, and holy. Soon after that, countless golden flames covered the sky, heading towards Wang Wei. They seemed to want to burn him and purify his soul. All these things happened in a blink of an eye. As for Wang Wei, after seeing this attack, he only muttered, "Intangible fate." Boom. Bai Han's attack landed. The surrounding few kilometers were instantly ravaged beyond repair. The sand in the desert turned into glass, and a weird golden light could be seen everywhere. As for Wang Wei, he was floating in the air, perfectly fine. Not a single scratch could be seen on him or his clothes. Bai Han squinted his eyes after seeing this. Fate is invisible and intangible, so he is also invisible and intangible. Then he sneered. "We both have strong karma connecting us, so you cannot escape." He waved his hand and the golden pen wrote another character. This time, a large golden hand appeared, releasing a suppressing aura. Wang Wei was familiar with his aura as it was similar to his Dragon Sovereign Fist, which had the ability to suppress someone. As such, the closer the golden came to him, the more difficult it became to move, to breathe, and even his thoughts became a little sluggish. Knowing the danger he was in, Wang Wei immediately used a new technique, Frowny Face Fate Escape. If someone was fast enough to escape the entanglement, machination, and providence of fate, how fast would they be? Turning into a gray light, Wang Wei disappeared from the golden hand and appeared next to Bai Han. Without hesitation or pause, He threw a punch, this time using a technique from the ancient Desolate Body Refining scripture. Desolate God Fist. A colossal fist with bronze skin manifested from Wang Wei. The aura of that hand was wild, untamed, and bestial. It gave the feeling that it would tear everything between heaven and earth with its bare hands. The surrounding area became bleak, the sand that was heated into glass turned into a dark gray and lifeless state, the sunny sky turned into gloomy, dark, and ominous clouds. Everything became desolate. Boom. The bronze hand hit Bai Han with tremendous force. However, this attack did not do any damage whatsoever. On the other hand, the shockwave of the attack forced Wang Wei to distance himself from Bai Han. Squinting his eyes, Wang Wei thought to himself. He wrapped himself with his domain, thus completely protecting himself from my attack. I did not know that domains could be used that way. If this was any normal saint, even a peak saint, this attack would have done a great deal of damage to them, yet it was futile against him. Well, I should expect this, after all, according to my father, Bai Han was only second to him in terms of strength in his generation. Despite knowing this, he did not stop. He turned into a gray light and rushed towards Bai Han. He would attack in one direction, then appear on the other side of him and attack again. Countless versions or shadows of Wang Wei could be seen around Bai Han, attacking together. As for the former headmaster, he was intact with a frown on his face. His speed has surpassed light, which should be impossible. After studying him, one of the conclusions I made was the fact that his speed was one of his flaws. Compared to his other overwhelming attributes, his speed was rather common. This was probably because he did not fit with the rainbow escape art. But now he must have used the power of fate to create his own speed-related technique. Bai Han became more serious after figuring this out. Typically speaking, only a few talented individuals in the primordial spirit realm can reach close to the sublight speed, and only talented void-shattering realm cultivators can use the power of law to achieve the speed of light. As for being faster than light, only Saint Realm true person can do so. The reason is that in their domains, saints are essentially gods and can ignore the limits of the natural world. In their domains, the laws are no longer governed by heavenly Tao, but by their own will and desire. Although it is only a short area compared to the rest of the world, and the duration is usually based on their origin essence and soul strength, it was still an amazing feat. It seems that no matter how much of a threat I thought you were, I still underestimated you, muttered Bai Han. It's time for me to take this fight more seriously. Chapter 277. As soon as Bai Han decided to become serious, the tide of the battle turned in his favor. He instantly appeared in front of Wang Wei, this time holding the golden brush that had shrunk its size to a normal one. He waved his brush, creating a black ink slash similar to a sword slash. Without the ability to react in time, Wang Wei was sent crashing on the ground, creating a massive shockwave thousands of kilometers after landing. However, he quickly got up without a scratch on his body. He wanted to take the initiative and attack. Unfortunately, this was not possible. As soon as Wang Wei got up, his step faltered and he groaned as he held his head. He looked around to see a bunch of illusory golden scholars reading and reciting scriptures to him. Their voices had a weird power that seemed to directly attack his spirit and will. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt like his mind was full of these scriptures, and that was the only thing there. All his thoughts and memories were slowly being replaced by these scriptures. He knew that if he did not do something, he would turn into a mindless idiot that only know how to recite these scriptures. He would slowly lose his will and sense of self. This Bai Han is strange. Although he is only in the saint realm, his soul power is unimaginably powerful, surpassing most of the true monarchs that I have met. No, it's even more powerful than my grandfather. Wang Wei then bit his tongue to regain clarity, then used his soul power to guard his mind. However, he was not out of trouble yet. The glass underneath his feet turned back into golden sands, then they started entangling him. They controlled his arms, legs, head, and torso. He even noticed that some sands tried to enter the pores of his skin. Moreover, he could tell that these were not ordinary sands as they had the power to slowly weaken his fleshly body and rapidly draining his origin essence. Is this what it feels like to fight a saint in their domain? The entire world seems against me. Wang Wei expanded the innate field that was surrounding his skin, thus pushing the sand away and blocking them away from him. Turning into a gray light, he rushed towards Bai Han again. This time his speed reached at least 3 times the speed of light. Unfortunately, it was futile. Before he could even reach his destination, Bai Han appeared behind him and placed his hand on his back. A golden light flashed from his hand, and Wang Wei's innate field was broken. Coughing a big mouthful of blood, Wang Wei was sent flying and crashing on the floor. What's more, the sand started to attack him again. Having little time to think of a better plan, A white flame appeared around his body, trying to purify Bai Han's righteousness law from the sand. Of course, Wang Wei failed, but he did manage to stop the advance of the sand. With a little time to breathe, he began to inspect his body. My spine is broken, all the muscles in my back are destroyed, my liver, kidney, and lungs are completely gone. Luckily, I managed to protect my heart and spleen. On top of that, the power of law still remains in my body, preventing me from healing. A bunch of strange runes flashed across Wang Wei's eyes for a brief moment before disappearing. He activated one of his innate talent. Unlike in the supernatural realm, activating the innate talent no longer showed these tattoos and symbols in the divine body realm. A black and white wheel appeared in Wang Wei's divine sea and absorbed half of his origin essence. Immediately afterward, all his injuries instantly healed, whether it was the broken spine, destroyed muscles, or missing organs. However, by the time Wang Wei got back on his feet, Bai Han was already attacking. Raising his head, Wang Wei saw that Bai Han wrote the character "kill" in the sky, then a massive golden spear rushed from it with unmatched speed towards him. Without much time left for him, he reorganized his innate shield, surrounded himself with another shield made of origin essence and spiritual chi between heaven and earth. On top of that, he created 2 additional layers of shields made of the cleansing purifying flame and the heavenly destruction flame. Despite all these defensive measures, Wang Wei was still sent flying away, though he did block the attack. In the process of flying away, he clenched his right hand and made a yanking movement. Soon afterward, a transparent body appeared from Bai Han's head. With an ugly look on his face, Bai Han realized that his primordial spirit was being forcefully pulled out of his body. Looking around, he saw a white string attached to his soul with the other end on Wang Wei's hand. He mobilized the power of law to cut that thread, but he was unable to do so. So, he controlled his primordial spirit and yanked Wang Wei, who was flying away. In the end, he had to let go of the primordial spirit as he was being dragged towards his opponent. Bai Han looked deeply at Wang Wei. 5 minutes passed by and he still has not killed him. Realizing that this younger generation was even more of a threat than he could imagine, he decided to end all of this. He controlled his domain, condensed it into the form of a hand, then patted Wang Wei. Looking at the very condensed law power, Wang Wei was truly helpless. So, his body and soul were instantly annihilated. Looking at this result, Bai Han sighed in relief as he muttered to himself, "I had to use the strength of Quasi-Supreme to kill him. How shameful." Not quite. Suddenly ringed a voice behind Bai Han. Instinctively he dodged to the side, but it was still a little too late. A white string rushed from his back, cutting his right arm off. He looked at his missing arm with a frown. Bai Han could feel his regenerative power hindered. To be precise, it was like the fate of his arm was severed from his own body. After quick calculations, Bai Han realized that it would take him hundreds if not thousands of years to regrow that arm. And even if he broke through the Supreme Realm, the time would nearly decrease. If this kid had even the tiniest of law power, this arm would be severed for good. Unless someone on the level of my father intervened, I would never be able to regrow this arm. No matter how much I overestimate him, it seems that I still underestimate his capabilities. "I'm curious," said Bai Han. "I saw you die, so how can you be alive?" Wang Wei merely smiled. Of course, he would not tell him about his bone substitution ability. With it, he has a few lives, so the fewer people who know, the better. Meanwhile, after his failed sneak attack, Wang Wei thought to himself, "It seems that my strength is on par with middle-level saints, could fight ordinary peak saints, but am no match for these heaven-chosen's peak saints. Nevertheless, they cannot easily kill me as well. Alright, this little test is over." "What do you mean?" asked Bai Han with a bad premonition. "I said at the beginning of the battle that I expected to encounter danger. Do you really think that I would not be prepared?" Bai Han's face changed as he looked upward. He saw Yan Qin holding a sword and a massive Dharma body behind him. Without hesitation, Yan Qin swung his sword and the Dharma body followed. Bai Han concentrated his domain in the shape of a shield. A massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire formation. Muttered Yan Qin, looking at the translucent Bai Han that was holding a golden brush. He actually has a supreme tier proven Dao artifact that saved his primordial spirit. However, let's see how many attacks he can withstand. So, Yan Qin made another attack and Bai Han's translucent body began to fade. Knowing that he has few other options, he made a drastic decision. Bai Han tried to use his understanding of the Supreme Realm to forcefully open the Supreme Path and reach that realm. For a moment, clouds started appearing in the sky in the area of the formation. However, they only lasted a brief moment before Bai Han spit out a big mouthful of soul blood, further weaken him. As for Yan Qin, he was relentless in his attacks. On his 9th attack, Bai Han's proven Dao artifact was destroyed. Taking advantage of this situation, Yan Qin went for the kill. As Bai Han watched that powerful flash rushing towards him, he sighed internally. Then, memories of his life flashed across his mind, thinking of all the regrets he had. Right before Bai Han was annihilated, a golden light came from his body and blocked the attack. Then, the golden light slowly turned into a middle-aged man with a long beard wearing Confucian-style clothes. F.A. Father? Chapter 278. Father, what are you doing here? How can you be here? Asked Bai Han in astonishment. I have left a small piece of my will on your soul in case of an accident, replied Emperor Kong calmly. I do not need your help. Obviously you do. Then Emperor Kong ignored his son and looked in the surroundings. Ha, the myriad Emperor world, my home, it's been quite some time since I left. Let's see what's going. In an instant he scanned all 5 continents. Let's see. This generation is a glorious age with many talents. There are 3 outlaws, 2 eternal talents, and Empress was clone? Reincarnation? Technically speaking that should be impossible, but if it's the Empress, then I will not be surprised. Now let's check on my descendants. Well, they've lost the spirit of the epic, and the chi luck is at an all-time low. Oh, these unfilial descendants. Now let's see who is responsible for all of this. Emperor Kong followed the karma thread responsible for all the misfortune of his academy and realized that they led to Wang Wei, so his vision landed on the latter. While caressing his long beard, Emperor Kong looked up and down at Wang Wei. What an interesting youngster. Paragon quality soul, an outlaw, and eternal talent. And he seemed to be related to Empress Wu. This kid's secrets are the kind that can get noisy people killed, so he'll just mind my own business. Finally, Emperor Kong looked at his son again. It's time for you to leave with me. I would rather die than go anywhere with you, replied Bai Han with gritted teeth. I indulge in your rebellious act because I thought that you could found your own path and not live the rest of your lives in my shadow, but look what you have accomplished so far. You were played and injured by a younger generation 3 realms below you. Bai Han clenched his hand, but he did not say anything. I know this all started because of miscommunication between us about your mother, added Emperor Kong. But I can tell you that she successfully reincarnated and even managed to prove the Tao and becoming a great emperor. So now it's time for our family to reunite. A flash of surprise appeared in Bai Han's eyes. Are you telling the truth? There is no need for me to lie to you about something like this. Bane hesitated for a moment, then he looked at himself. His primordial spirit was dim, his proven Tao artifact was in pieces, and his right arm was gone. Taking a deep sigh, he nodded his head. Emperor Kong smiled in satisfaction while thinking. Luckily, this unfilial son was only bothered by the lowest level of chi of calamity, otherwise even I would be helpless. After that he prepared to leave. However, a sudden voice stopped him. Your Majesty Emperor Kong, would you mind if I asked you a question? Said Wang Wei, who remained calm during the entire experience. Unlike Yan Qin, who was sweating like a person eating spicy wings during 110 degrees Celsius temperature. Looking at Wang Wei, Emperor Kong said, Boy, after all you've done to my son and my academy, you still dare to ask me a question. You should be happy that I did not decide to settle the score with you. In answer to this, Wang Wei just smiled. What a cheeky youngster, thought Emperor Kong. He is probably thinking that if I attack him, then his ancestors can come to save him. However, little did he know that all the emperors of his sect have long disappeared from the eternal ascension world, and many people have presumed them dead. Of course, Emperor Kong was not one of these people. As an eternal emperor, he knew that it was impossible to kill one of his kind. As long one person knows their name or even a piece of writing of their names exists, an eternal emperor can use this fact to resurrect themselves. So, Emperor Qiyuan and the Sword Empress of the Dao opening sect are still alive out there. Additionally, when he scanned the world, he noticed the breath of the battle maniac that once descended into the battle tower of the sect. This youngster is full of secrets and potential. Maybe I can sow some karma for later on. Youngster, what's your question? I want to know what realm you are in? Or to be precise, what's the realm after Great Emperor? Ambitious, aren't we? Said Emperor Kong. Well, with your talent, it's understandable. I can tell you that the next stage of cultivation is called the Empyrean realm. After that, Emperor Kong and Bai Han disappeared as if they never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was caught in his thoughts. Empyrean realm? Does Paragon come after this, or are there other realms in between? Well, these things are a little too far from me. I wonder why that Supreme Will did not show up after Emperor Kong told me such secret? Is it because of his high level of cultivation or something else? What are the criteria for it to show up? Young master, you should not take such risk, reprimanded Yan Qin, who was finally able to breathe after Emperor Kong disappeared. For a moment there he thought that he was gone. His only thought was whether if he exploded himself could he give the young master the opportunity to escape. You underestimated the mind and bearing of a great emperor. He would not just attack me because of contradiction of the younger generation. Still, your actions were reckless. Not reckless, calculated. What do you mean? Have you noticed that no great emperor has ever interfered in the affair of the world after they leave? Even the ones that are extremely protective of their family or sects. They never showed up even when their descendants faced extinction, replied Wang Wei. You mean? Yes, most likely they have certain restrictions preventing them from doing so. Yan Qin pondered for a brief moment before sighing. You may be correct, but was it worth risking your life to ask a question that you did not even get the answer with? It seems that Emperor Kong allowed only me to hear the answer. Could this be the reason that Supreme Will did not show up? Or did the Emperor use some kind of secret method to tell me the information? Seeing the strange smile on Wang Wei's face, Yan Chen's eyes light up as he figured out something. In that case it was indeed worth it. Alright, let's return to the sect before all the other people become worried and come get us. Breaking the space, Yan Chen hurried home with Wang Wei. After a few minutes, they arrived and Wang Wei noticed Wu Hong waiting for him at the base of the mountain, so he went to meet her. I sense a powerful will scanning the entire world. Is everything alright? Asked Wu Hong. Yes, but I met a will of Emperor Kong. Given his cautious nature, once he sees all the mysteries surrounding you, his first instinct would be to ignore you, unless you antagonize him. Did you antagonize him? Of course not. But you did not let him leave just like that, did you? Wang Wei was momentarily speechless. I just asked him about the realm after Great Emperor. So, you were testing whether he would get in trouble for telling you the secrets of heaven. However, with Emperor Kong's strength, it should be very easy for him to bend the rules slightly without any consequence. It appears so, replied Wang Wei. Then he went to meet his family with Wu Hong as he did not see them for more than 200 years, although he felt like less than a second passed by. After reuniting with his family for the entire night, the two of them flew to one of the peaks of the sect. There, many upper echelons of the sect were waiting for them. Is everything ready? Asked Wang Wei to Wang Fu, the great elder of the refining hall. Yes, young master. Wang Fu took out a bunch of white translucent orb from his space ring, and they all floated in the air after being removed. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong next to him and said, It's your turn. Nodding her head, she placed her hand on his forehead. Following this, a bunch of runes came from his head. No, they came from his soul. These runes congregated in the sky, forming a perfect picture. Finally, 3,000 lights flew from the rune formation and entered one of the floating orbs, instantly turning them more sacred. Voices of people explaining the scriptures could be heard coming from them. Big brother, I cannot believe you managed to actually memorize all the information of the Tao tablets. According to my father, since they are the voices of great emperors explaining the Tao, it should be impossible to memorize or write down, only understand. You're wrong. Although I tried to memorize them, I also failed. So, how did you bring them back from the academy? I had Wu Hong secretly sealed them in my soul, then have the sect prepared materials that could store them before transferring them. Wang Wei sighed. He was truly afraid that Emperor Kong would see through his plot and intervene. Luckily, the latter either did not notice or did not care. After this plan succeeded, the entire Tao opening sect celebrated as the foundation of their sects has just been increased. With access to these 3,000 Tao orbs, many people can be enlightened in front of them, thus making their path of cultivation smoother. Additionally, a piece of news soon spread throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world, and it read, the Tao opening sect have their Tao tablets, so next generation, they will hold their own heaven-chosen selection trial. Chapter 279. After settling the affairs of the Tao tablets, Wang Wei spent the next few days relaxing and indulging himself. He drank the best wine, ate the most delicious food, gambled a little. He even went to a brothel to watch some of the famous dancers in the central continent. As for Wu Hong, she accompanied him during the entire process, even to the brothels. And she was quite complimentary of their skills, though she proclaimed that she was even better. Wang Wei called her boasting, and later that night she proved him wrong by giving a show that he will never forget in his life. Since he could not touch her yet, he had to take a very long cold bath to calm himself down. After returning to the sect, he received a talisman from Tai Gang, so he flew to meet him. So why did you call me? Sacred son, I want to show you my immortal army, replied Tai Gang with excitement. So Wang Wei followed him to one of the mountain peaks. He saw an army of divine altar cultivators wearing gray armor. They all had stoic faces and a terrifying killing intent around them. He could see some kind of link between those soldiers. Waving his hand, a spear made of spiritual qi appeared in Wang Wei's hand, then he threw it. Boom. With a sonic boom, the spear pierced the hearts of more than 1,000 soldiers. However, during the entire situation, their faces did not change one. They did not grimace nor have any fear of death. And the reason for that was soon shown. A few seconds later, life energy from the other soldiers was transferred to the wounded ones, healing their severe injuries. Even their armors also fixed themselves. Good. I have a premonition that I will need the help of an army very soon. However, are you aware of the biggest weakness of this army? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. The biggest weakness of this army is me, responded Tai Gan. As long as something happened to me, the life-sharing link of these soldiers will be broken, and they will lose their pseudo-immortality. So, I have to be strong enough. Wang Wei nodded. However, that's not good enough. I will have the sect give you a space-related origin artifact so that before you enter the Void Shatter realm, you can teleport. In case of an emergency, use it to constantly evade the enemy and prevent yourself from being killed, captured, or incapacitated. Tai Gang nodded his head in acceptance. And after making a few more tests on the newly named Undead Legion, Wang Wei returned to his own mountain to plan for his next step ahead. He took out the 8 trigram turtle shell that the sect borrowed from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and started calculating the secrets of heaven. I have found a hint for the whereabouts of the materials I need to temper my spleen, but I cannot find anything for my heart. Could it be that there is no innate fire material left in this world? That shouldn't be. Unless they are in a place where the power of fate is greatly disturbed. Alright, let's track the hint for the innate earth material first. Without hesitation, he left the sect in the direction that his divination pointed to him. On his way, he encountered a little trouble or annoyance. He was challenged by one of the top 30 Heaven Chosens from the Academy trial. Of course, Wang Wei easily defeated the guy, but he refused to acknowledge his defeat. Angered, Wang Wei exploded his head into millions of pieces with one punch. Unfortunately, this guy had his name in the Heavenly Tao Protection Book and he was healed instantly. Knowing that he could not kill this guy, Wang Wei was forced to use his pain innate talent to make him suffer so much that he gave up challenging him. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this guy might not be the only one coming to challenge him using their immortality as an advantage. After that, Wang Wei found himself traveling all the way to the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. Once there, he did not immediately go to his destination but looked around for a bit. The first thing he noticed was the smaller amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth compared to the central continent. In a small city, Wang Wei walked in the streets while heading in a specific direction. He looked around like a tourist. He soon noticed that the majority of people had weapons with them, mostly swords, and they are dressed in warriors or hunting clothes. That goes for both cultivators or mortals. It seemed that the eastern continent is more martial-like than the central continent. And the culture seemed more similar to the Song dynasty in my past life, while the central continent is more similar to the Tang dynasty. Additionally, the number of swordsmen is quite large. I'm guessing that is the result of the sword-casting Pavilla's influence. Although Wang Wei's expensive-looking clothes, gray hair, and eyes make him easily noticeable, the slight aura that he released prevented anyone from seeing him as a rich young master that is easy to bully. So, without much problem, he reached his destination, which was a small restaurant who was quite famous in the area. "Young master, how can I help you?" asked the beautiful waitress dressed in plain clothes. "Have you worked here for long?" responded Wang Wei. "You are not from here, are you?" "I'm sure that fact is very obvious." "That's true. My family has run this restaurant for countless generations." "Is that so? Then do you know of any sects or factions in the surrounding area? And which one is the most powerful?" "There are many sects in the surrounding, but the most powerful one has to be the Cleansing Self sect. I heard that their supreme elder can fly in the air like almighty immortals. A supernatural realm cultivator? Or even higher," thought Wang Wei. "Can you point to me in the direction of the Cleaning Self sect?" "Young master, do you want to apprentice there?" "I heard that their selection requirement are quite high," replied the waitress. Then she explained how to get there. Finally, after this brief conversation, Wang Wei ordered their famous food and left a handsome tip. While leaving, Wang Wei turned around and looked at the small restaurant. He wanted to read the fate line of this waitress and see how her life turns out, but he did not. The best-case scenario is that she will turn into an old woman in a few decades, and worst-case scenario, she will encounter a tragedy midway through and also die. The world is full of mortals and unfortunately, their fates have been set in stone. After sighing deeply, Wang Wei flew to his destination, which was a small mountain where a sect was located. With a quick glance, he could instantly tell that the most powerful of this sect was in the supernatural realm, and their sect formation was just a top-level profound tier. How can a small sect like that have any relationship with innate material? Wang Wei then tracked his divination to a small garden in the sect. Oddly though, the garden seemed invisible to the rest of the sect. After checking that there was no powerful killing information, Wang Wei went straight in. Soon he saw the owner of the garden in front of a small house. "It's you," said Wang Wei. "Oh, it seems that we have a visitor. Young Master Wang Wei, we meet again." Wang Wei had a frown on his face because the person in front of him was the ghost or spirit he met during his travel. She is also Di Tian's wife that he lost from the memories that Li Jun acquired. "Although this is the second time that we have met, I do not even know your name," replied Wang Wei. "Name? I had one so long ago that I almost forgot it. But if you insist, you can call me Qiao Ning. That's the name I used to have." "A beautiful name. Thank you. If you do not mind, let's have some tea and chat." So, Qiao Ning brewed some tea and Wang Wei sat in front of her. However, he did not touch the tea. "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" "Forgive my rudeness, but given your identity, I have to be careful." "So you found out?" "I'm surprised," replied Qiao Ning. "However, this is all in the past now. The past usually has a way to influence the future. For example, if your husband knew of your existence, he would move heaven and earth to come to see you." "True, but that would only bring him greater pain, as I'm nothing but a remnant of the past clinging to existence. But one day soon I will forever cease to exist." "So, to prevent him from seeing you die twice, you hid from him?" "That's correct." "Doesn't that mean you have no faith in him?" Qiao Ning took a sip of her tea, then she looked into the distance, sighed and said, "Some things are destined, inevitable." She then looked at him. "Well, let's not talk about these depressing things. It's rare for me to have visitors, so what brought you here?" "According to my divination, I would find an innate earth medicine here, or at least hint of its whereabouts." I may know what you're talking about," replied Qiao Ning. Chapter 280? Qiao Ning led Wang Wei to the center of her garden, and with a wave of her hand, the garden split into two parts, revealing a glowing green piece of dirt or mud. This is the yellow qi soil, an innate material known to be able to nourish any lands and make them fertile. Back in ancient times, many powerful people would use it to make their spiritual gardens to grow medicine. And in current time, many great emperors have searched left and right for similar materials, but only a few succeeded. Wang Wei frowned then asked, "Are you given to me? Just like that?" Qiao Ning nodded her head calmly. "What? You should know that I'm Di Tian's competitor and the consequences of doing so?" Qiao Ning looked in the sky, marveled at the beautiful sun, then replied, "You might not understand what I'm saying yet, but some things are simply fated to happen. Instead of fighting it, it's best to make good use of the situation." She then looked at him. "As for the reason I'm giving you this herb so easily, you can think of it as me preparing for the future. I'm sowing a seed of karma that you'll have to repay someday." Wang Wei frowned as he pondered his next action. He always knew that this woman was weird, and now he finally knew for sure that she was. For once, she should have died long ago but is still existing. Even if she turned into a spirit or ghost, she should not be able to survive from the Emperor beginning era. More importantly, she did not have a fate line. According to previous tests, even ghosts and spirits have a fate line, but she did not, making her a somewhat unexplainable existence. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, "I accept your karma." Although he knew that he will have to pay it one day, he still accepts the benefit it will provide him now. After using the proper method to take the yellow qi soil from the garden and placed it on the proper containment, Wang Wei asked, "Since you want to sow karma, how about telling me information regarding innate fire material?" "What a cheeky youngster," replied Qiao Ning with a smile. "Unfortunately, all the innate fire material I know have already been taken and used. Your best chance at finding one would be to discover a secret realm from the primordial era." "Secret realm from the primordial era? Does such a thing exist?" "You know about the primordial era?" "I know a few things." Qiao Ning nodded her head. When the chaos qi and innate qi started to disappear from the world, Heavenly Tao created a few secrets realms full of them to preserve some of the rare materials, and it will periodically release them to nourish the current origin path civilization. However, in this current era, the number of these secret realms existing can probably be counted on one hand, and it seems that none of them is appearing anytime soon. Wang Wei nodded his head, then conversed with her for a few hours before leaving. As Qiao Ning watched his departing back, she muttered, "Tianer, even if you succeed, would you be the same person that I fell in love with? Time has been cruel to you." Then she watched until Wang Wei was out of her sight. "He is a lot like you, the only difference is that he has not lost everything dear to him. Hopefully that remains true." After leaving the cleansing self-sect, Wang Wei did not immediately use teleportation formation to return to the central continent, nor did he ask Yan Chen to take him there. He flew to the nearest big city under the occupation of the Yin Moon sect. He walked into a station. "Sir, where would like to go?" asked the attendant who sold the ticket. "Longwei City," replied Wang Wei. "That's a long drive, still worth it though," replied the attendant. "That would be a 1,000 low-level origin stone. Isn't that price a little too much for mortals to afford?" "Sir, why would mortals travel by crawling dragon construct? From what I hear, the constructs are quite affordable to both mortals and cultivators in the central continent," replied Wang Wei. "Well, things are different here in the east." Shaking his head, Wang Wei paid the fee and entered the train or construct. Since he paid for an entire compartment, he sat alone watching the views through the window. The speed of this train was nothing compared to the ones back on Earth. "I cannot believe that the constructs have already spread so far after only 200 years, said Yan Chen through divine sense. "To me this speed is not nearly enough. 200 years is equivalent to a few generations for mortals. The society of us cultivators operate at a slower pace than mortals due to our long lifespan. Adding to that how vast our world is actually, it should take a few thousand years or more for these modern ideas as you called them to spread throughout the entire world." "That's true, but I'm guessing that this was not the only reason. I'm sure a bunch of conservative old men has realized the change that the world is going through, and they do not like it. Since they cannot stop it, they decided to slow its progress," replied Wang Wei with a sneer. Yan Chen sighed. If it was not his sect's young master who instigated this change, he probably would be one of these conservative old men. "Young master, what are you going to do once they are spread all over the world?" "The next step would be to form another alliance and connect all 4 continents together. That way trade would be much easier. In that case you will have to deal with the sea race. They will not allow anyone to use or occupy the ocean without their permission." "You are right. However, as you said, there is still a lot of time left. And with these people secretly meddling, there might be no result until I become emperor. Anyway, I originally wanted people to imitate our constructs as a way to establish a foundation I can build on after I prove the Tao. So, there is no need to rush." Wang Wei enjoyed the ride while comparing this construct to the ones he created. Midway through the voyage, there was a slight disturbance with a cultivator trying to make trouble. Unfortunately, he probably did not know that the Yin Moon sect had disciples stationed at the train for situations like this, so he was beaten and kicked out. After arriving at his destination, Wang Wei visited the city. However, the process was not as enjoyable as he imagined or led to believe. Although the cuisine was as exquisite as the rumors, the entire city was full of drunk swordsmen fighting one another. He could not get along with these men who loved their swords more than their own mothers and wives. Plus, he was recognized, leading the city lord to make a big fuss out of the situation. So after enjoying the food, he left with Yan Chen. After returning home, Wang Wei got straight to business. He flew to an open field where Wang Ju was waiting for him. In front of them were countless mortals, mostly dressed in ragged clothes. "Did you do everything according to my instructions?" "Yes, young master. Half of them are criminals with heinous crimes, while the other half are people with pure hearts and lived an honest life." "Did you tell the good one the consequence of their decisions?" "Yes." "What about their payment?" "Yes. All their descendant will be taken care of for 9 generations. If they happen to have someone with the ability to cultivate, even if their talents are mediocre, the sect will still accept them as disciples." Wang Wei nodded his head before looking at the large crowd. He waved his hand, then the fate lines of all the people manifested themselves. Then, with another wave, a scissor appeared and cut these fate lines, making all these people falling to the ground. With 13 million fate lines of both negative and positive karma, I can create a powerful and unique proven Tao artifact. "Give these people a proper burial and tombstone," said Wang Wei to Wang Ju, then he flew home. He immediately entered the refining room and sat in the lotus position. He took out a bunch of gray sand. Since this destiny sand was the only material that the sect could find related to fate, I had to improvise my own. I even had to create the divine runes needed for the refinement. Luckily, I had the 8 trigram turtle shell, as an example, otherwise this would have taken forever. A fire appeared in his hand and he started using the secret technique to refine the fate lines and destiny sand into an artifact. Chapter 281. Wang Wei sat in the refining room with a 10-meter glowing white-gray string floating in front of him. With meticulous care he inscribed one last rune on it. He sighed before muttering, "Although it took me 50 years, I finally finished." The string first expanded under his control until it occupied the entire room, then it returned to its original size. Then the single strings turned into 10, 100, 1,000. It kept doubling up until the number reached a few billion. After that, Wang Wei controlled the strings to make different shapes. He first made a sword, then a spear, followed by a pagoda and a cauldron. It seems that choosing the strings was the right choice as it can serve as a multi-purpose artifacts. Furthermore, I can feel that each shape wields a different ability. After making sure that nothing was wrong with his proven Dao artifact, Wang Wei placed it inside his sea of consciousness. Since the artifact was linked to his Dao and in turn his soul, it did not have any problem resting there. After getting something to drink, he took a little walk around, dominating Fate Mountain, which was the mountain given to him when he became the sacred son. He nodded his head to all the maids bold enough to say hello to him. He visited the demonic beasts hall where many powerful beasts were being raised. To his surprise, he discovered a Jiaolong, which was a subspecies of true dragons. In the Myriad Emperor world, this kind of demonic race is actually quite rare and valuable. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had one in his mountain and did not even know about it. He was a little ashamed of how little time he spent on this mountain or interact with the people. As for the demonic beasts, since he usually has Yenshin take him directly to places, he rarely used them for traveling. After checking the demonic beast hall, he visited the garden. Once again he was surprised at how valuable the things planted there were. Saint-tier herbs were everywhere, along with a few dozen supreme-tier ones. He even saw a few quasi-emperor herbs. It was during these moments that Wang Wei realized how privileged he was. Any resources he wanted, he just had to ask and someone would bring it to him. He is so rich that he does not even know how much his garden is worth. Nevertheless, he still accepted this kind of blessing. As Wang Wei walked around the garden, he felt rejuvenated, peaceful. He felt at home. He knew that this feeling was the result of refining the yellow chi soil into his spleen, granting him a greater affinity with the earth and spiritual herbs. He could also guess that his alchemy also increased at least the part that need to identify, process and mixing herbs. After he visited the entire mountain, he chose a spot with a beautiful view, made himself some tea to relax. Unfortunately for him, not long after he sat down, he saw Li Jun rushing to the Li family mountain with blood all over his clothes, so he had to call him over. "Big brother, are you out of seclusion?" "Yes, just got out." "What's with all the blood on your clothes?" "These? They're not mine." "I know this. I'm asking why they are on you?" "Big brother, you might not know, things have been a little crazy lately. After you enter seclusion, me, Taigand, Liling, and even Wang Ju entered seclusion as well to use the Dao orbs to enlighten and maybe create our own cultivation techniques. The sect even brought us to a secret realm where time was sped up. However, after we left, the disciples were in terrible shapes. The majority of them were beaten up and the overall morale was very low." Wang Wei frowned for a moment, then he said, "Could it be those top 30 heaven chosens?" "That's right. Using their immortality, these people, knowing that we do not have anyone on the list, challenged us with no remorse for their lives. Although those guys who used to be contemporary Sacred Son put up a decent fight, there was little they could do since their opponents could not die." "So, you were fighting these people?" "Yes. After I left seclusion, I began to fight these guys. However, no matter how many times I killed them, they will just healed instantly and keep coming back. In the end, I had to ask for help from Tai Gang and Liling." "So, how did you deal with the situation?" asked Wang Wei. "We no longer played fair. We used a large army to surround anyone who challenged our sect. Liling used a pill to increase the pain of these challengers and we killed them over and over. Wang Ju even used some of the fate shadows to assassinate these people day and night. Even then they did not give up. These guys seem to want to use the process of constant death to temper themselves." "What about the top 10 like Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang? Did they come to challenge us?" asked Wang Wei. "Thank heavens no, otherwise I would be helpless." "Any news about these people's movement?" "Young master, let me tell you about it," said Wang Ju, who just landed in front of the two. "There is two great news that occurred in the past 50 years. The first one was the fact that Lin Fan challenged Suya again and won easily." "How is that great news?" "He did not stop there. After that, he challenged all the other members of the top 30 and he won. Whether it was Jian Wushuang Mo Xingyun or Fang Lijuan, he won against them all. Wang Wei took a sip of his tea. That indeed can be qualified as great news. Did he challenge me? No. It seems that his guy finally became more intelligent, more patient. What about the other people I asked you to keep an eye on? Di Tian returned to the western continent. Unfortunately, any attempt we made into infiltrating the D clan's domains fail. That also goes for the sect master's shadow. As such, we have concluded that he has a spy agency unlike anything in the world and that he most likely have infiltrated the upper echelons of many factions including ours. Although this is currently only speculations at this point. Wang Wei pondered for a moment, then he said, I have a way to investigate this later. What about the other people? Zhen Biu is still in the Five Elements Palace. A few years ago, the Tai Profound Gate announced that Feng Heng was the first person after more than 200 generations to successfully cultivate the absolute beginning art. However, he also has not left the sect since the announcement. Lu Meishio seems to be secretly looking for something in the northern Black Tortoise continent, and she might even be hiding it from the Raising Herd Valley, or at least trying to. Nodding his head, Wang Wei then said, in guessing that the second big news has to do with the war Sun Jiaolong started against the great Zhou imperial dynasty? Young master, how did you know? Wang Wei just smiled and did not answer her. When he read Sun Jialong's fate line, he knew that the latter planned this war as soon as Ji Song died. After Wang Ju explained the situation to him, Wang Wei pondered how he could take advantage of this war. If he plays his cards right, he might benefit quite a lot. However, now was not the time to intervene. What about the secret realm that contained the glutenate-swallowing scripture? With the information I gave them, they should have found it by now? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, we did. Unfortunately, the Mo clan also discovered it at the same time. So, we have been negotiating with them on how to best use it. They seemed very concerned with it and even prepared to fight us all out for this secret realm. Tell the sect to give up the benefits. In exchange, have Mo Xingyun signed a contract that she will hand over a copy of the scripture after acquiring it. Wang Ju frowned. Young master, why? A secret realm like this should have some benefits to us. The Mo clan is trying to trick us. If I'm not mistaken, this secret realm is designed for only the devil race or people full of sins and negative karma. So, no one from the sect including me might not be able to enter even if we tried. And if we managed to do so, it might be a trap. Wang Wei remembered that the person who gave Mo Xingyun the news said that if he could acquire the scripture on his own, he would. Have the sect ask the Mo clan to send people to inspect the secret realm and take note of their reaction. If they react too strongly, then my deduction is correct. I will pass this on. Is there anything else? Asked Wang Ju. Yes. What about the search for the innate fire material? Any news? Unfortunately, no. The elders have suggested that you use an emperor tier material instead of wasting time waiting. Is that so? In that case, it's time to use Plan B. Go send a challenge invitation to Lin Fan, ordered Wang Wei. Chapter 282. Although Wang Wei just got out of seclusion, he still went back in to prepare for the fight against Lin Fan. He was confident that he would win but still decided to take it seriously. After all, a lion has to use all his strength even when hunting a rabbit. After sitting in the lotus position, Wang Wei began to check his body and cultivation. Since the ancient desolate body refining scripture allowed him to temper his body, the human stage of the divine body realm means little to him. Nevertheless, there are notes on this scripture explaining how to take advantage of his cultivation realm to further temper the body. According to traditional medicine theories, the human body has 5 zhang organs and 6 fu organs, which are also connected to one another. The 5 zhang organs are the heart, lungs, kidneys, livers, and spleen. The 6 fu organs are the small intestine, the large intestine, gallbladder, urinary bladder, stomach, and lastly, Sanjiao, also known as triple energizer. Additionally, the organs follow the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements balance. The zhang organs are yin in nature while the fu organs are yang in nature. The heart, fire, is connected to the small intestine, the lung, metal, is connected to the large intestine, the liver, wood, is connected to the gallbladder, the spleen, earth, is connected to the stomach, and the kidney, water, is connected to the urinary bladder. According to the ancient desolate body refining scripture, Wang Wei has to temper all his zhang organs to perfection, then the energy of these organs will in turn strengthen the fu organs. However, many people of the past that have cultivated this scripture found it more useful to use the divine body realm to actually temper the fu organs, thus further strengthening the fleshly body to a more powerful and perfect state. So, that's what Wang Wei did during his retreat on top of refining his proven Dao artifact. Now that he succeeded in his task, he can now step into the earth stage of the divine body realm. In this stage, cultivators have to use their good fortunate flame to open their 9 orifices, which are the eyes, nose, ears, tongue, external genitals, and anus. Of course, the orifices are not referring to these body parts, but to hidden gates in the human body located in these locations. These gates are like restrictions or inhibitors in the human body, and by opening them, humans can slowly uncover their potential and ascend to higher beings or life forms. Additionally, the process of opening these gates is a way of cleansing the spirit until it reaches a state where it is one with the world, where it can process the way that the natural world functions and develops. After closing his eyes, Wang Wei soon discovered 9 doors inside his body located in the places of the orifices that were glowing. However, he soon discovered that one of his gates seemed weaker than the others, and he knew the reason for that. The 9 orifices are linked to the zhang organs. Without properly tempering them in the human stage, cultivators are unable to open the orifices in the earth stage. As for him, his organs have been tempered beyond the required level. Nevertheless, his heart without absorbing the needed material does not equal in strength to his other organs, hence the reason that the orifice linked to it is so weak compared to the others. So, he ignored that one for now and focused on the other ones. According to his knowledge, these 9 orifices can also be opened with spiritual qi between heaven and earth, but it is better to use the good fortune flame. Wang Wei began to open the gates to the ears, genitals, and anus orifices. The reason was that these orifices are linked to the kidney, so it is possible to open them all in a very short period of time. After slamming open the gate in the ears orifice, mysterious energy rushed out to baptize Wang Wei's entire body. The process only lasted for a brief moment, but immediately afterward, Wang Wei could hear things a few kilometers away. It took him a moment to control that ability. After opening his genital orifice, his primordial yang energy dramatically increased, thus further increasing his blood energy, thus in turn increasing the strength of his fleshly body. Of course, the only thing in his mind after that was, maybe I can finally keep up with the wife. Oh, how hard it is to be and have a powerful girlfriend. Lastly, Wang Wei opened his anus orifice. Now he is no longer required to defecate anymore. Although this kind of thing was no longer applicable to him before, that was only because of spiritual qi and the fact that his stomach could process all the nutrients he took in. Now, he just had the natural ability or instinct not to ever go to the bathroom again. By the time Wang Wei was finished, a month had already passed and it was time for his battle with Lin Fan. After looking at the changes that occurred in his body, Wang Wei muttered, "Not bad." Of course, he was just being ridiculous. The speed at which he opened these orifices is unheard of. This is a process that usually takes decades if not hundreds of years. The only reason that he could open 3 in just 1 month was because of how powerful his body is and because he used all the accumulation he had beforehand. In the future, the process will not be so easy. Although he will be faster than most of his peers, it will still not be that fast. After leaving his seclusion, he headed straight for the fighting site. For protection reasons, this battle did not take place in any of the domains belonging to either of these factions. Lin Fan looked at Wang Wei standing across from him with a serious look on his face. Wait, thought Lin Fan to himself. His aura, that's the aura of the earth stage of the divine body realm. I just finished tempering my skin in the human stage, how come he's already in the earth stage? His mind rapidly calculated, it should be because of his fleshly body, it should have been tempered to withstand the power of law long ago. In that case, should I rush to quickly go through the human stage? No, I need to establish a firm foundation. The final destination of all of us is to become great emperor. And without the heaven will, the highest cultivation level we can reach is the quasi-emperor realm. So, it doesn't matter who gets there first. Lin Fan took a deep breath to rein his thoughts and calm himself down. According to the academy, Wang Wei is a person that does everything with a purpose, so there must be a reason for him to challenge me out of nowhere. I need to discover that purpose while at the same time try to gauge his level of strength. Meanwhile, Wang Wei also checked out his opponent. He could see a level of calmness and confidence that was not there before. I'm surprised that you accepted my challenge despite knowing that you have no chance of winning. I thought you would say something like you will accept my challenge 10 years from now, then go on an adventure to get stronger. After countless life and death situations, your strength would have reached an unimaginable level. Then you will defeat me and reclaim your lost honor. Wait, said Wang Wei as he crossed his left arm and placed his right hand under his chin. Then he started caressing his non-existing beard. I think I got it all confused. This only happens after the villain easily defeats the main protagonist and beats him like a dead dog. So this should happen after the fight. Then Wang Wei seemed to realize something. Why am I the villain in this scenario? If there is going to be a protagonist, then it should be. As for Lin Fan, he should be one of the lesser villains that shows how awesome I am to the reader. Meanwhile, the few spectators in this battle were quite speechless, especially Lin Fan. The odd thing was that he knew that he could actually say something like that if he lost the match. Once again taking a deep breath to calm down, Lin Fan said, "If you are trying to rile me up before the match, don't waste your time. I've learned from my mistake." "Is that so?" replied Wang Wei. "But that will still not change the fact that you will lose miserably today. Any battle is constantly changing, so there is no 100% guarantee that a person will win. Plus, so what if I lose? Just like Ji Song used to say, one failure means nothing to us. The only thing that truly matters is who gets to sit in that throne at the very end." "Ah," laughed Wang Wei out loud. "You are correct. I have to say, my evaluation of you has risen after this encounter. Nevertheless, come get this ass whooping." Meanwhile, Yan Qin secretly shook his head after hearing this. His young master can be as graceful as a sovereign, as overbearing as a tyrant, as prose as a sage, or as vulgar as a street vagabond. Well, I guess his personality fits his pursuit of being free and unfettered. If he desires, he can be all these things or none of them. Chapter 283. As soon as the fight began, Lin Fan activated his innate talent, thus entering the state of Chaos Demon God Body. His body turned into a deep and profound black hue with stars or worlds shining all over. A similar aura also surrounding him, making him look even more mighty. And unlike previously, a black crown was on his head. The crown was decorated with 3,000 different animals carved on them. And this was not all his preparation. He also used his vision to amplify his ability. So with his transformation and large vision, Lin Fan was prepared and laser-focused for this battle. Unfortunately, it was useless. Using Fate Escape, Wang Wei instantly appeared in front of him like a sneaking shadow, then punched him. Boom. Lin Fan's ribs were shattered, then he turned into a stream of light as he was sent flying, crashing into a mountain and destroying it. After landing, his ears started ringing, his vision blurred, and he could taste dirt in his mouth. In just a split second, Lin Fan's mind worked rapidly, and he came to the conclusion that he was not a match for Wang Wei's speed, so he took action. He suddenly turned into a giant fish with 2 wings longer than the largest continent on Earth. More importantly, this transformation still looked like his Chaos Demon God Body transformation. With a flop of his wings, the birdfish instantly appeared in front of Wang Wei from a few thousand kilometers. Then the bird opened his mouth and inhaled. This simple movement caused the entire deserted mountainous area to shake. Mountains were moved from the grounds and swallowed by this attack. And it was not just them. The grounds underneath, the clouds in the sky, and even the very fabric of space were broken and swallowed by this fish bird's mouth. The only exception being Wang Wei. He looked at the gigantic creature in front of him that was covering most of the sky and muttered, "The mythical creature Kunpeng? I thought this kind of creature no longer exists in the myriad emperor world along with dragons and phoenixes?" He looked around and noticed that he was standing in the void since the space around him was swallowed. Ordinary divine body cultivators might only survive in this environment until their origin essence runs out, or until they were pulverized by the chaotic space. However, he was perfectly fine. Then he moved. The swallowing force of the Kunpeng, which was similar to a black hole, had little effect on him. He appeared on top of the beast and threw another punch. World-breaking fist. A powerful vibration that could destroy a small 1,000 world manifested from that single small fist. However, this time around Lin Fan reacted in time. 2 strange arms grew from the Kunpeng's back and blocked the attack. Additionally, Wang Wei felt that his fist was hindered by countless layers of space. Boom. A powerful shockwave traveled for kilometers after their clash. Unfortunately, after resisting for a few seconds, the Kunpeng was sent crashing on the ground, then it spewed a big mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a frown on his face. Is he using Emperor Kong's myriad things change art to control or transform all 3,000 Daos? Wang Wei once read about Emperor Kong's ascension. After proving the Tao, he muttered these famous words to the entire world: Tao of transformation, turning all impossible into possible, and all possible to impossible, all unknowns to knowns and all knowns to unknowns, all emptiness to fullness and all fullness to emptiness. The endless cycle from static to change, that's my Tao, and you can call me Emperor Kong. Although Wang Wei could see that Lin Fan is currently using the most basic powers of such a Tao, it still allows him to turn into a mythical beast and retain the power or innate ability of that beast. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who was severely injured on the ground, quickly acted. A white light flashed from his body and his injuries were healed. However, he quickly reverted to his original form, only with 2 wings still on his back. In such a short moment, this guy used the Tao of transformation, Tao of life, and the Tao of space, thought Wang Wei. Let's see how many more he can use to such a high level. So he rushed towards Lin Fan. However, midway through, a dazzling white light flew from the latter's entire body and rushed towards Wang Wei. Surprised at the speed of this attack, he quickly raised his right hand and blocked the beam, forcing it to separate into 2 with him in the middle. The beam was so powerful that it forced him a few meters backward in the air. Once the attack stopped, Wang Wei looked at his palm that was only left with his skeleton. He then raised his head and saw how the clouds in the sky were completely gone. Tao of destruction? He muttered as he watched his muscles and skin regrew. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was panting heavily after this attack. And if his face was visible under the demon god transformation, it would look very ugly right now. This was one of his most powerful attacks. With the perfect timing, he thought he could injure his opponent and slow him down, but it was proven to be useless. And now, his origin essence was running out. After his hand healed, Wang Wei looked at Lin Fan and thought, has he already reached his limit? Well, it should be that his origin essence is not enough for him to use all these different Daos. This fact can be considered a weakness of him which can be exploited if needed. Alright, since he is reaching his limit, it's time to get to business. Using his fleshly Bodis ability to break space, Wang Wei instantly appeared in front of Lin Fan again. This time, before he could react, Wang Wei kicked both his kneecaps. The sound of bones broke echoed in the surrounding, soon followed by the sound of screaming. Then Wang Wei held Lin Fan's both arms and ripped them apart, making blood overflowing from his torso. However, he did not stop there. He held the guy's head and also ripped it from his body along with his spine intact. He waved his hand and thread appeared and cut off Lin Fan's body from the waist down. Finally, he plunged his hand into the upper torso and ripped his still beating heart from it. Holding the heart in his hand, Wang Wei waved his hand and placed a seal on it before putting it away in his space ring. He then placed Lin Fan's arms, legs and heads into his space ring, leaving only the upper torso on the ground. After something like that, you would think that Lin Fan was dead? No, he was not. The Heavenly Tao Protection Book activated and all his missing parts regrew from his torso. Even his soul that was attached to his head was brought from Wang Wei's space ring and placed on the new body. During the entire process, Wang Wei was observing to try to learn something, but he failed. After being revived, Lin Fan looked at Wang Wei with a furious look and said, "You were after my body? No, to be precise, you were after the chaos chi in my heart. You probably need it to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Do you want a prize for figuring this out?" Then he ignored him and motioned for Yenchen to leave. Since he got what he wanted, there was no need to waste time here. Although the people of the academy were furious, they only watched him leave. Before this battle, they told Lin Fan that if he wins, he needed to diff the devil god bones from Wang Wei's body. Unfortunately, it was them who lost suffered once again. After returning to the sect, Wang Wei saw Wu Hong drinking tea and waiting for him. So, he rushed to hug her from the back and kiss her on the cheek. "I've missed you." "So have I," replied Wu Hong as she raised her unoccupied hand to caress his hair. "How was your fight?" "Disappointing." "Shouldn't you have expected this outcome?" asked Wu Hong as she slurped her tea. "I did, but I thought he would put a better fight. I found out this guy was not even a true body refiner, so even though he was stronger than Ji Song, he was not as resilient." "Well, this can be expected. The absolute chaos physique provides its owner with a powerful physique on par with most average body refiners. So they do not have to suffer all the pains of body refiners while having all the benefits." So Lin Fan probably thought that this was enough for him. However, after this fiasco he should learn from his mistake. Wang Wei nodded his head. During this fight he realized that Lin Fan had a tremendous amount of potential. If it was not because of his current immortality, Wang Wei would have taken this chance to kill him once and for all. "So, where have you been the past few years? I heard that you left the sect after I entered seclusion." Chapter 284. "I went to make sure that some trouble will not suddenly manifest before you grow up," replied Wu Hong. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. "Trouble? Besides Ditian, I do not have any troubles." "Did you beat him up?" "I'm not talking about him." "Then what are you talking about it? Or is it some kind of secret that you cannot tell me?" "It's not that serious," replied Wu Hong. "I've been going around further strengthen the seals of the Forbidden Lands, make sure that none of these things came out to cause trouble." Wang Wei frowned. "Are they going to be a problem?" "After you become an eternal emperor, the majority of them will not be." However, the nether hell is different, so you have to be extremely careful as he already noticed your paragon soul. However, I used my innate talent to place an absolute seal there, so it should be fine for some time. Wang Wei nodded, then asked, couldn't you deal with them? Wu Hong turned around to look him in the eyes. If you want me to, I will. Although I would pay a steep price, I don't mind. However, do you really want me to clean your mess for you? Forget it. I still have some pride left. I'll deal with them myself when the time comes. That's more like it, said Wu Hong as she kissed him. By the way, what price would you pay exactly? You would never see me again, at least until you become an emperor and leave this world. Don't say such scary things, said Wang Wei quickly as he wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tightly as if he would never let go for all eternity. After spending some time with her, Wang Wei then entered seclusion once again. With a wave of his hand, 3 different piles floated in front of him. One part was Lin Fan's arms, legs and head. Another was his heart, and the last one a strange red seed. He took out a cauldron and placed the body parts inside, then a white flame appeared in his hand. He began to purify Lin Fan's body. A few days later, Wang Wei opened the lid of the cauldron. Inside of it was a black floating orb. Nodding in satisfaction, he removed the orb and placed Lin Fan's heart inside. Just like he previously did with the body parts, he purified the heart. However, the finished product was not a floating orb, but a transparent heart with a strange and mysterious qi flowing inside. Wang Wei took at the heart, the black orb and red seed, placed them in front of him. With a chaos fragment of law, a heart imbued with chaos qi, and an emperor tier fire seed, I should be able to create a pseudo-chaos fire that is on par if not greater than any innate fire material. After that, Wang Wei activated a formation. This formation was similar to the one he used to create his heavenly physique but was modified slightly to fit the occasion. He also took out a few mountain-size origin sources energy. However, Wang Wei still noticed that the process was rather slow, so he continued to add mountain worth of origin source. Anyway, he had minds of these things. 3 months later, the process finally ended. In front of Wang Wei appeared a translucent flame. To be precise, this flame appeared that way only when people glanced normally at it. However, if they focused, they would see that the flame is constantly changing color. For a moment it was red, then it instantly changed to green, to blue. The process seemed eternal and infinite. It seems that I succeeded, muttered Wang Wei. This flame looked exactly like the one the Flame Emperor was famous for. However, I'm luckier than him. To cultivate his chaos flame, he had to fuse countless origin flames, while I only needed 2 Emperor tier materials and chaos law fragment. Of course, Wang Wei knew that his flame was nowhere near as powerful as the Flame Emperor. Nevertheless, he still had room to grow. Wang Wei grabbed the chaos flame and absorbed it into his heart. The process was easy and instant. Immediately afterward, 5 colors of green, yellow, red, white and dark blue appeared in front of him. They turned into a perfect circle before entering Wang Wei's body. Then he felt all his organs promoting and restricting one another, in perfect harmony. What a great feeling, muttered Wang Wei to the point of almost moaning. I feel complete, liberated. He then checked the orifice connected to his heart organ, and he saw that the gate was glowing with the same intensity as the others. This fact made Wang Wei very happy, as this meant that his chaos flame had the same quality as his other innate materials. Luckily, this plan works, otherwise I would have to activate my ability to become a son of destiny. Before I figure out the issue of heavenly Tao, I will not use it lightly. Wang Wei clenched his hand, causing the space around him to break. As he felt the few trillions or more of pure physical strength of his fleshly body, he suddenly had an impulse. So he followed it and went to challenge his father. A few hours later, Wang Wei returned to his mountain. There, he saw Wu Hong waiting for him with a smirk on her face. So, how bad did you lose? She asked while looking at her Tao companion's pale face. I did not even make it past 10 sword strike, replied Wang Wei with gritted teeth. This bastard did not even go easy on me. If it was not for my new ability I awakened after tempering my organs, I would probably not survive more than 5 swords. You got what you deserve. Didn't grandfather tell you that father-in-law once survived under his attacks for an entire day? I didn't think that this was an impressive feat after all. I'm used to fighting realms above myself. Wu Hong shook his head. The difference between Saint Realm and Supreme Realm is far greater than you can imagine. There is a reason that true monarchs are referred to as being closest to the Tao. Additionally, grandfather is a quasi-emperor and not an ordinary one at that. So, you can imagine the battle strength of father-in-law. Wang Wei sighed as he knew that not only did he let his newfound strength go to his head, but also underestimated his old man. This was probably the reason that Wang Tian beat him so hard, to put him back in his place and remind him to stay grounded. With his current strength he could probably wipe the floor with Bai Han. But he lost so easily against his father. Wang Wei has to admit that the level of respect he has for the old man rose quite a bit after this fight. Anyway, one day I will dominate that old man and make his status in the family the absolute lowest, said Wang Wei. However, before that I will take my revenge. Taking a talisman from his ring, he contacted someone. Mother, father beat me up. What's going on? Asked Yu Yen. I was minding my own business when he suddenly called me to have a spar, then he used all his strength to beat me up. I swear he was trying to kill me. You have to avenge your only son. He dares? Roared Yu Yen from the other side of the talisman. Don't worry, I'll deal with him myself. As for you, I will prepare a healing bath for you at home, so come by. No problem. Wang Wei smirked after cutting the communication. As for Wu Hong, she just secretly prayed for her father-in-law. Back a few months ago after the battle, Lin Fan laid alone on top of a pavilion, drinking wine. He seemed to want to drink his sorrow away. Soon he heard footsteps approaching him. Despite not looking back, he could recognize who it was. What is it, Shire? I just wanted to make sure you were okay, replied Shishir. I'm not as fragile as you'd think. To be honest, I expected to lose the fight, just did not expect to lose so badly. Shishir nodded her head, then sat next to him, but she did not say anything. She just took her zither to play a calming tune. I never expected the gap between us to be so vast. He and Di Tian are truly on another level. One secret that only the Academy knew was the fact that Lin Fan also challenged Di Tian, and he was defeated in just one punch. That failure almost broke him. Luckily, he managed to get over it and sublimated his mind and Dao heart in the process. Husband, since the failure of this battle did not affect you much, why are you sulking? I'm not sulking. I'm pondering on how to decrease the gap between these two. Honestly speaking, I do not think that the Academy's method will be of much use. I need some extreme measures. Then, the two fell silent with only the sound of music riveting in the surrounding. Then Shishir suddenly stopped and said, There may be a way. Chapter 285. Lin Fan stopped drinking and looked at the hesitating look on Shishir's face. His eyebrows raised slightly before saying, If you have something to say, then do so. There is no need to have any reservation between us. Despite hearing these words, Shishir still hesitated for a brief moment, then she explained, There is something called the Slaughter Trial. It is a place created by an eternal emperor where heaven-chosens from many different world communities are sent in one place to slaughter one another. As a result of this, the resources available there are unimaginable. The last survivor of this trial is usually considered as a potential eternal emperor. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. This trial sounds like the Spirit Road trial. So, which eternal emperor created it? And why have I never heard of it? It's indeed like the Spirit Road trial, replied Shishir. Except that there is no restriction on cultivation level. As for who created this trial, I do not know, as it was a foreign eternal emperor. You mean an eternal emperor from a different heaven-will world than the myriad emperor world? That's correct. The reason that you have never heard of this trial is because of how far it is from our world, so few people have even been chosen from our world to participate. Few. Meaning there have been people who participated. So how did they do it? Once in a while, a random token will be sent to our world, and the destined individual might acquire it, added Shishir. Recently, our Chamber of Commerce acquired one token from a lucky individual. That's good news. If I can participate in this trial, my strength can increase by leaps and bounds. I can finally close the gap with these two. Husband, you should understand how dangerous this trial actually is. In the end, of all the countless heaven-chosens participating from hundreds of heaven-will world, only one person will remain standing. Lin Fan calmed down after hearing this as he hesitated. He could only imagine how powerful the people participating in this trial would be. There might be a few scary monsters like Wang Wei and Di Tian there. However, Lin Fan gritted teeth. As I said before, I need an extreme measure. After making his mind, Lin Fan immediately contacted his teacher and Dao protector, Qiu Jin, to tell him about his decision. And knowing the severity of this situation, Qiu Jin contacted the new headmaster to make a decision. After a few days of arguing, they supported Lin Fan to participate in the trial. After receiving the token from Shishir, Lin Fan bid goodbye to his wives, concubines and family. Then he activated it. Instantly he disappeared and appeared somewhere else. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Fan found himself in a city with countless people walking around. And as soon as he arrived, People also noticed him as he was basically in the center of the city. The first thing that Lin Fan noticed was the fact that the aura of the people around was weird and strange. After a brief moment, he realized it was because the cultivation system of these people was completely different from his origin path system. While Lin Fan was checking the people around him, they were doing the same to him. "A new unlucky fellow," muttered one person. "Looking at his aura, his cultivation seems to be grade 5. Well, at least he is not at the bottom in this trial. I wonder what world he is from?" A few minutes after arriving, a golden light came from Lin Fan's body and rushed to the sky. Then, a list appeared that was visible to all the people in different cities of the trial. Lin Fan Absolute Chaos Physique, Myriad Emperor World, ranked 3876th. Many people watching this were surprised. Another Absolute Chaos Physique? That's like the 8th to appear in this trial. Why are you surprised? Don't you know that the top 3 heavenly physiques are the same for all world communities? I know that, but it still is weird. Not really. What I really care about is the other information. With his grade 5 cultivation level, he can still rank in the top 5,000. This shows that this guy is not a simple role. Well, he is from the Myriad Emperor world and most likely cultivated the origin path system. Although the cultivation speed of this system is slow, the strength of its people is nothing to laugh at. Additionally, the amount of lifespan that each realm grants them is also decent compared to some systems like martial art. That's true. The Myriad Emperor world can be considered one of the most powerful Heavenwell world, and on the list of worlds with the most eternal emperor, they are ranked in the top 3. Even that vile 9 devil god world was finally annihilated in their hands. Meanwhile, Lin Fan secretly listened to these conversations and was shocked. He sighed as he finally understood how vast the world truly is and how insignificant he is compared to it. Even his most proud absolute chaos physique is nothing extraordinary in the endless void. After sighing to himself, he headed in the direction of his residence based on the information he just received in his mind. Back to the present, in the eastern Azure Dragon continent. In a specific domain, there were 5 extremely large palaces arranged in the shape of a pentagon. Each palace had a different color between green, deep blue, white, yellow, and red, and the names of different elements were written on these palaces. The different characters in the palace contained different profound meanings. For example, the character for fire in the fire palace contained Tao rhymes related to the fire element. If someone is talented enough, they can understand the laws of fire just by looking at it. And the same goes for the earth, water, metal, and wood palace. Oddly though, in the middle of the pentagon, there was no luxurious palace decorated with precious gems or materials. No white cranes were dancing in the sky, no peaceful and immortal-like music echoing in the surrounding like in the other palace. At the center was a small wooden cabin. And inside was a girl dressed in plain and ordinary Taoist robe. And this was not the only thing ordinary about her. She did not have a heavenly beautiful face that could make gods and immortals envy, nor did she exude any powerful aura. She looked plain and simple. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes from her meditation. Her eyes were extremely clear and pure, devoid of filth or taint. She looked in one direction while muttering, "Innate 5 elements balance? It seems to be coming from the central continent." Then the girl who was the number 6 5 elements balance physique, Zhen Biu, took out a talisman from the only ornament on her body, a black ring. For the next few minutes she talked to someone through a communication talisman. "It seems that I have to take a trip to the Tao opening sect." Meanwhile, back in the Tao opening sect, after getting his father into deep trouble, Wang Wei started to do his work. He flew straight into the sky and took out his proven Tao artifact. He controlled the strings to turn them into a mirror. Under his control, the mirror expanded until it covered most of the peaks of the sect, focusing more on the ones with the disciples. However, the mirror was invisible, so only a few members of the upper echelons of the sect could see it. Under Wang Wei's order, a bright light flashed from the mirror and seemed to scan all the disciples. He then shrunk the mirror back to his original size as he began to watch something from it. It was the fate of many of these disciples. Under his control, Wang Wei managed to filter a lot of information very quickly until he discovered what he was looking for. He discovered that about a few hundred years ago, around the time that the Heaven-Chosen selection trial began, many of the disciples from different ranks suddenly awakened strange memories. And after that, their personality changed. Although they all tried to hide this sudden change, it was noticeable if someone looked closely. After focusing on these disciples, Wang Wei learned that they were all reincarnated. To be precise, they are part of an elite intelligence group that referred to themselves as the Sleepers. After their death, they will reincarnate and then reawaken the memories of their past life. That way they can infiltrate many factions without any suspicions. And before their death, they will leave records of all the information they gathered to their leader. Unfortunately, Wang Wei learned that these disciples' ranks were too low to know the identity of the leader, but Wang Wei could guess who it was. Di Tian. Chapter 286. Wang Wei frowned after discovering these sleepers as he wondered how deep they infiltrated the sect. If even the sleeping ancestors have members of them, then this will become a big deal. And if those sleepers have also infiltrated other sects, well, Wang Wei cannot imagine how powerful their information-gathering abilities are. Moreover, he wondered how powerful Di Tian used to be able to reincarnate so many people at the same time. This is not something an ordinary Supreme Realm powerhouse can do. After making his discovery, Wang Wei called his father and grandfather, then told them of the situation. Wang Tian frowned deeply before asking, "Can you find the ones in the upper echelons of the sect?" "Without the power of the law, I can only identify the ones that have strange fate lines without being backlash. However, if they do not resist, it will be much easier." "In that case, I ordered them not to resist," said Wang Chang. "I can talk to the Supreme Elders. The only issue now is whether any of our immortal venerables or Dao ancestors have been affected," said Wang Tian. "I don't think we should worry about that. To become a Dao ancestor or immortal venerable, the help of a great emperor is needed. Even if these sleepers have the ability to hide from emperors, it should not be possible when they are so closely involved," added Wang Chang. "In that case, let's begin the cleanup. Wouldn't it be better to just monitor these people and try to feed them false information?" said Wang Wei. "In normal circumstances that would be ideal. However, if what you said is true, there is a high chance that our sect's emperor's scriptures have been leaked. So we need a safer approach to this situation." Soon after that, a cleansing took place in the Dao opening sect. All sects' deacons, elders, great elders, and supreme elders were called in and ordered not to resist Wang Wei's probe in their fate lines. And those who resisted were immediately arrested. This cleansing did not stop there. All the Wang, Yin, and Li clan members were also searched, along with all the disciples. And for the first time, Wang Wei entered the secret world where the reserved members of the other families were located. It was then he finally understood how large the clan actually were, especially the Wang family. The ones still remaining in the myriad emperor word are only the tip of the iceberg. And the cleansing did not stop there. Wang Tian and Wang Chang even brought Wang Wei to the sealing hall of the sect, thus showing the true foundation of the sect. And he was truly shocked. Inside a darkly lit room, he saw countless coffins, and after checking their auras, he could not hide the surprise in his face. Wang Wei swore in his life that he had never seen so many Supreme Realm and Saint powerhouses. It was enough to form an army of millions. However, he soon learned that many of these people have been sealed for countless millennia and their life force and blood energy have been exhausted. They will only wake up if the sect faces an extinction-level catastrophe, and they will die after that. So, he started checking these people. Since they were sealed, their resistance was minimal to non-existent. After identifying the ones who had problems, they were taken out for interrogation. Tianwei Peak. Wang Wei, Wang Chang, and Wang Tian were having another meeting. This time they were accompanied by Great Elder Yan Mei and Great Elder Li Jiang, who were the patriarch of their respective clan. After being cleared of any suspicions, they were allowed to participate in the investigation. "So what was the result?" asked Wang Wei. Wang Tian sighed deeply. "Not as good as we expected. All these people committed suicide once we tried to search their souls. What's worse is that they completely destroyed their souls to the point of not even being able to reincarnate. The level of loyalty that they showed is truly scary. Not one of them hesitated to commit suicide," added Li Jiang. Wang Wei frowned as all their actions proved futile. No information was gathered by this cleansing. They did not even know for a certainty whether the leader of these people was indeed Di Tian. It was just his guess and intuition. "How about our losses?" asked Wang Wei after regaining his thought. "Not as much as expected," replied Yan Mei. "However, according to our statistics, the majority of people caught were in fact members of the sectarian side, so they're the ones who suffered the most. As a matter, the number of people in our families who were reincarnated was very small." "Is there a reason for that?" Everyone shook their heads. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei asked Great Elder Yan Mei to show him the list of the sleepers caught. "Wire, did you think of something?" asked Wang Tian. After a quick scan of the lost, he replied, "Yes. The number of people reincarnated from the Wang and Yan clan is the least of all the groups. All these people in the room are some of the most talented and gifted members of the sect in the past 3 generations, so they quickly understood his meaning." "Eternal emperors?" asked Yan Mei. That's right, replied Wang Wei. According to the information we have, Di Tian existed during the Emperor Beginning era. If he created these sleepers and has them reincarnated since that time, there is a chance that the Qiyuan Emperor and the Sword Empress, two eternal emperors of our sect, to notice something and take precautions. The people nodded. However, this information did not change much. Since there were still sleepers among these two clans, this showed that either Wang Wei's theory is wrong, or the leader of this group found a way to bypass the preventive measures that the two eternal emperors placed on their families. What we have to worry about now is how to appease the sectarian faction, said Wang Tian. In recent years we have finally achieved a certain level of unity. This recent cleansing might affect that. Indeed, given how they suffered the most loss, even the sectarian faction understood the situation. They might still be secretly resentful. We can bind together and divide them some of the resources that are only privy to our clans, suggested Li Jiang. Although that might temporarily calm them down, it should not be enough to have them 100% support us as they did in the past few hundred years, rebutted Yan Mei. Indeed, the remuneration should be worth all their loss, said Wang Tian. Just offer them another Dao ancestor spot for when Wire becomes emperor, suddenly said Wang Chang. Everyone's eyes light up after hearing this, as this was the perfect remuneration. They did not need to give any resources, just a promise. Furthermore, Wang Wei was the one who would pay in the end. Meanwhile, the person that just received another karmic debt was speechless. So Wang Wei secretly cursed these old foxes after figuring out their plans, especially his grandfather. Although he looked like a brute that only used his fist, he was the most cunning of all of them. What made Wang Wei even madder was that he did not even know how he would help these people become Dao ancestors. So he decided to take this opportunity to ask. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, his grandfather said, "You don't need to ask. When you are eligible to know, I will be more than glad to tell you." Wang Wei then gave a fierce look. Unfortunately for him, he was ignored. So Wang Wei secretly sighed. During times like this, he wished his paternal grandmother was still alive. That way he could use the same method he used to deal with his father to deal with his grandmother. Without anyone to check and balance him, the old man can do whatever he wants. Wang Wei knows that if he gets on his grandfather's bad side, the latter will not hesitate to beat him up, and even his mother would not be able to save him. After Wang Chang's proposition, the group started to discuss how to deal with the aftermath of this event. However, midway through, the shadow appeared behind Wang Tian and said something to him that made him frown a little. "Is there a problem?" The people of the Five-Element Palace came for an official visit. They even brought Zhen Biu with them. Everyone raised an eyebrow as they instantly realized that this visit might not be a normal one. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.